Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aim it and lock it, shoot. The winner takes it all. Shoot. Aim it and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster and I'm stronger. You can have me, let me guarantee, cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
find a way around Zenith potentially. The Tab just goes to run him over. They're going to get each other. Oh my, wait, he didn't get run over. Linshu didn't die from that? Okay, finally, Orange over the side with an AK. Gets the headshot, gonna get another one as well. Luren is down, so Smoke's out to cover the Tab. Quite odd to watch this tournament. It doesn't look like the Tianba I saw in 2020. Very disciplined. Oliver trying to get one. Can he get two? He does. Fantastic AK spray from
Gen G, hoping that Oath can maybe somehow do enough damage to Gen G that they can peek over the top later. But here comes Yamcha, finds the first one, doesn't find the second. Yes, he finds the second as well. Relo, last one left alive. Yamcha allowed to reload and he gets it, but now here comes Gen G, finds the first instantly. Second one goes down and Gen G.
Some more grenades flying in from the back as Aqua 5 looking to his side. TSG is over there, and this is looking good once again for TSG, at least to clean up these fights on the other side. And indeed, a good grenade from Shandian finishes T1 off.
Trying to stay put with Yamcha. They're full white. This is the ends push forward. They got the circle before. They were blessed with it, but there's been no way. TSG wins it, and no, not to
happen in all the other regions. Oh, Tianba is going to roll up right next to him. Some damage done. Rena has to prone down the bees. Coming out the side, JN's actually going to get two, but JN's going to get taken down for all his hard work. Right now, oh, from the back end, Turtle, they're just completely circling them. It's staring them. Ming's the only one left. He's so hurt, but he's going to get Turtle. And by the hair on his chin, just barely, Mings wins it, but VP's been watching this. They know what's up. They want these vehicles. They slam in and run over Mings. Down goes Tianba. Down goes LG Divine. There's just too many teams around them right now. You've got Navi as well, rolling up to the hill. Smokes are down, but I don't know. Can FaZe hold on to this? This is such a tricky situation for them.
One team really clapping their hands and enjoying what's going on right now is T1. As they are being right now, it could really work out for them. Unfortunately, that's the case. Tab still alive. FaZe, you can see, trying to hold up. Oh, you don't want your teammates over. That is legit the worst timing in the universe. And now Aqua 5 gets down as well. How would that even come to happen? Tab is still alive. He finds first FaZe as a result of the aggression from FaZe Clan. Kicks out in the meantime, trying to keep Zenith alive. Oh my lord, so much happening right now.
Yeah, T1 has a great situation given to them, and they're trying to find a way to lose it. But it is Star-Lord and Adder finding some good damage into FaZe. 8Z, the only one alive right now. Stuns out around him, grenades as well. Shinboy gonna get some help from Adder to finish the job. Down the hill they go right away. Shinboy has a pretty decent shot, but the blue is here on his back. He's taking some damage himself. Shinboy around the corner. Navi is down. So now it is just a 3v1 here. T1 gonna get
the side. And here comes Virtus Pro, 3 in a vehicle. Nades in hand for two of the players. We've seen it. Here they go full speed forward. Spiro down, the roots and down. Batulin's down. They're getting slaughtered in seconds. And down goes all of Virtus Pro. See guys up close. He's inside the smoke right now, playing behind them. No! Lawrence peeks over. Wrong time for him. He's gonna go down to the backside of it. M200 now trying to peek around the side. Droning forward, do they know they have one straight inside the smoke hit?
Yeah, it was an overload by Tianba onto the right-hand side of the circle. So up to the last two members of Day Trade to try to close out this round. Oh no, Mings with the side, guys. He gonna do it.
It's too much. They went down the hill, that allowed for TSG to get over on the other side and tap now. In the meantime, able to find one that's a freak of freaks now, starting to take casualties all over the place. Rimsey finds one as well.
The smokes and the other things, the stuns, that doesn't help anything up. Tab should use that to get up and going, but he's actually gonna keep staying. He doesn't want to fight until he absolutely has to, and eventually Nurens goes, what in the world? Who's that? Tabs out.
Yep, what he didn't know what he was crawling into no man's land, which is the opposite direction of where he probably would have wanted to go now. Virtus Pro peeks over the top, they want to engage goodbye, and they're getting completely battered. But someone has to reload, that's an unfortunate time. Tries to hip fire over towards Splash. He's not going to work out.
Really watching that position of Gustav with 2 down, 4 FaZe. It's looking pretty good here. Gustav still alive, just barely holding on. Puchills and Flash up for Day Trade. 10 kills here for them, looking to try to right the wrongs of the last game here. And they get the res. Damage being done to Gustav around the corner, trying to peek. He's gonna...
Tell me the gamble I wanna shot. Climbing and climbing a humble, yeah. I'm in my squad, feeling like God. Know I'm the greatest, I crumble, yeah. Made it from the bottom to the top, I did it there. Got these other players terrified, breathing for air. Aiming to lock it. The winner takes it all. Taking it all. No one breaking in his mind, boy. Are you ready? Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aiming to lock it. Shoot. The winner takes it all. Taking it all. Shoot. Aiming to lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster and I'm stronger. You can have me, let me guarantee. Cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
Day number 2 of PGI.S here for week 4 of our weekly survival, and we are getting down to things. 5 teams have already advanced into that weekly final as they have positioned themselves very nicely indeed off the back of their victories. My name's Kyle Laris. Joining me is Hypoc and Clover to break things down. And so far, so good for 5 of our teams that have been able to go through. Hypoc, looking at how things played out yesterday, I had my chips on Genji to start things off, and they didn't disappoint with a win off the word go.
No, I mean, it literally came out hot in game 1. It was an impressive game 1 as well. Obviously, we talked about the nature of the circles there. And once again, you know, Genji making a very Genji-esque play, right? It's pin it all on one kind of rotation over to the backside of that warehouse, and they were left unchecked for too long.
Yeah, I think when you look at the overall leaderboards right now, of course, FaZe is currently number 1 when it comes to that prize money. But Clover, looking at Genji and how they're performing throughout each stage of this event, they are making a strong case to pick them as one of the favorites here.
Definitely. I mean, they've proven that given any opportunity, they're going to find a way to make money and to win. And that's really what we want to start seeing from teams that are going to be poised to win the whole event.
And speaking of making money, let's take a look at that prize pool here for all of these teams. What they're fighting for, not only for that weekly survival money down the line, this week's weekly final is actually 150,000 for first place, and of course that top 4 will get themselves money. Effectively, if you win the 150,000, you're going to first place at the end of this week. And then, of course, every single win out of our first 8 here in the weekly survival also awards some money. And considering, Hypoc, the crowdfunding that we've had so far, this is all doubled, basically, which is insane money.
Yeah, basically doubling up. I mean, looking at it, we're coming into the final week and potentially looking at a mil taken home for first place in that final week. So, again, yes, we can read into the cumulative prize pool so far and people's earnings, but it still leaves it open, right? We're going to crown a champion based on the total earnings. So we've talked about a few teams potentially heating up towards the back end of PGI.S, especially coming to week 5 and 6. Those are the teams we want to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think that this long form tournament as it is, and by the way, the biggest FPS prize pool of all time, as we take a look at the schedule here, 6 games today as we get through. So we will qualify another 6 teams to our weekly final here. And Clover, just in general, I think this long form tournament, at the beginning, we had our favorites, we had our picks, we thought, you know, who might be able to do well, but across 8 weeks effectively of gameplay, as well as their practice to start things off, any team could have formed new strength throughout this time and potentially rise to the top.
Absolutely. And I think we've really been paying attention as well to the way that teams are talking in their interviews and even on social media about how they've kind of had to readjust their take on this because it is so long forming. We've heard FaZe say, hey, you know, things weren't quite working. They got sent down to the bottom 16. They worked on things and now they've come back stronger. And I think that same mentality has started to work its way through the ranks for some of these teams. And that's where we're seeing real long-term growth as we hit the latter half of PGI.S.
Yeah, it's looking good for some of them, and others are going to have to step it up just a little bit. As you can see on our left, we have the 5 teams that have already qualified through so far to our weekly final. And today we will have another 5 from the waiting list joining our current 16 in match number 6. Of course, 1 every single match will advance on into that weekly final. So let's talk about some of the teams here, Hypoc, that did really well yesterday, but didn't quite get themselves in a decent spot for the win. Triumphant Song Gaming, they looked brilliant throughout yesterday. 55 points technically in total.
Yeah, and again, it's a good indicator for kind of how a team has trended across the initial games. Obviously, it doesn't mean an awful lot in terms of point acquisition, but first 2 games, they came out swinging. And it was actually fantastic to see them kind of play at that pace and that confidence. Because we've seen TSG do fairly well in recent weeks, but nothing like the first 2 games yesterday. Unfortunately, things kind of slipped off towards the back end of the day, but I'm hoping again, you know, if they come out with a strong start, they can maybe edge out the chicken dinner today.
Yeah. Do you think so as well, Clover? Do you think that TSG is going to be looking for it today?
For sure. There was, so many different instances yesterday when I thought that the win was in their hands and it just barely slipped through. So I think that easily we should see them, maybe even this first match, coming out with the win.
And of course here as well, other teams that we want to talk about whilst we continue things on and we look at the highlights here. FaZe, of course, currently the leaders, Hypoc, in terms of the money earned. They didn't have the easiest of starts to yesterday, but things got better as the day went on, and we're expecting a chicken dinner down line for FaZe.
Yeah, I think so too. And this is a team that it's always horrible to say, you know, found their form. But FaZe, you know, after a couple of rocky weeks to say the least, have looked much better around. Obviously, that big win in the weekly finals is going to kind of put them into an upper gear. We know what FaZe tends to do at international events, which is as soon as they kind of find their footing, we see them kind of hit that tempo we know that FaZe is capable of. And to be honest, yesterday there was a few times where I think they're still reverting back to this kind of playing survival, and it's not really their comfort zone, right? They're used to going around, they're used to fragging out, they're used to taking absolute control of kind of circles 5 and 6 in these games and really just applying a lot of pressure. Yesterday, weren't really in too many positions to do that.
Yeah, it seems that way. I'm glad that one of our teams to watch is Metagaming. Clover, you talked about them yesterday, and whilst we were watching these highlights, I think one of the reasons to watch them is because they're wild when it comes to buggies and cars flipping over everywhere. So yeah, I'll definitely watch that. I'll watch that all day long, Clover. But in all seriousness, they picked up form, as you mentioned yesterday, when it came to those reseeding games.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we've always been kind of talking about the joy of Sparking, and he's been leading that team in terms of kills and damage, and he's really kind of leading the LATAM region even out of when we look at all the players and teams coming out of that. And so not only is that really exciting to see him as a player mesh, but also Wicked. That was a big concern that we had looking at this roster coming in. What was he going to accomplish? And right now, I think that the 4 of them are gelling. They're working like a cohesive unit. They're making smart and careful plays. They're not rushing too hard without a plan. And we're seeing them consistently, I think, make the smart ways to get into the late game, but also to frag out. Obviously, they kind of came in midday yesterday, so I'm hoping that today, now that they're not really anticipating that first match, we should see some good things from them.
Yeah, the last game that they played a third with 10 kills. Hypot, do you have any thoughts regarding Meta?
Yeah, I mean, it's been difficult to watch them. Obviously, this kind of mixed roster with Wicked stepping into it, and there was a lot of questions over it, but I think initially for them, relatively unexperienced in terms of this 4 together, coming in and performing so well on the bottom 16. If they can carry that momentum across, I mean, if anybody did watch the games, you'll know just how dominant they were. And it was 2 weeks in a row, right, that they were able to put on that performance. But I mean, if we're going to be fair about it, that needs to come across to the survival in the finals. It has to, right? That's the expectation of arguably the best team coming out of the region. I want to see them really kind of pull themselves together in the back half of PGI.S.
That's right. I mean, look at the format and how it works here for PGI.S. You can be a middling team. You can be between that kind of 8th to 12th position in the world and technically win no money through the whole of the 6-7 weeks of play that we actually have here. So you've got to really attain extra heights here in PGI.S. If you actually want to earn the big bucks. And speaking of a team that I think is probably aiming for more here, and considering we spoke about them a lot yesterday, Clover, is Oath. They had a pretty decent day throughout the day yesterday, and I'm expecting a chicken dinner in their future soon.
Definitely, and the Edge is getting a little bit less crowded as some of the other Edge teams that have been quite dominant have already moved forward to the weekly finals, and that's only going to make, I think, Oath's case even stronger. We saw multiple times yesterday they made it up through the late game, and we're finding lots of fragging chances and capitalizing on that. But I think for them, Yeah, okay, good. Real quick, I think for them, they just need to kind of hone it in. They can hone it in, they're going to get that chicken dinner.
Sorry, James. I want to cut in here because this was really interesting yesterday to see, and again, as an NA fan, and hopefully the other viewers will agree with this. Some of the problems that Oath had last year in PCS was on their macro game, right? So to see them come here and perform well on a macro game, put themselves in the positions that we know Oath. I mean, Oath look best when they're ego challenge, pushing things, like sending it towards a dip and just fragging out, right? And there's a few situations now where we've seen them make it to the late game, particularly that game with, it was game 1 yesterday, that Gen G won. They were 4-man up, TSG was 2, and Gen G was 4-man, right? And they sat there and allowed that end game to kind of pass them by, to be honest with you. TSG pushed up on them, found 3 knocks completely uncontested, no re-challenge on that whatsoever. So it's been really frustrating to see kind of Oath lack on the fragging side of things in some late game situations, because their average placement is actually way better than it was last year throughout PCS. So my initial concerns for this team coming in seems to have been fixed throughout the weekly survival. They're actually not delivering on the fragging front, which is the expectation for Oath.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think that America is best when America is controlling the pace of the game. Like, I think that they get in a very confident position in that regard. So Sonics has been a great example of that.
Absolutely,
there as well. I think Zenith maybe flies under the radar in that a little bit, but beyond all of that, yeah, we'll see. Anyway, gentlemen and lady, we have almost getting into our next game here. EU needs to get things going as well, Clover, I think, here today. Only ends through right now, and they've got a lot of representation here today.
Yeah, and I think that, as you said, right, some of these regions tend to do best when they're controlling meta. With the really EU-heavy lobby, we might be able to see them kind of take the game that they want to play, and maybe a couple teams move forward.
Let's get to it then. We have Kumi, Peria, Zowie, and Intel, of course, joining us here for PGI.S as we get into game number 6. It's all to play for. Once again, you need to get to that weekly final if you want a chance at the money. Let's head to Paper Thin and Toby for all the action.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. Excellent job on the desk as always, everybody. And we are here with indeed game number 6, game number 1 of the day, but game number 6 of the week 4. Weekly qualifiers. And guys, just remember that PGI.S presented by Intel, where the gaming happens. And the gaming happens here on Miramar. To start this one, Toby, I'm pretty excited about this as we get a little view into some of the production background there, but playing path a little bit southwest heavy.
Yeah, it should be all right, especially looking at the teams competing right now. It's I want to say spacious enough that everyone can go pretty much where they want. Some of the horizontal lines towards the east are still available. If you want to go out towards Impala, you can do a pretty clean cut on the south side of La Bandita. So overall, should be pretty straightforward for teams to go exactly where they want. But then again, I do believe some teams will have to divert, and one of those teams being Na'Vi, of course, now that meta is back. We saw Na'Vi for a little while getting the joy of looting up an El Poso, but now that meta's gotten back in, they said, nah, get the hell away from here. This is our city, and Na'Vi, I don't think they worry too much. They'll just go down towards the south.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, they can definitely kind of adjust to anywhere on the western side of the map, no doubt about it. Of course, Picado is the home of the Sonics in this tournament. A lot of teams have kind of given up on trying to challenge them for this. Should also mention Furia joining us for this match, and they have Jumasera to themselves because Day Trade happened to qualify on the very last game of the day yesterday. So that's a pretty nice little happenstance for them to come in here because at times they kind of scrap over that area a bit. So I think, yeah, definitely Furia pretty happy about this one as we see them on the screen there. There's no doubt that they'd like to try to get back into those weekly finals. They haven't been able to do it since week 1.
I'm starting to think, what's better? Like, what would you prefer as a Furia player? Have Day Trade already be through, like we're seeing right now, so they don't have to deal with them in the weekly survival. But that means if they do make it through as well, they will just have to deal with them in the finals, right? Or having to maybe fight them once or twice and then make it through, maybe on an Erangel game where you don't have to deal with them so much, and then hopefully Day Trade don't qualify, because it's kind of the good in the bad type situation for them. They're great, we don't have to worry about them. Oh, but if we qualify, we have to worry about them again, right? But I guess at least one pain at the time. At least that's my thought on it. As you said, happy with them not having to being around here and just giving them space to loot up.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day you got to take at least getting to the weekly finals as the the first obstacle, and then from there just whatever happens. And yeah, I think for Furia definitely. I mean, you're right. It is kind of a double-edged sword for them, no doubt about it. Going forward, FaZe Clan looking to try to come back after that. Of course, their incredible Week 3 performance where they won the weekly finals, and it was only a matter of time before the sleeping giant of EU arose and really showed that they are still one of the best in the world, and that's why we are always talking about them, particularly on Sundays, of course. And really curious to see here, today, what is FaZe gonna do? There were a few moments yesterday where they looked okay, but for the most part, they were pretty quiet.
Yeah, I mean, they agree to disagree. I mean, they're I think they're second place from yesterday on Miramar. Oh, on Erangel, sorry, still haunts them a bit. It wasn't a clear-cut win. It wasn't that was an easy one. They threw it by any means. They were in the middle of the sandwich there with Daytrade on one side, Meta on the other. But once they got rid of Meta, it looked very doable. Gustav was a little isolated on the rock. For those of you guys who didn't watch the games yesterday, strongly recommend you to go back and watch them, of course, whether it's on YouTube or whether it's on Twitch on the VODs here. But it was a game that they could have won, and it was a game that I know they would have wanted to win, given just the face, like every game's a winnable game, and that one was a very winnable game for them, which unfortunately for them they did manage to bring home. But other than that, I agree. They had some early game fights they were forced into where things didn't go their way. They lost, I believe, a player early in one of the matches too. So not the clear-cut FaZe Clan team, but that the game in particular just goes me from saying it was a quiet day for them. Just that game. That game, I think they will think back onto one of those that they would have wanted to win.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Other than that one, yeah, well, it wasn't their best effort, but that one, yeah, I think there was moments where I thought in that game, okay, FaZe is going to win this. I mean, like, there were definitely moments where I had that thought rolling through my head, but it was indeed Daytrade who came through at the end of it, doing a solid job holding up onto the hill there. But let's look over here. Zenith cutting through by Meta. Meta just watching as they have reached out to the east of El Pozo with the circle just centered up towards San Martin. And that's why we're not talking about the circle. It's about as basic as it gets here on Miramar. That plain bagel with cream cheese, as you guys were talking about the other day, which, again, my favorite kind of bagel. So going forward here, excited to see it. SDK, another team that we're used to seeing qualify early, Toby. Yesterday, definitely one of the weaker days for SDK, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm sorry for it. Yes, I agree. It wasn't one of the better days, but what is Parody shooting? Now, what was Penta shooting at? I think, is this just Penta testing out his SLR into the ground? I'm not sure. There wasn't anyone around them that they would be worried about. Maybe just having fun, getting warmed up. It's the first game. You wanna just like I see sometimes people running around and punching there, getting ready to shoot, getting hyped up, getting ready up, and maybe that's Penta's way of doing it, looking into the ground and shoot with an SLR, just doing that.
Just warming up the old muscles.
Getting ready, letting people know that there's a team around here in case they were to pull up. And the thing is, I mean, for SDK, they are sitting pretty far apart right now. So I guess it's one of those, in case there's anyone lurking our way, at least now they know there's a team here and they'll have to think twice about pulling up on this. But as you said, very center circle, and as a contrary to plain bagel circles on Erangel, Potato Mountain and the ridgeline that we have here are by no means the same. The ridge that we have going down towards Picado and up towards San Martin, like the whole power grid plateau, as some like to call it, is a absolute pain to have to cross, especially later on in the game. So it being in the very center right now is going to cause for tough rotations for teams to come, no matter where the next circles are going to go.
Yeah, as much as we can say that a center circle on Miramar, or any circle on Miramar that has all land in it, it's going to have bad parts to it, because as I think Fuzzface was the one talking about it in an interview, where Miramar is difficult, because it is a tougher map to traverse than Erangel. There's less opportunities for you to find rotation paths. There just aren't the same kind of angles and things like that, and the terrain is a big deal because of that. And it's not just because the terrain itself is sheer, it's also because there's spots where teams can just tear you apart if you try to cross through it because of the way that, you know, the terrain operates and the vehicles get slowed up or whatever. Those kind of things happen.
Exactly. I would actually love to see, I'm not really sure if it would have a big impact, but I would love to see a US on Miramar. I don't know why, but I feel like it would be. I would feel like it would drive better than maybe the Bronco does. With that said, let's hold that thought for a second. Maybe chat can get in on it and let us know exactly which vehicle would be better, the Bronco or the US on Miramar. Just for the sake of seeing new things, seeing a US on Miramar and see how it would drive on this type landscape. In the meantime, Virtus Pro saying, Furia, hello, get out of here, please. And Virtus Pro is a fun one in this one, right? Because we talked about them yesterday, how they normally loot around Power Grid. Now they have backed off, they've given it to Multi-Circle Gaming, and they have to play now from an area where, I mean, they are close to Power Grid still, but they don't have the same type of control that they usually would have in these type circles.
Yeah, they're not able to get onto that mountain you were talking about earlier between Pecado and San Martin, where they can at least rotate in or out of it a little bit easier. They get more information, being up on the high ground. All of those things that would normally be available to them are not going to be. And instead, they're going to stay on this western side. Now, the western side of Power Grid, you can get a lot of information on the western side of the circle, but it's not as likely for the circle to end up there. Possible, but it is less easy to deal with than being at that mountain in between San Martin and Pecado.
And we can see seeing it as well. They know if Ace could do it yesterday, if Ence could do it yesterday, we can do it today. Just get all the circles towards the magnet compound. And speaking of Face, regardless of whether it was on purpose or not, here comes Fuss. He takes down Kill Demo and Furia. Welcome to the lobby. You just lost a player. That's inconvenient. They came up, they wanted to go check out what Virtus Pro was doing. They get told to leave, and now here was the sneaky snake and Fuss Face sitting around by the shack, trying to look over the shoulders of 8C down to the compound, and he finds Kill Demo for the first kill of the day.
Yep, there you go. An easy one for Fuzz Face there, and Kill Demo just, yeah, like you mentioned, kind of getting beat back a bit by VP, and this is going to be Kia, who is going all the way to the south. Now, they dropped in an interesting place for them, kind of the La Dreria area and Valle del Mar. So for them, they are coming out from the south, and yep, there we go, right on top of that mountain. Now, this one, when you look at this, Toby, you think, oh, that's not that bad. It's center, but this is actually a pretty brutal circle.
It is terrible. It is very, very, very terrible. And for the reason we talked about just before, having to transition either from down the mountain and up or up down is incredibly difficult. And for the most part, you're, if not gonna die, then you're gonna be taking a lot of damage. Your vehicles probably won't make it, and it's just tricky, especially when you get more teams into this area, which of course we will now with the circle centering on it. And also, we don't know yet to which side of the mountain we're gonna go. In terms of water, like we see on the Wrangler and the Russack River, this functions the same. A lot of this will be shifted away from, or at least attempted to be shifted away from in Phase 4, but next circle can still go anywhere. So normally you'd go, okay, great, now Phase 2's popped, then we'll go to either the north or the south, or in this case, the east or the west, because we know it's gonna go there. Here, you still have to flip the coin. It's straight on the middle, and we have no way of saying where this one is going to go. So get your guesses in. Hopefully for you, guess right. If you don't, good luck trying to win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It is one of those where you have to take a gamble, and it's not the easiest. It's more like a roulette gamble. If you're betting on black or red, you got about a 50-50 chance going through this one. VP has been able to move into the bread compound there in Power Grid. So we're going to have this one, and FaZe is going to settle up on the northern side across from them. So far, not much scuffling, although Gustav is driving a bit deeper in with his Murado. Going to be able to park it inside of that warehouse there, but both those teams very aware of each other. Fury underneath that as well. Over to Hacienda. Petrichor Road has established themselves inside of it for now. There is a Freeka's Hikari and EJ lurking a bit to the south there, but not as close as it appears on the map at this point. It's actually a couple hundred meters away.
Spiro finds himself a knock on to Gustav as well, so the whereabouts of Virtus Pro have for sure been seen. Oh, actually gets the flush on him as well. Nice angle underneath the vehicle. And while we looked at the map just before, and I think it's kind of interesting to talk about, it's fun to see how we have pretty much a direct split of teams, right? We have 7 playing below or on the east side of that mountain ridge right now, and 9 playing up on the top, 2 of which, I mean, SDK and Multi-Circle Gaming out towards the east pretty massively. So it's a very even spread right now of teams that are going, okay, let's bank on this one going down towards the southeast, and teams trying to, or hoping that it's going to go up towards the northwest side of things.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's really tough to cross that mountain. There's only, you know, a few decent spots to go up and down. At the rest, you have to be pretty darn careful because it'll be really slow getting up and down those hills of the mountain. Sungjang, okay, no problem. Murado has landed, so that's not the end of the world here. Over by the Picado crater is Kia. Again, they were rolling up from the south, and they're going to find it empty, but they try to push forward a little bit. Oath is there, along with Sonics a bit further ahead, to say, nope, you guys can stay there for now. You wait your turn. And indeed, for Damwon Kia, that is what they will do. Going to put those vehicles on the other side of the crater.
This next shift is going to be absolutely crucial, and we'll see it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Where are we headed? Is it going to be a tough one? Are we going straight to the... Oh my god, we're going straight to the middle again. Where do we go now?
Great question.
Huh.
So I've seen circles end like in what looks like it's unplayable territory. Let's look at this kill by Spyro. Nicely done there. And the follow-up by Hirezen. But I wish we could see the map. And I don't want to talk too much about the map with this kind of potentially looming battle between Virtus.pro and FaZe coming up. But there are some spots that are kind of really close to the mountainous terrain that it can end on, and I've seen it. And so it's unlikely, but possible. Otherwise, yeah, we don't know. It's still a 50-50 on either side of it.
I don't think this server can go anywhere that won't include the quote-unquote unplayable terrain, which is what we like to shift away from. Whether it's going to find the circle that's going to have the least. I mean, right now I'm liking a Freakus position, and I think Liquid might be as well. I think that's where they're going to full speed send it. We'll see now. Here they come, driving forward. Down the road they go. Are they going to crash into a Freaks, or are they going to continue driving forward? They've seen them now. They've heard them now. Are they full on pulling up? No. They're continuing. They're wrapping around. But where, oh where, Liquid, are you planning on going?
Well, yeah, there's the Sonics further ahead. There's Oath as well, so you're kind of in a tough spot here for Team Liquid. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't, depending on where you go. And Relo actually drives a little bit forward, catches the front end of Team Liquid. I think he was trying to see what was going on with all that shooting, and Team Liquid actually pulls up right next to him. Relo, quick turning there, gets out. He's going to find himself able to get his Bronco back up on the hill. No damage really done to his Bronco either. So for Relo, that's a pretty nice little maneuver he's able to get away with. Meanwhile, it is Virtus.pro who has moved ahead of FaZe, so they're able to get that opening kill, get the pick, and then they are going to set ahead on their path away from the power grid. TSG just watching Na'Vi go ahead, and looks like Na'Vi might actually settle up inside of these kind of hilly area to the side of the mountain. Oh, Ibiza, no, not like that. Oh, in the shack, nonetheless, that's not good for Ibiza.
Tried to split off and get himself into the off-angle position towards the shack. Maybe he could help from there, but TSG taking down. I was just about to say that was an incredible heads-up rotation from Liquid, getting that position. They know it's not going to be played by more than one player, forcing away this split. Now watch out, James! No, you can't do the same exact thing, James! No way! That's just... that's so unfortunate. They didn't want to get turtled down. Now, I mean, they have to send it. They know there are 2 free reses. They have to go for it, and they're doing the exact thing right now. That's going to be 3 vehicles outside of Shack. James falls down, tries to stay alive. That's smoking, gonna cover. Hold on. Here comes Mexi, goes in, goes down, and Clem is found as well. There's no way. They all just went down, and you can see now why they did it. Why do they want the Shack? The circle went there, but all of Liquid slaughtered trying to get into that shack.
Yeah, there you go. That's Liquid down and out. Definitely not the start you wanted to see to the day. If you're a Liquid fan or an EU fan, that's a tough one for sure. Virtus.pro, though, still alive and well, heading across the double gods next to MCG. Meta has to make quite a rotation themselves, driving through the streets of San Martin with Zenith watching, but it's going to be Ragnar getting the kill, or excuse me, the knock onto Kickstart. Not a kill yet, but a good knock here. Now they've got Mamu in front of them, and they're just going to spray him down. batter him out of the way. Who cares? This is what you need in modern PUBG. You need a side seat gunner to open space for you. A COD here shooting into this as well, but Meta, they might be able to find a space here. We'll see, though. They've got TSG in front, and the TSG is pretty well entrenched to watch this. But in fact, Volibear gets backed off, so this move by Meta so far has worked.
Yeah, the only thing is their vehicle is out of gas as far as I can see, so they have to stop here. Can't really move further forward. TSG has a pretty good pin on them. And I'm not sure how Meta can get up this hill without getting shot from afar. Ragnar does fall down, and now Divine trying to push down into Sonics as well. They've been here for a little while. We'll see now if they can get the control of this compound. Strimsy, first one to fall. Turtle finds him. Lots of knocks coming into the kill feed, and that's what we're talking about before. All these teams trying to get down from the hillside now. In trouble as they do. Lewis falls, gets flushed as well. Turtle should go down to the molly here as well. It's going to happen, and Sonics able to stay alive, surviving out Divine.
Fantastic hold by the Sonics, no doubt about it. TSG is going to get Wicked knocked. Takari going to be the one to find him as Afrika rolls into the north side of the circle. Fuzz and his teammates on phase trying to get through where VP has already gone, and you got Furia looming behind, MCG behind you. This is going to be quite a cluster on the western side of the hill. Fuzz and AT have found a firing line into Furia, but Furia still enough of the shanties that they can hang out in, so they're going to settle up there for now. Grenades for VP. Great run from Spyro's going to find AT. See if there's any follow-up here for VP.
That's a holding one for sure. That's all the way up over the hill, and able to get him right on the money. Great throw from Spyro. Was a little bit of help, of course, by AT pretty much running into it, but gets the knock. You got this. We'll see now if any push will come off it. I don't think so. If you can see here, SDK's position pretty much preventing for Virtus Pro to push up over the hill. Now, we've shifted away as most as we could in phase 4 of the mountain, meaning here in phase 5, we can still go back. Oh, that's a god nade on point. Only gets one. That's perfect, too. Is it going to get them? Yes, it is! Silson had a triple with nades yesterday, and there goes Zenith. Kaboom, out they go.
Yeah, that's a really nice move here for Metagaming. Should be able to pick up maybe a little bit more utility along the way. Circle is going to head towards these mountains. Now, these circles can end kind of in the area that Navi and VP are in. I've seen it before, so don't count this area out. Now, it's likely to not, but it very well could. We'll see as they are kind of battling to keep other teams out above them. SDK, in the meantime, is heading in towards the northern end of the mountainous region, and they have kind of found a spot to call their own. Oath still watching Damwon Kia and others. Going to see Navi out here. Balefrost going to line up a few shots, get a little bit of damage into Navi. Those are pretty long ones there for him. The Tab has found Silzen and Hansia there to steal another kill. Not that it matters too much. As next up, indeed, will be infantry. As you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, if you're an infantry fan, looking forward to seeing them come in. And Furia, well, Toby, this one's going to be wild, I feel like.
Vamos, vamos, vamos. Ahead we go with Furia 4 in the car. Down goes one. First phase finds one as well. Can't find this thing. Oh, actually, he does find Raspo, and AT's there to help too. Nice hold off from Face in a situation where they don't really have a whole lot to do. Here comes Furia and grants them a few kills. Summer now in the meantime trying to hold off this rotation coming in from Damwon Kia. Kale the first one to fall instantly. They know there are more around this side though. Son Yang lines up nades. Summer does the same. They have to back off immediately though. Look at the circle. It's crouching on in, and Damwon Kia are the ones on the edge.
Yeah, Damwon Kia took a lot of damage from the circle proper, and there's a good headshot from Summer to get the knock onto Indigo. Sungjung under pressure as well. They are trying to survive this somehow, some way. Under has found enough room behind the side of this particular cliff to throw some frags over, get some decent damage in the tank. Not going to get any knocks. Going to go for number 2. Him and Sungjung trying to work the side. They are going to come up and over is Evil Lee, but Evil Lee going to pay the price for it. Takes a fair chunk of damage there from Under. Under as well took some damage, so he's going to have to prone to heal. Sungjung watching and waiting. Oh, he's going to get headshot by Evil Lee. Great shot from the back end. Good sniper cover with that mini. Now they're looking to finish the job. Wow. Under going to get peeked again by Lingdu. Clean and easy hold for MCG.
I'm loving how they held off there. In the meantime, with CSDK make the final push up over towards Faceland. You want to get control of this hillside, and I love how Multi-Circle Gaming just played that one, making their way in, bringing the bike into it. I'll explain why that's a smart thing in just a moment as well with the terrain that they're in, but constantly moving in with the circle, making sure their back is clear while still maintaining control of where Damwon is allowed to move into the circle from. Very, very well played by Multi-Circle Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, that's the multi-circle gaming I've been waiting for this tournament that I saw a lot in Asia throughout the end of 2020, early parts of 2021. Looking like maybe they're starting to pick up steam here as this tournament goes on. Waiting for the all-important next circle, phase 6. Where are we heading? And we are going into this mountainous area, so it is going to end in these kind of rocky cliff sides, which are a really interesting finish to me. I actually really like these. There's a lot of fascinating terrain that you can work with, and if you are on top of the cliffs, it's kind of a weird situation because if you drop down, it is risky because you're going to take damage. You're going to be slowed up a bit. Sometimes teams will be able to find good spots to get grenades on you because you're pinned in by the blue. But this is to me, I really like these circles. I know the players probably don't, but to me, these are really, really fun. Peril stuck outside the blue with TSG. The remnants of TSG, I think, is just Pang left there for them, barricading them in.
Pang with 15 vehicles over there and a few dead bodies as well, the entirety of Liquid included, trying to stay alive in the shack. Should have nade for days because I don't think Liquid ever got to use any of their utility in this game. So we'll see how or if he's going to be able to make it out of there alive. And as you said, it's dangerous to jump on off those cliffs, and I mean that segues perfectly into why, as I said before, why they brought that bike in. You can control the bike easily, and you can jump off from pretty much any distance or any height without taking damage when you're on a bike.
True.
So I love the fact that Multi-Circle Gaming did it here. Bring in the bike so that if worse comes to worse and you have to jump off, which you probably will have to at some point, they can utilize that bike, send it off the mountain, and play from below, and maybe catch some people off guard. Pang does go down at the end of it. Ike's able to fight him with a nade. That Shag only granted him cover for so long. And you can see this, everybody on the mountain. I'm very surprised to see there still being 26 players alive in this circle.
Yeah, I'm really curious how Petrichor Road is going to get in off the side of that circle, but that's neither here nor there. Everybody else is jammed inside of the cliff sides as Sonics working their way in from the south. Na'Vi in front, Multi-Circle Gaming on top. And Huynh has a bolt, has that AWM in the back line, and Besto's just really doing his best to see if he can hold Sonics at bay. Some smokes coming out, allowing Sonics to kind of maneuver into position here, get themselves set up. Navi's got smokes on their side to cut off anybody from their east. I had to think about the directions there. It's like the opposite of what I'm thinking they're looking at. Grenades coming out now to kind of soften each other up. So far, no knocks just yet.
I was gonna say, I mean, best of luck. You have 3 mollies and 2 nades. You gotta use that to your advantage. You gotta try and isolate them. Maybe throw that molly up closest to the wall, so at least for now, they won't be able to push in that direction. With mollies alone, you could essentially force them to have to wrap underneath. You can see that's kind of what he's trying to do now. Throw those mollies over and do his best to force Sonics into moving the direction that he wants them to. STK still up on the hilltop. Penta, you see here, they're kind of sharing it for now with Multi-Circle Gaming. We saw an up come in before. Ooh, that's flashes both of them. I thought it was going to be an 8. That would be perfectly on point, but Best Luck is going to be completely blind. Here's Dean immediately. Flush, knocked down at least early on. I'm not sure there's going to be any retaliation on that one. No, not immediate.
Yeah, fantastic push so far for the Sonics, able to isolate one. Good use of their flashes, good timing on their movement. So far, Sonics look to be clicking pretty well here. 8 kills already. Of course, a successful defense early on against LG Divine. Half of those kills. So they're looking pretty strong here throughout this round. Now they got to keep inching their way forward. Huynh going to be the one on point with that level 3 gear, but there is further ahead, Raylo with a grows up for Oath. Still 2 members of Na'Vi as well lurk underneath this hill, just kind of waiting, listening, watching to see what the Sonics are going to do, as the circle is going to force the issue. Sonics have to push forward, as does Multi-Circle Gaming. They could square off against SDK over up at the top. Afrika quiet over on the side, picking off a few people here and there, but they have found themselves a decent little position. About the only any kind of structures that are left in this circle is this shack and fence line. There isn't much else.
Really is, and then the issue for them is this position is all good, but if they get focused by the team on top, they could very easily be in trouble because they can't all hide in or around that shack. We've seen what nades and mollies can do enough in the past to know. Sonics now, well, they know that to push forward. They're about, I don't know, 5-10 meters outside what will be the next blue wall. So we'll see now. Here comes the push. Flashes from forward. The push is follow. Finds one instantly. Finds a second. And that, my friends, is a clean sweep on the side of Sonics. They make their way further forward, but it's not done just yet. Still plenty more fights to come. Relo being the next obstacle in front of them.
He overcooked that grenade a bit, but here comes MCG from over the top. Summer finds Tiggleton quick and easy with the barrel. Grenades exploding all around them. Raylo still trying to get in on this himself, throwing some mollies. So the exit path for Sonics blocked by fire currently. And Summer still watching over. He has a nice little cliff angle there where like Petrichor Road and the other teams to his north can't really see him. So he's able to pretty effectively lean over that side. Now shoot to kill, doing what you were talking about earlier, Toby. Watching the tops of Afrika. Decent damage being done to Hikari. Here comes some more throwables out of them. You can see all of SDK. They start out with the throwables. So there's a good one from Luke 12 to get the knock onto Hikari. They are so scary with these, as we've seen time and again. Hansia, though, stepping up into the middle of this, gets Purdy Curdy knocked, looking to see if he can somehow get that flush. Doesn't quite need it just yet, but now Petrichor Road flanking into this. Afrika Freaks falling apart. It's just a COD left. Oh, are they done? It's so close.
He's doing so much damage to them from below. They cut the circle, and Petrichor know they have all the other guys fighting up above. Even Lee now taking the fight towards Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro have been quiet for a good while. I mean, they are still 4 alive. They've been sitting tight here in the ball, and you can see now with Multi-Circle Gaming having to jump off, this fight was bound to happen at some point. Molly's thrown close, flashes all over the place as well. Everyone's fighting while Petrichor is trying to hold people out of the circle. H-Win now finds Ixlip. That's huge. That's one player who's doing a lot of damage from inside the circle. Gone down. A cop will go down at the end of it as well. So that's going to be a Afrika Freaks out. Spiro, he knows they have opponents on both sides. Back down and somehow hope that Multi-Circle and STK will have to fight one another.
Yeah, see if you can get him to do that. It's going to be really tough. Ixlef still not flushed just yet, so that knock hasn't been cleaned up. Meanwhile, Sonics losing Tickleton early have been able to keep it going, and Shrimzy, but they're still doing a good job working the bottom of this ridge line, keeping Multi-Circle at least at bay enough. But Summer, it's kind of looking like he's maybe had enough of this. He really wants to open up this space for his teammates. The play caller for MCG looking down there, seeing if he can see the Sonics, but the Sonics for now able to avoid detection. VP has been able to kind of saddle up inside of this giant gulf in the middle of this circle, and so far MCG hasn't been able to safely push over either side. I say that, Summer's got a Groza, lining it up, some spray coming through, Tank's gonna get a little in there as well. There's 2 teams in his sideline. Summer wants to finish this, they're pushing down the hill. Ling Du knocks Spiral in the smoke, trying to hold this off. There's some good damage, but here comes Pentalol, here comes Shoot to Kill, getting a ton of damage. It's just Evil Lead left for MCG out in the smoke, but no, he's gonna get taken down. It's chaos.
This is an absolute cluster of an engagement. Everyone forced to fight their way through the ball. SDK tried to hold them off from below, and now we just have 4 teams left alive in the cluster of all of it. Somehow no teams were eliminated, and props to Petrichor for trying to hold off from below, but at the same time, Shoot to Kill, so much damage done up into that ball of teams. Ixlip spots one from below. That's Luke gone down. They thought they had all of them on their side, but not gonna happen. Sonic's still alive, and this one, Mill goes down. Ixlip is alone, and he finds one through the smoke. Just one left on his feet. I believe it's just one. Yeah, Penza. No, Penza got Alo up, else I spoke. So Alo up and alive. Solo players galore, other than Sonics playing with 2 on the south side of the circle.
I mean, this is a wild finish. This is why I love this area of the map. You're seeing the cream of the crop rise. Ixlef still watching around those smokes, but now the Sonics, the only team with 2 running. They're trying to get the res onto Pentalol, so SDK might be able to get 2 themselves. Ixlef doesn't like what he sees. He's a little concerned about coming up over that angle and exposing himself to his south. So it's going to be more smokes being thrown out here by the other teams, by the other players. Still a lot of time in this one, actually. There's still a lot of cover, still a fair amount of smokes to be thrown by a couple of these teams. So this one could go a bit longer here, Toby. There's actually quite a bit of time on the clock.
Say that we'll see. Smokes all over the place. Everyone's trying to force other teams to fight. Do they know? Do they know that Spiro is inside this smoke? They have to have an idea, but the H-Win over the top takes down Penta. If Spiro finds one now, that could be huge. That would clear the entire west side of the circle for him, Spiro. Watch out, Blue is coming your way. You cannot start getting tagged by this. Now he spots when he gets him. Spiro instantly headshots Halo. He didn't have a helmet. He takes him down. Now one below from Petrichor is still alive. It's Ixlip. He's done so much damage in this game already. It's a 2v1v1. Here comes Sonics down below. They find the first, now 1v2 against Spiro.
All right, Mime looking to get the finish, but it's going to be H-Win getting the headshot and the win for the Sonics, coming through here big. Wow. Game number 1, 14 kills. What a round for the boys from NA. They've been looking to get back. You can see the relief on Shrimzy's face. They have done it. They have found the weekly finals again. They come out fragging in game number 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, not only have they made their way to the finals, but with flying colors, that was a hell of a performance by Sonics. Not only making it all the way to the end, but with the amount of kills they had, they fought their way below the wall all the way in. They were fighting off so many teams throughout all of it. They knew when to engage. They knew when to back off. They held off Divine earlier in that game. So many different elements, so many different obstacles they had to overcome, and they make it all the way through with the chicken dinner. That was a hell of a game from Sonics.
Yeah, I mean, just so impressive from them, fighting almost from phase 3 on, when that circle made that odd shift to have the mountain between Picado and San Martin in it. From there on, they were fighting. LG Divine crashed them. Then they had to push up. They had to go through MCG. They had to go through Na'Vi. Just a really, really standout performance for them. And they get $2,000 for their hard work. Very nice round for them. A lot of other teams looking really good in that one. I got to give Virtus Pro a lot of credit. They're able to hang on, through some really tough fights that they faced.
Following credit is difficult to fight in these areas of the map where you don't, normally you only really have to worry about your 180 when it goes up and down in the vertical sense. You have to look straight and you have to look up. Having to fight up and down at the same time, it's so damn difficult. And when they were down to just 2 players, it's so hard to do. And Sonics, I mean, they thrive in these close quarter combat areas. Many of the NA teams do. That's why we see STK have a good game there. That's why we see Sonics go out and perform extremely well in this match too. Just in an insane game, an insane finish to the first game of the day, and I think Sonics can be very, very proud of this win.
Absolutely, they should be, and for them, you can see a ton of relief on the faces of the Sonics. They've been looking for this. It's been a rough go the last couple weeks for them, and now they give themselves another opportunity to put some more money in the bank. Happy to see it, of course. And I personally, I love those circles. I think it really shows some of the best players. Like at the end there, you see Spiro from VP. You see Akeslep from Peril. Like these guys who are just nutty fraggers are able to just really shine in moments like this.
Very, very wild game. Once phase 3 popped, we knew, and I think Sonics knew that, oh no, we have to leave the compound. We have to fight in the open. It's gonna be tricky. That's where all hell broke loose, and somehow they see and they overcome. They make their way to the finals after what has been a somewhat tough path for them over the last week, I would say, at least. Glad to see them back. Let's hop on over to Sonics and see what they have to say after that win.
안녕하세요, 광민선입니다. 오늘 6번째 매치에서 바로 승리를 가져간 팀은 소닉스였는데요. 지금부터 쉬림즈 선수 만나서 인터뷰 들어볼게요. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations for your
네,
win.
마지막에 돌산의 위치를 점하는 게 가장 큰 포인트였을 것 같은데 인원 손실에도 불구하고 결국에 이렇게 치킨을 가져가게 되셨습니다. 그 당시에 어떤 오더가 오갔는지 좀 들어볼게요.
So your win today was hugely based on your location at the last bit of the game. You guys were 2-man down. What sort of orders or what sort of comms did you guys have within the team?
It's basically just about being calm. H1 and Mime are very good in those situations. They're very clutch players, so we just give them, the info that we can, and they do their job. They do a good job.
일단 그런 상황에 있어서 제일 중요했던 부분은 차분함을 유지하는 거였고, H1 선수랑 마임 선수가 그 부분을 상당히 잘해줬고, 저희는 이제 인포메이션을 주면서 더욱더 성공적으로 게임을 이끌어 나갈 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
네, 소닉스의 경우에는 좀 북미에서 굉장히 기대를 받고 있는 팀이고 또 첫 주차에 파이널로 갔는데 사실 엄청 오랜만에 지금 4주차 만에 파이널로 간 거거든요. 그간 좀 팀원들이랑 어떤 피드백을 주고 받았는지 아쉬운 점은 없었는지도 궁금합니다.
So Sonics was and it still is one of the most anticipated teams in within NA. However, this is it's been a while since we've been to the weekly finals. What sort of feedback did you guys have as a team to overcome your difficulties?
Well, I'm not going to give away any strategies or anything, but basically we just needed to stop dying and then start living, and that's what we did.
일단 뭐 전략적인 거는 비밀이고 최선을 다한 부분은 일단 죽지 않고 최대한 오랫동안 생존하는 거에 있는 것 같습니다.
네, 이렇게 해서 4주차 만에 서바이벌에 적응해 가고 있는 소닉스의 모습을 여러분들이 지켜보시게 되고 있고요. 자, 이제 파이널 후반기가 사실 더 중요할 것 같아요. 상금이 계속 불어나기 때문인데 파이널에 임하는 각오까지 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
Okay, so as the game reaches the end, it's becoming more important as the price increases. What are you guys planning to do better for the ongoing games?
I mean, basically, we just have to play slow and not send it into the middle of the circle, and then we'll be fine. You know, we've done well all year playing our play style, and I think we just got a little out of it, and now we're back, and you know, we're ready to dominate the finals.
일단 차분함을 계속해서 유지하는 게 제일 좋을 것 같고, 올해 해당 대회에 있어서는 조금 어려운 모습을 보였지만 그 전에 보여줬던 모습들을 하면서 이겨낼 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
네, 다시 한번 소닉스 파이널 진출 축하드리겠고요. 오늘 고생 많으셨습니다. Congratulations.
Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 쉬림즈 선수와의 인터뷰 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 6번째 매치에서 승리를 가져간 팀 소닉스였고요.
Holy, that was an insane ending. What on earth did we just witness? What a way to start day number 2 here of the weekly survival for week 4. That was unbelievable. Sonics get themselves the victory, $2,000 in the bank. I'm joined by Hypunk and Clover as well here. Clover, that was a nuts ending to this first game.
I mean, you know, whenever we see these circles, it's always really spicy, but to have that many teams have that many kind of hands in the bag up until the end, I think even when we were watching the green room, we were all saying, like, we don't know who wins this. And for a while, we were even kind of thinking it could have been STK, but Sonics with 2-man were able to hold strong through the ends. And when it became a 1v1, v1, v2, obviously beautiful ending there. But I mean, I want to kind of point out, and I'm sure maybe Hypok wants to talk about it too, we had some really insane plays with 1 or 2 people really fragging out these full squad kills. Obviously that nade was Stilson, but we've got to talk about what happened to Team Liquid real quickly, because that was so heartbreaking.
Do we? I don't think we need to. I think the clip kind of summed it up better than I think we'd ever be able to recreate that. But no, you're absolutely right. I love these circles just because it does produce that sort of gameplay, right? It's everybody's on foot come circle 4 and 5. Everybody's pushing engagements like this where we see Sonic really, really excel, right? They're fantastic in close quarters. And when they're able to kind of set up and open these team fights on their own footing, they look fantastic. And then I mean, things like this as well. That's why I love these circles, right? Then actually, even after all of this, 8's left. What? This clip right here, this was absolutely insane. And the fact that he actually punishes the only team left that's 4-man standing, right? It pretty much, like, I don't want to say at this point it gives the win to Sonics, but for a solo to do that much damage and then Spyro clean it up as well, it's one of those games where you just say, yeah, the stars align, Sonics are able to pounce and actually earn the win before this, but close it out.
Yeah, ridiculous stuff. Sonics get themselves the victory here, but what chaos we saw at the very end. And actually, Clover, to your point, when we were talking about this game behind the stage, like when you're looking at how STK are playing this, they're all kind of towards that northwest side. They flex around onto control the whole north side. But if it wasn't for Ike's left, I think Sonics probably has this game. It's just Ike's left being insane in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, Ike's left for Petrichor. He has been a player to watch, right? And I know we talked a lot about meta and how their performance in the bottom 16 was for week 3. Yeah. Petrichor Road was right up there, and Ike's left was a huge part of that. And I think that's a player you've got to watch out for along with that. But, you know, I mean, kind of to bring your point on SDK, that circle stayed center for a long time, and SDK was one of the few teams that really didn't have to move too much, but they really used that for their advantage. They used it as an opportunity to put down a decent amount of kills. You see right there, 7, 4 of which I do want to point out did go to Pentalol. So they were able to do a bit with that, but obviously in the end couldn't quite clutch.
Penta putting in work here in this game. So as much as one North American team falls to amazing plays, one North American team rises. Sonics getting themselves a win on the board. That's got to give them, quite honestly, I know it's a little bit of a cliche, but it's got to give them a confidence booster here, Hypok, considering that there has been a bit of a rocky road for Sonics as of late.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm absolutely reassured by what Shrimsy said. We're back, right?
Yeah,
I mean, they've left us guessing for a couple of weeks now, but to come back in, and again, it's familiar territory, right? These Northeast Piccolo circles are where Sonics really excelled back in PCS and NA last year. So it's good they're able to convert this game. This one obviously a little trickier just because of the nature of it pushing towards the rocks. There being the opportunity for lots of teams to position themselves and kind of create those obstacles for them. It's not as if they were gifted beyond Circle 3 and 4. They had to fight for that one. And that's when we see Sonics really earn their wins, is actually backs against the wall. We've got to push as 4 on for fight through these teams. Shrimsy even said it. They need to stop sending center and trying to play this position game, because that's not what Sonics are good at, right? They're good at just brute forcing their way into circles.
If there was a duo left that I had to pick for Sonics as well to be able to round things out, for me it is Mime and H-Wing. Considering what they were able to put up in the first couple of weeks, Clover, I think they're absolutely fantastic.
This is a total NA bromance, right? A dynamic duo in terms of both the performance. And we even saw H1 up there, right, leading his team in damage. So, but yeah, the comfort level I think that the two of them have playing together is bar none. Not to say anything on the rest of the Sonics team, but just you love to see it. You love to see those two together.
No, indeed. I mean, Shrimsy, even back week 1 or so, said he truly and strongly believes he is playing with some of the best players in the world. And who can count it out when you see some of these players coming out? So aside from that, other teams that were kind of in that cluster towards the end, Hypoc, I thought VP was going to be able to do well from their position. They know these hills well, but unfortunately for them, they were crunched and in an insane fight.
Yeah, and I think this comes down to traditionally those circles, they play out in a way that, you know, a 4-man can tuck into a hole and just kind of, they don't show their head until circle 6. But again, with this slight switch up, and a lot of people maybe making the more passive choice if they're at a T-junction, so to say, and what to do, I think this here is probably more players left in kind of circle 5 and 6 than we traditionally see in circles like this. So there were a few teams that were able to just try and play position, play out, try and survive through to the end game. And you know, ultimately, I mean, that was why it was so hard to call, right? There was I mean, Na'Vi were positioned well in circle 5, VP, as you said, SDK, even some of the teams that had lost players up on the high ground, they were still in a really good spot to edge out a win there.
And here comes Infantry joining the lobby here now. One of the teams that is, let's be honest, Clover, when it comes to their potential, their fragging power, their ability to be able to manipulate the other teams around them in terms of positioning, they are an absolute powerhouse entering the lobby now.
Yeah, I mean, Hypoc just, you know, used brute force to talk a little bit about Sonics. Even talk about brute force. I think that's what we've been seeing out of Infantry so far. And they're a bit of sink and swim in terms of their games. You know, we'll see them go out really early without any kills, or we'll see them place near the top or at the top and have, you know, a 10-15 kill game. And I think that we're going to see some really exciting things from them today.
Damn, our Korean counterparts styling. Did you see some of those shirts they were wearing? I like it a lot. But yeah, Hypoc, coming in, what are your thoughts regarding Infantry?
Yeah, I mean, Infantry, week 3 was really difficult for them. And traditional scoring-wise, they actually got 115 points on the week. And I'm just looking at it now, and it's like there's 6 or 7 top 5 placement finishes. And, you know, most of them are stacked up with kills as well. So, I mean, if they can keep this consistency up, again, it's just one of those things that it's not a case of if, it's when, right? When they can kind of get themselves into that position, win that one team fight that's going to give them a lot of space to position well and come through with a win. But I mean, if they can kind of repeat their successes from week 1 and 2, because they won very early on in week 1 and 2 to get through to the weekly finals. And week 3 was kind of just this slugfest where it felt really difficult to watch because we'd seen them already kind of edge out very easy wins previously.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, guys, when looking at how this plays out for Infantry. It felt like week 3 was kicking the bee's nest after they had a great week 1 and week 2. And Infantry is now back in the lobby. How are they going to fare? FaZe as well, looking to get themselves a win on the board. Currently the lobby leaders, they do not want anybody catching to them up whatsoever. We are now going on to Miramar before we get into this. Clover, any short thoughts before we get on in? Any thoughts you want to look at?
You know, I just kind of hoping that once maybe Oath and STK, I know a little NA bias, but they made it in late game. I want to see them commit a little bit harder.
They can do it. They can definitely do it. Let's get on in as we are brought to you by Intel. A huge thank you for them joining us here at the PGI.S. Let's get it going. Infantry joins the lobby. The powerhouse. Paper, Toby, bring us the game.
Thank you very much once again, K. Laris, as we are up on the northern half of Erangel to kick this one off. First Erangel of the day, and they are and this is going to be really interesting here. With Infantry joining us, Toby, you trolled me a little bit before the broadcast. I said, Toby, who's winning the first game of the day? And you go, Infantry. And for a half a second, I almost believed you because I am that confident in this team. And then I was like, wait a minute. They're not joining us yet. They got to do it on the second game, but darn right this team could do it.
I did try and bait you. And for a second, as you said, you sounded like you believed me. I love that clear-cut, just believe in confidence in one another. I would have believed if you said attack all around was winning game 1 today as well. Let's see Infantry. I mean, if there's a team that desperately wants to get out of this weekly survival, that's them. They had three third places and 2 second places in the weekly survival last week, and as Hypox said, with a lot of kills to boot as well. They had some insane games, just could not clutch out a win. So I don't like to talk about a team deserving to make it through to final, because all these teams are incredibly good, and you couldn't pick 16 teams to go through and not feel like you were missing some. There's just no way to do it with all these 32 teams playing. But to me, in this particular case, Infantry, they've shown us they should be in there, and it's on them, really. It's on them to go out and get those wins. As much as they like to play aggressive, as much as they like to take control, which I really love to see them do, maybe just for a split second in the end game, even though you're feeling it, even though you're pushing forward and playing aggressive, slow it down for a sec, let the other guys fight as well, and then bring those 4 players into the end game rather than 3.
Yeah, definitely when Infantry's at their absolute best is when they're a tempered form of their aggressive style. It's not just the all-out, just, go, pedal to the metal style that we do see from them from time to time. It's when they're kind of taking their time, working their fights, making sure their communication's good, working together as a squad, because that's one thing that when their teamwork is on point, to me, Infantry may be the best team in the world for like a tactical situation. For a 4-on-4, there's at their absolute peak, there's not many other teams I'd take over Infantry in that situation.
Yeah, they are terrifying. And one of the things that, I mean, from an analytical perspective, confuse me about Infantry more than other teams is usually best luck. You heard the car continue through the fence there. Just gotta make sure it's not rolling away from you. One of the things that confuse me the most about Infantry is normally when I see a team do well and then have some poor games, I can go in and say, okay, this is what they did wrong. This is what didn't work out for them. This is clearly something they're working on. Let's work on that. But for Infantry, they can go out and have a 17 kill second place, and then they can have a 16 place 0 kill game the very next game, and I can go, what you did in these 2 games were just so far from one another. Everything you did right in this one, you messed up in the next one, and that's one of the few things that scare me. That their bad games tend to be, what is Clip doing out there? What is EB doing out there? Hello, guys? You're looting. You're looting Pachinki. Go back. EB, get away from there.
Yeah, this is an odd one. It looks like it's kind of it looks like a pick, right? They're trying to set a trap onto Luke 12. They know he's alone. Like, if they're watching their parachutes correctly, they know he's alone in this compound, so they're trying to get down there. I'm just, it is a risk. It is a risk to go out here and try to kind of mess, particularly with SDK early. But Ibiza and Glib are going to escape with their lives for now. Furia rolling in from North George area as they have completed their looting. Circle is very central once again. So far, nothing too crazy. But yeah, I love to talk about Infantry. I could talk about them all day, frankly, because they're one of my absolute favorite teams to watch play. But we'll move on to other stuff going on here. There isn't a lot, though. Circle very favorable. Even though the plane path was heavily north, there wasn't a lot of shenanigans with people trying to compete over cars. And, maybe there's what I sometimes refer to as a fever drop, where teams accidentally hot drop each other on a spot they don't mean to. things like that. But none of that really happened here. Pretty basic so far.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's not been the most hectic of games, and also just, I mean, as a little side note, wait, how many? I should know this, but how many games did Sonics play? 2 or 3 before they made it through to the
2.
finals? Yeah, only 2, right?
Yeah, they came in on the very last game yesterday. Yeah.
Exactly. That's pretty damn impressive. It's because we were talking about how now Sonics come back and Liquid have to move out of some of their more favorite loot spots, and we'll see other teams added in. I mean, 4AM coming back, and that's going to potentially force STK to make a move out of school and apps on their ankle. It's I guess for Liquid's sake, it was pretty good for them. Same discussion that we had in terms of Day Trade and Furia. Pretty good for them that Sonics just came in and left again, because now Liquid can go back to looting their usual spots.
So by the laws of transitive properties, Liquid should win this. Then Damwon Kia gets Pachinki. The next time we go to Erangel. That's how this works. Absolutely. No, we'll see. You never know. But yeah, I mean, for Team Liquid, yeah, it is a nice gift, to be able to go back to Picado. I mean, not that I think Team Liquid, again, a team that's really adapted rather quickly to not having their centralized loot spot available to them. They've been willing to go to other places rather quickly, kind of learning lessons from previous events. And speaking of learning lessons, TSG might just learn one here as they lose Shandian to Tank. Volibear getting close to SDK territory at the apps, and he's going to get backed off. But Shandian, nowhere to go now. He is looking pretty dead.
Caught mid-rotation, that's unfortunate. We haven't seen too many teams up to push up this hill early. Multi-Circle Gaming has been up here before, but only with one player. And when they've come driving past here, which TSG has done before, they haven't really been contested. Maybe, okay, we hear one guy shoot, or maybe the Multi-Circle Gaming player wasn't in a position to try and engage on it. But that's, I mean, as you said, learn by mistakes, but also learn from games being played. If you have an opportunity to get a free kill on a rotation, and you see them make this same rotation time and time again on these type first circles, set one more guy up there and get yourself that first knock, and that's exactly what Tank did. Tank usually isn't the guy that's up on the hillside early on these circles, so set one more up alongside Lingdu, and then get yourself a freebie. Smart play by Multi-Circle Gaming.
Yeah, it's something you'll see all the teams do that qualify for this level, or a lot of them, that they read the opponent's rotations throughout the event, notice their tendencies, and will set up traps. They will set up situations where they suspect that an enemy team might do something like that, and they find good positions to take advantage of it. Infantry, one of the ones that does it. MCG doing it here. I've seen basically almost every team I've seen do it at one point or another. Let's watch this shooting from Tank. Just tapping away with the what in the world? That's just mean. That's just mean, man. Good Lord.
You know all kinds of hell is going to break loose when the first bullet's a headshot. You go, well, I'm probably not going to survive this. Tank doesn't miss those. That's some good shooting. Na'Vi, they are circling around like sharks in the water, trying to see if there's anyone here, and they do find Jayant, but they also see him leave, so Tap no reason to chase. Says, you know what, we'll take the compound, we'll sit tight, and we'll wait for the next circle to come still, staying on the east side edge alongside Divine. They will let them play on the inside. There's plenty of space still to wrap around should they need to, and for now, Divine are going to stick around to the plank houses out towards the west of the compound, but I would assume come next circle, they might opt to, if not leave, then split out, because they are in a pretty wide 2-1-1 split, and Turtle, I was just going to say, Turtle knows their Petrichor players on the other side, but you can see Turtle actually leaving the compound now as well. James, peek on over, spots infantry. They like to play up around here. Makes perfect sense for them to be in this area, and here they are once more.
Yeah, absolutely. You do have 9 from infantry heading over to the warehouse by the church there. James and Ibiza probably aware of it, or at least, thinking that something might be going on, as they're just kind of looking around, seeing what's going on. They don't have to move too far, of course. Pachinki, center of the map, circle relatively center as well. So for them, not much to be done. Damwon Kia, on the other hand, out of displaced from their home, their typical home of Pachinki, and they are going to roll up to the outside of it instead. But this is actually pretty interesting here for Damwon Kia, because what they're doing right now is kind of putting themselves in a position that, frankly, they would normally try to get into anyway. They love to work towards the Potato Mountain area, and that's kind of where they're positioning themselves.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense, right? Even though you don't get to loot where you normally would, at least if you have a chance to go back and try and utilize the same rotation paths coming out of the city. So they just said, well, we didn't get Pachinki, but let's just wrap around Pachinki and go where we would have gone anyway. So they can go back to play the same style. I just quickly, even though, I mean, as well, I don't like to put too much focus on the map stream per se, but if you look at what FaZe is doing right now, it is incredibly interesting for any one of you looking at the map. 8C is all the way over in... Well, thank you, observers. 8C is all the way over in what we like to call chopsticks on the west side, with Fuss, Gustav, and Uber down towards the east. They're taking so much control right now, and while this might not have paid off completely with where the next circle has gone, they now have a clear path to rotate. We've seen Virtus.pro do the same thing. We've seen Gen G do the same thing, but it's kind of been them two teams. The first team I remember seeing doing it was Shift W back in the day, the German team. Now we see FaZe try and kind of utilize the same pearls on a string on the edge of the circle. Maybe this is something we'll see more teams start doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it gives you a lot of options. That's the point. Evil Lee here, trading some damage with Peng. And nothing serious going between the two of them. Peng gets clipped just a smidgen, but nothing substantial, like I mentioned. And Multi-Circle Gaming gonna head out to the northeast building. Afrika cutting across their path. Afrika taking a pretty dangerous line with Meta right behind them. Wicked, the Korean player as well, filling in for Meta, riding shotgun in that vehicle. Tank here spraying through, seeing if he could find another connection like he found earlier in the round, and Akkad's gonna go down to Pentalol, and yeah, Afrika's getting a little bit too deep into the paint here. There's Virtus.pro ready near Razak. Looks like they might be able to get two more in there. I'm watching from the map on the bottom right-hand corner there, and yes, they do. Virtus.pro is gonna back off, fortunately for the Freaks, but yeah, that was a risky one, no doubt about it. And I don't know what they're gonna do after that. They're in the middle of Razak. That's a tough spot to rotate in and out of.
Yeah, it's one of those you're probably not going to be bringing out vehicles from here from now on, unless if you get a clear-cut exit path towards the west, or maybe north should the circle hard shift up there, which for every competitive integrity in the game, please don't hard shift towards the north next circle. I know people you want to see it, but
I do.
I do. Me. We've seen worse. We've seen worse. We've seen worse. That would be on the list though, if this one did go up towards the north.
Absolutely. I mean, it could be really weird. You never know where this one wants to end up, but it's likely to end south of the river, of course. That's why most of the teams have settled up down there. One of the teams that is not, Oath, is north of the river right now, but they're going to have Overwatch on the Razak short bridge, so they can kind of watch that area. Here comes FaZe as well. They're heading north, one of the other ones, along with Zenith now. So you're going to find about 3 teams, including one trailing member of Furia, that are going to be situating themselves north of the river for now.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, there is, as much as I said, it won't shift up. There is actually some more land than I at first thought. And also, what do we have on the screen here? Paper, it's a code. It's a code.
Yes.
A wild code appears.
I'm throwing Pokeballs at my screen right now trying to catch it, but it's not working, Toby. I don't understand.
Oh, unfortunately, it even has the same colors. Well, there's a code in your screen. Get yourself your coupon and get yourself, once you get the coupon, a good vote in on who will do well in the weekly finals, and then we'll see. We'll see who'll do well. Will you get your points? Will you get your skins? Only time will tell. Will Oath get these shots connected onto Zenith? Nope. Roth will get the shots connected in return. So Balefrost off the roof he goes. 15 seconds to go until we know whether this rotation for both Oath and Zenith has paid off, or whether they'll have to jump ship and make their way down towards the south again. FaZe as well has made their way up here, and in the meantime, just more and more teams make their way into Razak. We now have 3 with TSG to the east. Let's see if it's paid off. Where are we headed? Are we going north?
North!
Oh my god.
Yes!
Oh my absolute god. I can hear Paper then jumping out of the chair, going full speed, crazy mode, and understandably so, because this is about to get crazy, Paper. We're headed to the north.
Yeah, a lot of teams going to be making their moves for these bridges, and those are going to get congested real fast. Damwon Kia trading some shots with Furia, some parting blows there into Furia as they do get across first into the Bermuda Triangle there. Peril is going to make their way by the Yasnaya Bridge, and they are safely across themselves. Zenith potentially lurking ahead. The shots fired across the bows, still for Furia and Damwon Kia, and now you've got Liquid behind you if you're Damwon Kia, so you've got a couple angles to worry about. Oh, Clip's gonna get killed. Oh no, Sumjong too! Oh, Clip just ruining the round for Damwon Kia from behind. Not sure what happened there, but some fantastic side seat driving by them. And that's going to leave Under and Indigo, the only two left for the squad from Korea.
6x SLRing people out of cars while driving. That is next level. And Clip finds 2. That's going to make their rotation not necessarily much easier, but at least they know that should there be a pull-up in front of them, then it will most likely only be 2 players. But we are headed up to the north, as you saw before, and very little terrain to really utilize with so many teams around this area. Razok will be shifted out from, I would assume anyway, next circle, and now Na'Vi trying to play on the inside of the circle here with Meta outside, trying to hold them at bay. Furia loses 1 as they try to push up towards Virtus Pro, who has managed to find themselves safe, at least for now, up towards the north.
Oh, crash coming here from Team Liquid right into, oh, the Biza gets Balefrost. The side seat shooting for Team Liquid so darn good right now. Clip picks up another. That's 3 kills for him already in this round. Team Liquid really doing a fantastic job utilizing those vehicles and their ability to shoot from the side of them very, very well. So Oath with this 2-2 split going to suffer because of it. It's going to be Team Liquid, at least for now, that reaps the rewards. However, that being said, this compound can be a little dangerous, as we just saw.
Upset that they were used as punching bags last game or aim practice. Now they want to get a chance to shoot back. Let's watch this from Clip. And
they're
boink.
Oh no,
that's 1.
Oh.
2 bullets.
What?
2 knocks. Clip, you are an absolute beast. That is just disgusting. That is absolutely insane. What a shot. What a 2 shots from Clip to connect those. Great shooting coming in from here. And here are the remaining players from Damwon Kia in trouble, to say the least.
Yeah, it's not going well for them. It's from bad to worse now. FaZe coming across the north. Zenith already situated at the gas station now, trying to lock this down. And indeed, we are heading to the north of the river. So about what you would expect out of the Phase 4 circle, as it does have to leave as much water as it can. So it's going that way. Oh, I spoke a little too soon for FaZe. They're under fire from a couple different directions. Kickstart and Silzen going to find Nox here. And it's just cars to save them. And if I'm Zenith, I'm blowing these cars up. I am blowing these cars up. Just make it rain on top of this and ruin any chance FaZe has.
You can hear it. They have the ammo to do so as well. Get these vehicles exploded, so even if they do stay alive, they won't have a chance to rotate out of here. Because if they have vehicles at this point, they could pull up on them. STK, the bridge troll is here. We saw them swim across just before, and now Divine try to make it over. They do manage to do so, but they lose 1 in transition. June trying to get away. Turtle does get flushed, and, well, I guess for Purdy, he found himself a vehicle.
Yeah, I stole that vehicle right from LG Divine, GTA style. So for STK, the bridge trolling going to pay off. They took a little damage from MCG on the side, but nothing critical just yet. More knocks coming in towards FaZe. LG Divine now rolling into the party right by FaZe as well. This could be pretty bad here. Speaking of bad, Besto is going to get Lingdu. Tank gets the tab. Besto gets tank. Besto looking for the flush as well. Does clean that up. So MCG cutting through Na'Vi territory, and Na'Vi says, no, not today.
Not gonna happen, trying to hold off here. I love the fact that they have Senya already crossed over to the other side, so they have somewhat of an anchor point or foothold inside the circle. Not that it's much space to play from, but at least you know you have one that doesn't have to move once the circle starts moving forward. Orange pushing aggressive here now. This is dangerous, even though, yep, he does get the knock. Great play on his part. The issue is here. Should he go down and return? There ain't no one on this side that can really help him out. Bestalog is currently fighting Evil Lee, and there's nothing Senya can do to assist. Now Bestalog falls as well. Evil Lee able to find the double. Will he get the rest up here? I don't know if there's time for it, but as you can see, Na'Vi opting to take the fight on the side of the circle where Senya just there's no way Senya can do anything to help here. And well, they go down because of it. Senya can now just sit inside the circle and hope that all of Multi-Circle Gaming won't make it in. Lingdu does go down. They try to go for the rest. Not enough time for him to make his way in. Lingdu will get flushed by Senya and in the pit. Not that it matters too much. Kill points don't really count for anything here in the survival week. But at least some damage is being done towards Multi-Circle Gaming. That nade, close, but not close enough.
Yeah, just not enough room on that rock to bounce over it, so it falls short. Hikari gonna let one fly towards the vehicle that he sees by 9. He just cannot quite get it far enough. The PUBG arms, everybody has the same playing ground with that. Everybody has the same throwing strength, so just can't quite get it there this time around. But Hikari continuing to work some space through, but he's gonna see TSG up in the Wizard and know that that could be a dangerous move to make. You could get caught in a crossfire pretty quick. Why not let Triumphant Song Gaming put the shots into infantry, maybe soften them up a little bit and just kind of wait this out, see where we're going. Hard shift over to the east this time, so these two players of Oath going to be able to remain in their building. Pero has theirs as well, and here you go. TSG has sightlines onto Furia further to the west of them as well, as they look to have to move here in a bit. But TSG, only 2 left if I'm not mistaken on this, and indeed, just 2 left, so they're going to have to make a move here pretty soon, and it's going to be a tough one.
From little cover into practically no cover is where the most teams are going to be headed. Liquid in the meantime now pulling up full speed forward over towards Oath. They make their way in Oath. Nice nade from Relo. Preemptive nade. Clip goes down as well. Solid hold from the 2 players to get the flushes on both of them. There's still 2 more left alive. James trying to make his way and he's going to get mollied off. Max here on the side goes down as well. Relo holding off so damn well right now. It's a 2v1 all of a sudden. They got the first 2 down from Oath earlier and now it's just EP left alive. Trying to make the flank around the side. They know there's going to be more players peeking in here soon. Molly, no one to make a flash, thrown forward, no one's flashed, or are they? EV finds the first, he has Riddler on the side, can he spot him, can he get him? No, has to back up, I'm not sure what EV is shooting at right now, but he does get the kill. In the end of it, as more teams start to come on, and TSG, they see the opportunity to make a play here. EV is by himself, he is down on low HP, wants to get the heal off, gets the nade outside, it's gonna get them down to HP, they see it, oh my lord, the first one doesn't see him, but in the end, he will fall. Pang looks to the left where his teammate didn't, that he stay alive.
Yeah, some great plays from Relo to start that one. Then Ebi just all over the place. I mean, he was moving so fast there. He was really ready to try to bring that win home for Team Liquid. Just too much to handle there with TSG coming in at the end. Now FaZe has gotten all their reses up. So for all the damage they took early on, they're still firing. They're still coming. And they're trying to get into LG Divine. I mean, Zenith looks like they've gotten kind of busy with Meta up by the gas station. LG Divine then stuck behind the power tower. And it's just Levi's left over there with 2 from Meta as they have a big 2-2 split going up the hill. Infantry sees Afrika. Hikari gonna get knocked. Somehow Afrika gets ahead of Infantry. I don't know what in the world is EJ around the corner, but no! It is going to be 9 there on the flank to get the finish. And EJ almost with a heck of a repeat isn't able to get it done. Buzzface falling in the push for FaZe, and now Zenith is coming up over the hill saying, okay, well, we didn't finish you guys off yet, but now you're back out in the open space, so we're going to try to do what we couldn't earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Nice double coming in there for Shinboy. And this was what we were talking about, what you were saying as well. We got to destroy those vehicles so the FaZe don't become a threat to us, because we don't want to have to focus down the hill when we really would be wanting to look up the hill. Every time they peek down towards the south, the guys on the hillside will be able to shoot down towards them. And FaZe still being 3 alive could turn out to be quite a thorn in the heel for Zenith later down the path. We'll see. Down one key up somehow. Both Hunter and Indigo survived behind the rock. I believe they've been there for a while now. Infantry, they will fall. They try to make the south around push, but it's STK again in a good position here. 4 alive in the late game. And split pretty well. Penta already 4 kills. Had a ton of kills last game as well. It's a good start. Good start to the tournament for him for sure.
Well, Pero would like to make a weekly finals. That would be the goal. And they're given a decent opportunity with that compound. The only one left in the side of this circle, more or less. TSG has something, but as they come, always say that, and they come down the hill, and now they might not have much. They're pretty exposed here. They're going to find Peng knocked, Aches left, looking, finish the job with the SLR. Just not quite enough room between those 2 vehicles. Well lined up there at least to protect them from peril, whether intentional or not. It's getting the job done potentially. Peng's foot got shot, I believe, there, or something like that. Meta has fallen in the background. Meanwhile, Damwon Kia still alive. Got a couple members of Zenith, but Kickstart good enough over the side. Gonna get 2. Damwon Kia going down. Good hold there by Zenith. That was probably at least a small surprise for them to have under right there.
Oh, yeah. No way they were expecting one to be. There's a great reaction play, and also, should never have had that knock, to be honest, but nice reaction from Kickstart to flake down and get the knock, and for the most part, keep all four alive, because had one of them got knocked there, I'm sure the Virtus Pro would have done everything in their power to get a flush. Now they do get the tires popped, making rotations to come more tricky. Senya, it's been a solo for a while, trying to find his way in, but unfortunately, Purdy Curdy's got eyes on, and knows that there's a CIS player down there somewhere, and with all the rocks just exactly shifted out of and Senya having to move forward, I don't see how he stays alive. Now, though, in the meantime, Zenith forced to make a run forward, but Tulins goes down. He went for the peak, but Punich is there. Now Ruff finds once more. This reminds me of the game we had Zenith play with a 19-kill win just the week before last week. They had an insane 4-man performance there, never lost a single player. Now Kickstart does fall down. We'll see how they can make this push happen. They should be free to make the run for now, but Kickstart's fallen.
Oh, Roth running right through some smoke, potentially. Actually, he stays up at the end, but Lou gonna see him. Batulins is finished by Punich. So now, only 2 on their feet for Zenith. Indeed, we're gonna get the finish by Lou. Lou trying to get a spray on the side of the smoke there. Gets a bit of damage on to the member. Oh, Punich. Punich, no, just steps into Lou's fire. Spiro weakened, still watching over the hill line, and Lou just really holding Zenith out, doing a great job. Can he get the finish? He does. The little help from Spyro over the top. And as good as that round was for Zenith, it's going to be VP that holds on. And here we go. 4 teams left here in Phase 6. SDK Peril with 4 up, FaZe with 3, and VP with 2.
I was just going to say one team that really enjoyed seeing Zenith go down and trying to push over the hill towards Virtus Pro. That's got to be FaZe, and that nade is going to be good as well. Should have won down. No! Just on the other side of the rock, but look at this. We're talking about Pero getting themselves good circles. Here comes the STK circle that they've been waiting for the whole game. They're still playing in the open, so nothing's guaranteed yet. But one thing that I would say is guaranteed is that FaZe is going to be taking this fight to Virtus Pro. Lou all by himself now as one goes down. Uba finds the second. And that's going to be all of them eliminated. FaZe Clan making a space for themselves. They've been playing in the open for a while. They're fortunate that Zenith opted to try and push across rather than hold them out when they were fighting on the north side of the circle. And they now make some space for themselves too. But they have to push in. STK is the next obstacle ahead of them. And they will be shot at by Petrichor Road should they opt to try and push down towards the road.
So for Peril, the job now is to try, if at least I would think, is to get SDK and FaZe to fight if you can so help it. They're positioning their vehicles for the move potentially that they have to make. Phase 7, so one more circle to go before we find out where this one will end. And now setting their smokes out, moving their vehicles forward to get ready for the inevitable move. Feeling pretty comfortable that they should have enough smokes and enough time to make that particular move that they need to set up for it. I really like what Petrichor Road is doing here, getting a little bit proactive. Yeah. I'm a little worried, though, that they might kind of overcommit to something here. Now, they are an aggressive team. Make no mistake, and that's their natural tendency, and that might just be what they need to do to potentially win this because it's what they are comfortable with.
Petrichor needs to pound before whichever team from Shoot to Kill or FaZe wins that hilltop battle. If they get isolated within the compound, they will be in trouble. So I like the fact that they haven't overcommitted. They've sent Icecept and Long out towards the northwest side, trying to hold off should FaZe want to push down towards the road. Trying to take some sort of control. Issue here becomes, should they lose 1 or 2? I don't think they have any clue that Uba is here. There's no way they know now they're starting to shoot forward. Uba does get tagged by the blue one, so he has to run forward. But for Petrichor right now, play contained, don't play aggressive. Uba spots 1-1-2, gets the double down. Ghost up does go down in return, but the rest should be easy. That is the only thing they couldn't have happen towards them. They didn't know of Uba's position. They lose 2, and now they have to play this one just with 2 left alive. There's no way they're going to get the reses here. Uba is not going to allow for them to crawl all the way back and Shoot to Kill. Looking at this with joy.
Yeah, I love the idea from Petrichor Road. Not so thrilled with the timing. I thought that was a bit too early to be coming out there. And Uba's going to make them pay the price with a fantastic double. But he's going to get headshotted by Mamu. Mamu coming out of the trees. Going to finish off that member of FaZe. So 2 left for FaZe. Grenades coming in towards them. Getting damaged pretty decently is Gustav. Almost taken down, but able to avoid death. But that vehicle's going to explode, and Luke 12 actually going to get the knock on the side. Mamu catches Luke 12 out in the open. He reveals his position. That's a knock here onto SDK. Ooh. That's 2 knocks onto SDK because Purdy Curdy getting knocked here as well. So Luke flushed, looking really interesting. Pero might still be able to come away with this.
This is such an insane finish because so fortunate for SDK they have the rich to say, but that should be a good nade. Yes, FaZe goes down. Mamu down. Just 2 players. Is Petrichor 2v4? Make that because they got both the reses up. No, make that 3 because Luke actually did go down. So 2v3. They have the dot. Mill prone down. Sit tight. Wait for them to make the push forward. But oh my lord, this is the type of situation we've seen SDK playing before. They know how to play as a unit. They know how to push forward together. Let's see if Petrichor has what it's needed to bring home this win.
Yeah, I love the push by Mill. Great timing on it. Able to get to the other side of it. Now Mamu just kind of trapped behind this wall. He's going to have to wait this out, see what SDK is going to do. But he's going to have to move out of that position before SDK has to come up over that hill based on where the end of this circle is. So SDK trying to flank around to the side, trying to see if they can isolate any members of Pero to get this fight kicked off, to see if they could get themselves in a 3v1 situation. A few smokes to cover the angle of Mill. I think they suspect that someone is up on the front side of this hill already. They're looking to try to cut the road off.
You have, if you're Petrichor, you have to anticipate the east flank, the push down around below, and if you're Mill, you're gonna say, Mamu, you better damn hit these shots. I need you to so desperately to hit these shots. It's a very, very big memory of the Africa Freaks game against SDK where they qualified through to the weekly finals. We'll see now how they hold off. Mamu is on his own. He will be forced to make a move soon. Now they know there's one across. I believe it's just been spotted by Penta as well. We'll see if he can get the knock across. If Mamu goes down here, I don't see how Mill can win the 1v3. We'll see how much damage Mamu can do, though, once STK are forced down the hillside, which they should be at some point soon.
But he has a lot of grenades and a lot of mollies left. Does Mamu on the backside. So for Mill, continuing to work his way up to the top of this hill, really getting gifted a lot of space in a way, because Shoot to Kill really needs to control this east side, and they're rightly so, really tunneled in on Mamu. Now the grenade game begins. Trading blows are going to be these two teams. Alo, that one's going to come up short. Not really going to catch into him just yet. Follow-ups, going to get a bit of damage, but nothing knocked yet. Mamu still has quite a few more frags in the bag, so he's going to let him rain, but that for now is going to miss the mark.
I think Alo might be able to get eyes on Mill over on the side at some point soon. Now he's trying to make the cross, but you have to become an impact now, Mill. You have to abuse the fact that they can't see you, and he finds the first one. Takes a headshot in return, but he found a knock. That could be huge. We'll see now. Does that allow for Mamu to cross? You can see their HP are both damn low. Penta eyes on one. Mamu spotted once more. Purdy gets eyes over the top. Can't connect anything on him, though. Still down to around half HP. Headshot connected onto Purdy. Has to fall back down. Penta trying to stay alive, trying to get the vision, trying to get the angle onto the opponents. Alo has been flushed. Kill number 10 coming in now. One falls in return. 2 left alive. Mill looking over the top, doesn't know the whereabouts of the last player, doesn't know where Penta's positioned. Mamu should see him because he was taken down from this side. But this, my friend, is a 1v1, and it could go for a little while longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players inching forward to get the on who is where. Shots being traded. They see each other now. They know about it. Let's see if Pentalol can cut it out. No! No, it's not! It is going to be Petrichor Road taking the game in the end. They hold on and win the 2 versus 3 against STK. They find themselves in the weekly finals, finally getting through. And you can see Aches left very, very happy coming over to his teammate. They played a heck of a finale at that one.
Wow. Mill connecting the headshot onto Alo when he had to. There was no way Mamu crossed that road with SDK still being 3. At first it was Mamu, you damn better hit those shots. Second time around, it's Mill. Mill hitting the shots he had to in order for them to cross. And as you said earlier, I mean, isolation game was on point. They managed to separate the fights. Even though there was a good trade coming in from SDK, it got reset into a 1v1. The headshot was available for Mill, and he did not miss it. What a hell of an end game. Still, though, a lot to take away.
And not recognizing Uva, they're still able to hang on. They're still able to recover from it mentally and, you know, both physically, I guess you could call it, in-game. So really, really impressive stuff. I got to give FaZe a ton of credit in that game, too. They don't come through with the win, but they got through way further than I ever thought they would.
Oh yeah, they, I mean, they were blessed with Zenith going up and to take the fight to Virtus Pro when they did, but at the same time, I mean, they played it wisely. They played it slow, they stayed back, they played a much more passive game than what we've seen FaZe do prior to PGI.S. They've really adapted well to the whole, like, you gotta win games format where earlier they would maybe have gone more aggressive. I like what they were doing. When I saw Upa get the double on Petrichor, I thought, okay, Petrichor, you're out of this. There's no way you're bringing this one home. Once you play that flank, like when you send Ice Lift up on that side, if you want to play the contain, if you want to play the edge of the circle, you gotta play the edge of the circle. There's no way you can allow for Upa to get around you like that. That simply won't last, and they lose 2. I thought that was GG. But well played by Petrichor to push on over and take down first Gustav on the backside of the vehicle, but also to cross on over and get that win in the end of it. That was extremely well played by Petrichor.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I thought when they lost those 2 to Uba, I thought that might be it. I thought the wheels might be coming off that bus.
Yeah, for sure. Let's hop on over to the interview with Petrichor and see what the guys have to say after, as well as Sonics not having played that many games.
PGI.S Weekly Survival Week 4, and that was our 7th match. And we have today's winner, Petrichor Road, here with us. Congratulations.
안녕. 엑스레프트 선수 반갑습니다. 와, 정말 첫 파이널 진출이에요. 69번째
your
만에 치킨
first
가져가셨는데
weekly
지금
finals.
기분 한마디로 어떠신가요?
How does it feel?
你们现在是经过了69场的比赛过后，是第一次成功吃鸡的。现在你们成功晋级到了周末决赛。你们现在的感想是什么？
感想你不要乱说，我们第一把吃鸡，我们在那个 TVP 娱乐赛我们就吃过了。然后感想的话，就很激动啊，毕竟被这个折磨了很多次，是所有队伍里面都没有吃过鸡的。
일단 저희가 옛날 그 전에 약간 테스트 경기 약간 그런 경기에서는 한번 치킨을 먹은 적 있는데
We had won the chicken dinner in one of our rehearsal matches, but because we're able to make it to the weekly finals this week, it's feeling really great. I think your team in today's match was able to maintain a really good position, and even at the end when you guys were up against shoot to kill, our players at the end who really were able to hold their ground.
엑스레프트 선수도 오늘 너무 잘했습니다. 이제 파이널로 진출하게 되실 텐데요. 파이널 어떻게 보면 처음으로 도전하시잖아요.
So this weekend is going to be your first challenge in the weekly finals. How are you guys going to be preparing for it?
怎么说呢？也可以说是一个第一次挑战。你们说一下现在的决心。
现在决心就是进了周九，我们是一定要就是拿到前4的。
저희는 위클리 파이널 때 꼭 탑 4를 차지할 예정입니다.
We are going to aim to get into the top 4 for this week's weekly finals as well. Thank you for your interview.
네, 이렇게 해서 패트리코 로드 엑스레프트 선수와
Absolute elation for Petrichor Road. It's their first weekly final that they qualified to here. After 4 weeks of gameplay, they finally make it. You could see it on their faces. They were so happy with this after getting pretty darn close in our previous game as well. Joining me, Hypoc and Clover. Hypoc, that kind of happiness is pretty infectious when you get to see it.
It is, yeah. I mean, that's one of the beauties of the weekly survivals, right? It emphasizes that chicken dinner so much more. You can see, I mean, on the player reaction cams, I saw we'll see it on the end of the highlight package, but a hard-fought victory. And, you know, again, after a solo effort in the previous game from IXF2, and I'll be honest, just with that damage he was able to do, SDK almost earned the win in game 1.
Yeah. Almost. Clover, looking how things went down in those final circles as well, it was not easy by any stretch of the imagination for Petrichor Road. I thought they were done when they lost Long and Nikes left.
No, I mean, anytime we see a road like that in a final circle, it's always going to present itself with a lot of, you know, I guess really a lack of obstacles, right? There's no cover. It's such a tricky thing to cross, and the fact that they were able to do that and stay up for quite a long time, I think, is not only kind of a compliment to their ability, but also a compliment to some question marks about STK to even allow that to have happened.
Taking a look at moments here, and as you say, STK, they had an amazing spot in theory here, Hypoc. Not able to round it out from there, though.
I mean, when it was kind of set up. I mean, VP go down to phases. You can see the nade push with Gustav and Uber, and at this point, it became like a triangle of pressure. Right, everybody was keeping everybody else from pushing on. FaZe couldn't push onto SDK. SDK were obviously preventing Petrichor Road from really leaving out, but it seemed like there was a 10 to 15 second lapse of concentration because two members of Petrichor Road get out. Uber knocks them. And at that point, it's like, well, you know, circle shifted south. SDK really, I mean, if they can capitalize on the pressure elsewhere in the circle, should win this. It should never come down to this 1v1.
So close. Yeah, unfortunately, so far for SDK. Look at that. Absolutely beaming with happiness here. Petrichor Road gets themselves to the first weekly finals of the tournament. Huge congratulations to them. Puts a little bit of money on the board here as well, but you heard it in the interview, Clover. They want top 4. I think that will be a bit of a stretch. Hopefully, if they're going to make that happen, they need to have some more standout performances, a bit more of a pop-off towards the end, but good luck to them.
You know, take that energy and momentum in the weekend. They're bottom 16, they did decent. You know, maybe we'll see the same out of that. Obviously, they've got the confidence working together, though.
Definitely so. And they took up residency in the north of the circle quite quickly relative to some of the other teams. And that obviously in itself presented a huge problem for a lot of these teams, Hypoc, trying to get to the north of this river.
Yeah, it did. I mean, SDK Noble, I know we were joking about this, but opted to swim across when they did, as soon as that circle kind of shifts above. And to be honest, that end game is a byproduct of just that one decision, right? They haven't got vehicles to reposition come the later circles. And yes, they get that favorable shift, but I mean, there's no cover from SDK's position all the way to that Alamo compound. So they have to wait that circle closing out. So, you know, maybe it's one of those things that earlier on there, if they're able to pick up a vehicle somewhere, they're able to spread a little better. Mill was just like on fire that game. I know obviously we were gassing up Akeslap, but this guy has looked fantastic.
Yeah, definitely so. I think a lot of people, when Petrichor Road came in, and obviously people had seen the highlight clips, people had seen how he's able to, you know, track targets, etc. and stuff like that. Very, very good aim. But Mill stole the show for Petrichor Road at the beginning of this tournament, Clover, with most kills on the squad, etc. moving forwards. And he's proving once again, almost 1,000 damage coming in. Very, very impactful.
Absolutely impactful, and that's what you want to see from squads. You don't want to have a team that just has one fragger. And so for Mill, Mamu, Ikeslef, all these players to really continuously having good games, step up, find those damage and kills, that says something that, you know, hey, Petrichor Road's growing, and that's what we want to see from them. And I don't know. I think that this is a very different team than what we saw in week 1.
I'm happy for them. They were one of my dark horses coming into the tournament, and let's see how they can fare moving on forwards. We're ready for a break. We're going to go to that, and when we return, we have 4 more games remaining for the day and 4 more teams moving through into the weekly final.
Hello and welcome to Richest Survivor, a show that's not only going to be fun for PUBG fans, but also for tax office inspectors. As you know, whenever we're looking at everything through PGI.S, the team that earns the most money is going to be considered the winner at the end of the event. So in this show, we're going to look at the top grossing teams and what they can buy with all that money. And first on our list is Shoot to Kill. Since the last time we watched Richest Survivor, they had dropped down from 4th into 5th position, but after an amazing set of games in week number 3, they managed to gain a few bucks. Let's take a look at how they did it. During week 3, Shoot to Kill almost doubled their earnings and rose up to $114,394. With that amount of money, you should spend it as wisely as possible. I mean, you could probably get about 100 tattoos per person, but with all the roster swaps that Shoot to Kill's been making lately, let's not think about how they're going to split that one up. Gen.G, next on our list, landing in 4th place. After holding down the bronze position for the last 2 weeks, they had some amazing plays. Let's take a look at how week 3 treated them. Just the same as Shoot to Kill, Gen.G doubled down on their money last week, moving from $55,000 up to $116,614. Now, let's take a look at what they can spend all that money on. For instance, you can buy about 10,000 frozen meatball packs from IKEA. I mean, if you're tired of chicken dinners, but let's hope that we see Gen.G get back on that chicken dinner diet here pretty soon. In the middle of our list, the wonder of week 3 and the survival series, the unstoppable Russian bear Virtus Pro charged through the entirety of week 3 and had some phenomenal moments. Let's take a look at the action. Virtus Pro holds down an unbelievable $119,900 this week, giving them the bronze position in our list. With that amount of money, they can get themselves and the whole team zero gravity flight 4 different times. However, given the way that Virtus Pro likes to be low to the ground, I don't know if they're going to like that one too much. Is that the way you want it? Next on our list, 4 angry men. Last time we saw them, they were at the top, sitting on the throne of our wealthy chart. But after a little bit of changes in week 3, we can see them have now slid down into that silver position. Let's take a look at some of these sneak peeks. Great job, but not good enough to keep 4th place. With all the action going on, we can see the fact that 4 Angry Men has managed to rack up a staggering $124,900 so far. That's enough to buy 2 Tesla Cybertrucks in the medium package. Or maybe just a little bit of therapy. Could be the next time we see them at an international event, it could be 4 well-adjusted men. And finally, at the top of our list, with almost a double breakout from their opponents, FaZe Clan. After a modest start in week 2, we saw them have an absolutely standout performance in week 3. Last time, they hadn't even been in the top 5, and look at them now. Let's take a look at how they got here. So FaZe Clan are phasing up into our first place with an astonishing $224,345. Even after their humble plays during the survival tournament, they managed to walk away with $225, and that is ultra rich. I mean, that's enough to buy yourself a huge house. Well, in the Ukraine. But let's be honest, by comparison to Texas, at least they have electricity. Gotta start somewhere, right? And that's all for now. Make sure you guys tune in next week for Richest Survivor to follow the money flow in PGI.S and how it all breaks down. And until then, make sure to spend your money wisely.
Welcome back, everybody, to PGI.S. Paperthin and Toby bringing you all the games here today as we have, well, we got about 4 more to go. We are over halfway through the event. We're almost halfway through the day. And so far, it's been Sonics and Pero who've come through, Toby.
And, I mean, they've been two of the teams that, again, I hate to use the word deserving, but when you saw how Petrico had to push out, they lose too early. As I said during the game, too, they should not be winning this game. There is no way, with losing Ixlift and Long on that west side hill to Uber, that they should come out of there victorious, but they do anyway. Great 1v2 clutch in the end. Yes, you could argue that STK had the upper hand and they should have won the game, but while facing a lot going against them, they still managed to bring home the win. And then the first game of the day, I mean, Sonics managed to bring home that insane hillside win on Miramar. Just overall, you've seen some incredible things today.
Absolutely. So coming into the game now is the deadly 4 a.m. And if my eyes do not deceive me, I believe Godby is back. He was scrimming with them earlier this week, so I would not be too surprised if the in-game leader for those angry men from China has returned. And that is scary news for everybody else in this lobby.
And that's even more of a factor now, right? Because, I mean, had STK won that game, they would have been out and all good. Now they have to play one game again. Not only that, but they just lost the loose spots they've been having throughout the, throughout the last 2 days anyway. So we'll see how they play accordingly. If we hop on over to Miramar with them not making through, if we hop on over to Wrangell, I should say, with them not making through here in the first game, will they try to go back to school and apps? Will they opt to go elsewhere? If the plane doesn't allow them to go towards Yasnaya, what will they do? Of course, that's one game away, so we'll take it as it comes. But even now, I mean, they if there's a team you don't want to have to run into, that's probably 4 a.m.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are one of the scariest teams, not afraid to pull up on anybody at any time. So you got to always be aware once they enter the lobby. As we get ready, I believe we're shifted back over to Miramar. So get ready, guys. We're just kind of going back and forth between the maps, getting ready for the game to go. And I can tell it's Miramar. I can see it on the screens of the players. So SDK, some smiles on Purdy's face. They need to right the ship, and it's very doable. These guys have done it every week so far. No reason they can't get it done here again. Even after, yeah, it's a disappointing loss, but it's, we've seen teams be able to recover. I mean, Day Trade yesterday had a disappointing loss in game number 4, came back and won game number 5.
Yeah, Petrico just now at a 3rd place with 9 kills. Now they get a 12-kill win. So, I mean, it's very doable, and that's one of the things, right? And that's where I think, as some of the players have been saying about how the mental stress of this with whole having to win every game is so damn tough, because normally if you get a 2nd place with 9 kills, that's a pretty decent game. Yes, you'd want to win the game, but there's still so many good things to take away, and I think STK needs to think about the same way. Yes, they didn't win the game. Yes, there's some good shit, but they still had so many good things going their way. Now let's hop into match number 8. Still $1,000 on the line for the team that makes it through. Will be the last team to make any money off of qualifying through to the weekly finals. Let's hop on over to Miramar.
All right, here we go. Miramar time again, playing up in the air. And you guys, by the way, just a friendly reminder, if you want to watch the map stream, highly recommend it. It's twitch.tv/PUBG Esports map. So you want to definitely check that out, as this one about as fair as it gets on Miramar. Starting out over Los Leones, heading up to the northwest by La Cobreria.
It's, I mean, when you say it, I don't know a playing path that could be more fair than this, because you can reach. I mean, okay, unless if you're a hard committed Campo Militar looting team, then fair enough. It's not the best plane for you, but But other than that, I would say even then, it's not the worst, because you can just land by Cruz del Valle and take vehicles and go north. This is as fair as can be in terms of where you can go loot. Let's see, 4am, they are the team joining, as you said, as you predicted. Paper God V is back in action. We'll see how they play with that. And no one's landing San Martin because STK jumped early.
Wow, STK, yeah, they went over to Puerto Pariso. They got out early on this one, so that is quite fascinating to see them leave that. It is, yeah, like you mentioned, 100% open. So I was wondering if anybody was going to fight with the most fair playing path possible. Was somebody actually going to try to fight this? And Afrika and Damwon kind of close. Roth going to ride in this for just a bit. Yeah, okay, he's got to get out eventually. Coming out of there, but okay, so we are going to the south with the circle, and it looks like
that would have been hilarious.
So close, so close. I mean, I want a VSS kill. I want to see it at some point here, but this time not meant to be for Roth. But yeah, southern circle, but indeed the Freaks and Damwon Kia not going to fight. They were kind of close to each other on the drop, as they usually are. For those of you that have ever watched Asian PUBG, those two teams do kind of hang out around the La Bendita, Minas Generales Center area. So that is what it is. And typically there isn't too much fighting between them.
I'm looking at this right now. I'm looking at the circle where we've gone, and we finally went away from the non-stop Los Leones endings. I don't know why. I'm just having a bad feeling about this, paper. My eyes are just kind of fixed towards Los Leones and going, could you imagine? We've finally gone out, we've finally gone away, but we'll see of course in a couple of minutes time where indeed we are heading with this second shift, but there's a little while yet. So before that happens, still plenty of space to move around, and as you said, I mean, Furia, plenty of room to loot up in Chomacera, and I'm curious to see how they're gonna rotate out of this, because Furia to me is one of those teams that has been maybe just, I don't want to say not picking the right compounds, but I feel like they could get more greedy in terms of selecting compounds early on.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to see them be a little bit more aggressive in that particular area. I think they're still trying to work out what's going on, because there are a lot of teams who are doing kind of weird stuff from time to time. I mean, STK is all over the board. They're constantly dropping in different spots, kind of doing different stuff, so they're hard to get a beat on. TSG dropping to the southwest of Los Leones kind of makes things a little weird. You can see here Luke 12 reaching out pretty quickly to kind of scout ahead, get more towards Los Leones proper for STK. But yeah, definitely for Furia, I mean, of course you got to have control of that church, right?
Yeah. You'd have to think so, but that's one of the spots they've opted to leave. I mean, we have seen Virtus Pro contest them in the church, and this time around they don't. They opt to go underneath, but that's one of those areas where, yes, you can scout so incredibly much from there, and instead they opt to not take it. We'll see. Maybe Cold Demo will opt to go over there. We'll know in a little while. And Roth, well, he's still getting looted on up. He's dropped the VSS. Good for him. And now he's hopefully going to find a vehicle at some point soon, so they can start rotating towards the circle.
What do you mean?
What do you
good
mean?
For him? Don't you do that to my favorite gun? The quiet B gun that just stings a little bit when it hits you. It doesn't hurt, it just stings a little bit. This lets people know that you're shooting at them, although it's so hard to hear it. But anyway, I know it's not a good gun. I'm totally trolling. Roth gonna get a pickup from Punajet long skirt. Is he gonna take the AWM? Yes, he is. And that's exciting to see the boomstick in the hand of the top fragger from infantry. Definitely want like a permanent observer locked onto long skirt for the rest of this game until he dies, because I want to see some AWM action.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him get active in the kill feed. He is alongside the infantry team, positioning themselves over towards the east side of Los Leones, up on those hillsides, trying to get overview of the city. Figure if they would have to at some point go into the city, how do they go about it? And if they don't, how do you manage to wrap around without taking any casualties? 4 AM, as we said, team that just joined the lobby, a team that I think no one expected to see fall down into the bottom 16. But of course, that just shows. I mean, FaZe has been down there. They won weekly finals. 4M's been down there. They won weekly finals. Everyone can make it down in there to the bottom, because the average play, like the average level of play, I should say, in this tournament is just so absurdly high.
Absolutely. I mean, there's just so many darn good teams. I mean, so many winners of PCS from last year across the various regions, all making their appearance. So no doubt about it that anyone can get it done for sure. But that's why we play the games. We see who's got it going on any given week, on any given day. STK setting up to the south of Los Leones, going to take the overhang and see what's going on. There's actually nobody really over there right now. There is Oath up to the northwest corner of Los Leones in those apartments that are ever so popular. T1 in particular will oftentimes set themselves up there, but Africa just to the northwest of that. FaZe is coming in from the south of Chumacera here. Kind of a long 2-2 split there, as you can see on your map, and still not even into the point where the blue has started to close in, and most teams have found their way in and settled up with some chunk of real estate.
Yeah, it's get what you can and wait for that next circle to pop. Again, teams usually I would say don't want to hard commit too much in phase one, because circles can still go anywhere. But then again, with the format the way it is, and you having to get those wins, locking down compounds that you see more times than not have those circles go towards them could actually, or will actually, oftentimes end up being a wise thing to do. So that's why we see a lot more teams hard coming into compounds and maybe pushing compounds in phase two, where you go, well, they could just have played somewhere else. But because teams want to get the safety of the compound and not having to fight teams in the open, especially in the weekly survival, I feel like we go maybe 1.5 or 2 phases even earlier in terms of hard crashing compounds. Yesterday we saw 3 teams in phase 2 crashing compounds at pretty much at the exact same time. So it's just one of those. Yeah. You really want to get that compound early to just sit tight, let everyone fight, push out late game, and then get yourself a chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're seeing teams kind of, as this goes on, start to kind of make adjustments in how they're approaching the weekly finals, or the weekly qualifiers, excuse me, where you have to get the chicken dinner. So for some of the teams, it was just go back to what works. I mean, just go back to whatever your normal play style is and just play off of that. Like the Sonics mentioned, they were just diving center every time and it wasn't working. So they just went back and did what they would normally do, and they come through with a win. Lickety split. Just took them 2 games. So I think, for me, that's why I think teams like
how is Shitboy hitting this?
Oh my god, it's forever away. Poor Wicked's just sitting there like, really? You guys are shooting while you're driving up that cliff? All right, well, I can heal up. Not the end of the world. But to finish the point, I think teams are just kind of...
Continue.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Is it just going towards, what worked to get them to this tournament in the first place? Like during the weekly finals, I think a lot of them are just saying, well, let's just do what we normally do and, go with that.
Yeah, I think for the most part, you're right. Having said that, I have seen some teams go in parts more aggressive earlier than we've usually seen, and then on the flip side, I mean, we talked about FaZe in the previous game, playing it more passive late game than they normally would, saying, okay, we don't need the high kill game, we can have 1 kill if it's the final kill of the game, we're happy with it. Like they tried to really do everything they could to not have to aggress onto opponents early on in the game, or in the mid and late game, where normally they would start spreading out, taking more control. If you lose a player, okay, but you still get a couple of kills with it. Here now we see them, just as an example, be much more passive. And Furia, well, we talked about a team that would normally spread out and take control. They had a free open buffet to take everything on this side of the map early, and now they all sit in the same compound phase 1. That's one of those things where I feel like they could be more aggressive in taking control of areas. Now they don't. Senya knows exactly where they are. And let's see if the circle does favor that south side, or if we're hopping up towards the north.
Yep, here we go. Senya's still just going to keep his eyes on them. I don't imagine he might go for a knock and then just leave. Maybe if he gets lucky, he can find one running between buildings or something and get a flush as well, but not going to be super likely. You never know. You never know. And he might just opt to shoot a couple tires and leave as well. Afrika Freaks is crossing the paths of Oath, as Oath, again, setting up on that northwestern side of Los Leones, is kind of trying to keep information and get themselves set up for future rotations, as the circle did go a bit west. And Afrika going to be driving here, taking some shots, dinging across the outer metal of that car. Pat Caps watching this all happen. Hasn't been spotted, I don't think, yet by Afrika.
I'm surprised to see, honestly, Afrika up to push in this direction into the edge of the city. Now a card does fall, not with an angle to flush. Can they go over to the rest? I think, oh no, does go down in the end of it. Snakers finds him. Surprised to see them up to go in here. It's an area of the map where you can't really keep your vehicles safe all that well because of the high ground towards the east, and more often than not, you're visible to that east side position as well. They knew they were there. They knew there were people up that hill, so a little surprised to see them up to try and play from in there this early on in the game, because rotating out now with Oath on the east is going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, definitely going to be a challenge for sure. Senya here watches two members of Furia leave, and I think he might be kind of sticking around for a little bit, seeing again if he could get the information for Na'Vi behind him, let them know what's going on, potentially calling in reinforcements if he could get a pick or something like that. We'll see what they're going to do. Meanwhile, Zenith finds a dip, and MCG set up just a bit further away from it, although Lingdu taking quite a bit of damage from somewhere in that exchange. And Summer here, he's going to be watching FaZe up towards his west. FaZe pretty well situated on the western side of the circle, pretty wide split for them. 2-1-1, covering a lot of ground over there. And back over to Pat Caps, just kind of bouncing around, just trying to see if he can maybe catch somebody from Afrika peeking out a bit.
Yeah, trying to get info on what Afrika is doing at the same time as, of course, he's using his teammates above to do the same thing. And yep, he held his fire for a while, but maybe Rusty was standing too still for him to not take a shot. He does manage to do so. Now Kill Demo from afar takes a shot back, and I think this should be the call for Senya to just back off. I mean, there's not a whole lot to gain. They do know they're in a split, so if they want to crash on it, there's a chance they could. And Na'Vi coming full speed forward. Now, I think Na'Vi wanted to wait and see the next circle if it's really going to be worth it to take the fight to the compound, but they know there's a knock. They know they're resting inside. He's only seen them two players move around, and this is Na'Vi going full speed forward, pulling up in the compound. Oh, nice knock in return. Rusty goes down. Senya found the double connection on him. Now Necro is up with tap on the side, gets the easy peasy knock on the staircase, and there's nothing now that Fury can do to retaliate. Caught in a two-way split. They called the bluff. They get themselves the compound.
Yeah, it's tough here for Furia, but again, the ideas on when to split and when not to, I think a little bit off in the beginning of this one. Code over on the off left side, 3KAHEGNDMVX2. It's going to be this code, so make sure you get that slapped on in to your PUBG client. And some of these players slap some first aids and band-aids onto themselves. There was a knock over here onto Silzen. For Meta. Next circle heads up to the north. So no Los Leones circle. So your fears were not realized, Toby. We avoided it, and I'm of two minds about that. But you know what? We've had a few crazy circles. I'll allow it.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing the circle not to go into Los Leones. I appreciate that,
You're
Favor.
welcome.
That is very kind of you, and I'm sure at least some of the players are enjoying that too. I'm sure Oath maybe wouldn't have been too opposed to a circle going hard east in this one, but at least for now, we'll see everyone trying to bang it towards the center. The issue is this right here is the center of the circle, and as you can see, there really ain't a whole lot to play, especially not if a team, could be SDK, manages to get control of the hilltop. It's gonna be extremely open. You're gonna be incredibly exposed, and everyone sitting center right now have a four-man team in there trying to take control. So trying to commit and contest anything in the center at this point, I don't want to say it's going to be impossible, but it's going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, you see this a lot with circles that end to the west of Los Leones. Any of the compounds that are occupied are very difficult to push for many different reasons, and this could potentially be one of those. So teams going to have to find creative and unique ways to try to overcome that obstacle. Speaking of creative and unique problems, Meta is maybe kind of an interesting one here. They're pretty split in this 2-2 that they've got going with TSG in the middle of them. So they've got, I don't know if there's even any vehicles for the Southern members, and to make matters worse, Silzen's gone. So They kind of are having a bit of a tough time figuring out what to do with their situation.
I don't think they were expecting TSG in between them, so when they made the play across, they just, like, they weren't all ready to make the run at the same time. Now Ragnar finds himself alone on the south side with a, as you say, pretty difficult task ahead of him. That being, if he wants to try and reunite with his teammates, he would have, I want to say, the likes of 12, maybe 16 players shooting at him as he rotated over towards his teammates. But at least the teammates are doing something to try and give him a passage through. One goes down. That's Punich. No flush confirmed, of course, but still, damage done. That's at least 2 players looking the other way. So if you want to rotate, Ragnar, maybe now's the time.
Yeah, I think for Ragnar, he's either got to wait this out. Maybe he can find a vehicle somewhere, some way, somehow later on and get back. Otherwise, it's going to be kind of a solo sneaky mission. Like you're trying to snake out a win to get back to your team. Na'Vi, speaking of sneaky, there's some members of Damwon Kia hanging out over here by the tab, and he's taking a whole bunch of damage from the cross angle of Sungjang. Orange pushing up to the shack, trying to reinforce. And Nick Kale gonna lob a grenade over. That could be good if it gets close enough. Just short of the tab is that underhanded throw. Orange's turn to try to get Kale. They know he's behind that rock. Got him pretty well locked in, but that grenade too far. So a couple grenades from Na'Vi and Damwon Kia. Bit off the mark to kick this one off, but neither team really committing to this fight just yet.
Okay, I gotta get a quick guess from you, Paper. How many players do we have alive by the time this circle's closed all the way in? My bet is 35.
35? I'll go with 38.
This circle is brutal. We're headed up to the mountain. All compounds are already taken. Everyone's going to have to try and drive their way in, then find a spot in the open to play from where you'll be shot at by not only the guys already there, but the guys trying to rotate in side by side with you. There's nothing free at this point, which of course makes sense given that we're heading into phase 4, but there's just nothing in the open either. You can see this, drive in the open, lose your vehicles, try and make your full speed send forward. This circle is going to be chaos, and I'm sure you all viewers will love it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be madness. Oath does a pretty good job getting into this shack. They've got some of their vehicles there. You've got Clib up top, but not really finding much success with his shootings yet. Senya going to go down to Shinboy. So some of that early work that he was able to do on Defuria, all for not so far, for him at least. The rest of his team, still a chance. Mobesto gets knocked up over the top. Is Tab. Sprays, doesn't find much connection. Shinboy, good shooting. Gets some damage into Orange, and that means the grenades are going to fly to see if they can follow up on the damage they caused. The Tab, seeing if he can maybe catch somebody peeking up over the hill as they're throwing a grenade, maybe getting somebody knocked in the process. Smoke's going to come down for Shinboy on the side as they try to hold this off. Meta still watching this from afar. There was a knock earlier between those two. And look at that, Nadex on the ground in case you need it.
Yeah, might as well. For now, I think their dangers looming a little closer than what the 8X can provide them, unless if they really want to look into the souls of the opponents. Orange over the top does manage to find one with an 8. Great throw there. It's unfortunate for them they lost Best of Luck up above, because he really had a good eyesight over the other side of the hill. Maybe we could have given them the info, but he goes down now. Punich, ooh, he's going to be down low as well. Shinboy, if you commit to this rest, I think you might end up dying for it. Could have taken the bike, tried to get away over towards his teammates, but he's sticking around for now. The only issue is that for Kickstart and Roth, they can't do a whole lot to help because now they come down to try and run forward, but Tab actually taking a lot of damage in return. Shinboy still trying to hold off here. Nice nade takes down Tab. They knew they had him wounded. And here now Orange on his own trying to hold off against Shin. It's going to be a tough hold though because he's in a 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty impressive. The rest of Zenith has been waiting on the other side of the hill, so for Zenith to hold this down for as long as they have, yes, they do lose somebody, but they're doing a pretty solid job holding this off. And Infantry's Zhao Ying has found the grenades of Purdy Curdy, as many players have before. Bentalal peeking up around the corner, doesn't find any luck. More grenades exploding underneath these vehicles. Logskirt saw him earlier with that AWM. Is he going to be able to get much done? Afrika Freaks going to go down at the hands of Damwon Kia. On the side, I believe Team Liquid might have helped with that a bit. Throwing up some stuns now is Alo up and around, and Longskirt still going over. Zhao Ying's still alive, so this vehicle didn't land on him. It's actually going to protect him like a tent.
That is a hard commit for Res. Longskirt trying to get his teammate back up. Will succeed in doing so as well. And you can see STK, they just cannot overcommit to try and peak this because they know they have Damwon Kia. They know they have Liquid and other teams on that east side that they have to worry about as well. Infantry is not really in position to push up towards them. So they need to deal with the other teams first. They know infantry will be pushed from behind. That should alleviate some of the pressure on SDK, allowing for them to focus on the teams that are currently out towards the east. And that's where they're looking now. Sparking in the meantime, looking for Na'Vi alongside TSG. He will go down. Volibear finds the kill, so Na'Vi out in 15th. But still, plenty of players left alive. Way more than I thought would be surviving into this one.
Yeah, they're doing a pretty good job hanging around, and it's 48. Quite a few still kicking. And the next circle does center up towards Virtus Pro there. 4 a.m. still 4 up underneath MCG at this church. And this is the one we talked about very early on in this round. Out by Chumasera. Lingdu looking for that bolt action joy with the Zadex. Gonna miss on that first shot there. As we're back over to Meta. And ooh, a good grenade from Ragnar. Gonna find Peng. The opening knock being there. Zhaoye did get rezzed by infantry, so SDK not able to clean up what they started over there.
By the way, I timed this one. It took Ragnar 6 minutes to get back to his teammates on foot, and now we'll kill Demo out. That's going to be Furia eliminated. He had to go on foot all the way from the south side of the road, and it took him 6 minutes to get back up there. He was on the way the entire time, but Ragnar has been reunited with his teammates, so good for him. Good for him being back up here with the guys trying to pepper down.
Amazing.
Ooh, Sparking! That's a double headshot.
Oh, he's not sparking. When he comes online, he is a force to be reckoned with, but it's Wicked who's going to be taken down by Shinboy. Zenith wants to try to finish Meta off, stop being a thorn in their side. Now we have Oath and Team Liquid. Grenades being thrown. Liquid in a pretty precarious position, making some decent damage. James is already on his knees. Reload Snakers, Balefrost holding on for now. That Molly outside of the shack. Purdy up over the top. Purdy spraying into Team Liquid. James going to be finished. Bexy and Clip find enough cover for now. That SDK sightlines aren't going to get them, and look who it is. It's JN from LG Divine from the northern end. All angles being fired at onto Team Liquid.
Everybody's fighting on all edges of the circle right now. We're going to really start seeing teams fall apart, as we've already kind of have up until this point. Relo trying to stay put. He's getting shot at by the guys above from SDK. You can see SDK in the meantime taking the fight to the other side of the circle. They're trying to push down towards TSG. TSG is such a scary team up close. They are down a few players, but they're continuing this push forward. Zenith is here as well, now trying to engage on it. Peng falls down. Shinboy able to get the flush on towards him. Rayla falls down as well. Everybody out towards the east fighting for dear life, with all the teams inside the circle currently trying to hold them off.
Damwon Kia going to be one of those teams that's going down. It's going to be LG Divine finishing them off from the northern side of the circle. Smokes out, trying to res Relo for Oath, the in-game leader. Shia proning, waiting underneath Zenith, letting them pass by potentially. Meta did move all the way up into Virtus Pro's compound, so a really nice move by that. That grenade is great from Purdy Curdy. Finds 2. He does it time and time again. This guy is absolutely nuts with his throwables. Snaker's the only one left alive for Oath right now. Yes, Bale is knocked. He could be res, but it's going to be tough. Team Liquid does get 3 up still, and they are trying to finish the job. Snaker's here outside of the shack, so those grenades on the inside, not going to fight it, but he does get caught by the Molly, and it's going to be Levies from the side. LG Divine continues to be just absolutely destructive from the flanks.
They cannot just go full speed forward, though. Yes, they found a hole in the wall that they can push through, but SDK needs to be aware that Zenith are over the top and behind them. Luke falls down, wasn't prepped for the Zenith push from behind. You'd have to think the Pencilo would be the one to hold off from back, but not happening, at least not in this case. Luke does go down. The rest should be possible. They're still not within Nate distance. You can see Penta now full committed to look up towards his hill, not allowing for Zenith to push over here. Nate's down towards Liquid. They know where they are. They know they have them close. The rest has come in. The heals has come back up. This fight is just brewing, and I would expect to see Liquid push forward and try and take them out.
Well, Liquid is pretty sparse on their throwables and the utility, and they're going to use what they have left to try to win this fight. Ibiza's going to get the opening knock on to Purdy Curdy. Man, Ibiza is looking just really fantastic here today. Really fast, really good movement from him. They're going to throw that grenade. Maybe he can get the flush onto the side. Doesn't quite get it. Catches quite a bit of damage into another member of STK. Alo able to get into the smoke and avoid that one. More damage being done. Ibiza out of throwables now, as he is going to wrap over to the side. So Team Liquid look to try to really pounce onto SDK. but they're never quite able to find that opening. And a problem is going to be LG Divine as well on the backside.
Exactly. I was just going to say they're starting to realize now that they have the Vietnamese team up towards the north, not allowing for them to wrap back towards safety on the other side. So should they get a player knock, should they feel themselves in a position from where they would wish to disengage, they really can't do that now without having to take the fight to Divine out towards the north. STK, they've had enough of it. They're pushing slowly forward, one dip at the time. Wrap on over the next hill. See if you can find yourself an opponent to take down. Clip toggles down and back forth between the flashbangs. Wants to get ready to maybe push out. No, EB first wants to fall down. Will get flushed immediately. That's going to be Divine securing that kill. Nixie falls as well, so it's just one left alive. Clip alone inside the check immediately. You see Divine players fall back down. They don't need to overextend here. No reason to risk it. Clip finds one. Goes around the side. Can he get the flush on one? Not quite sure. Only 4 bullets left in the chamber. Down to Barrety. And HP and Clip explodes himself. One of the bullets hit the vehicle. Is enough to explode, and the Clip goes down in a blaze of glory.
Oh no, what an attempt by Clip. He played the hell out of it, but at the end of the day, that vehicle was pretty banged up, so it's going to go down. And Zenith now has pushed in behind Meta. They're able to disengage from the fight with SDK and force their way into this. And Meta kind of busy in here. Roth, no, it's Ragnaldito's got the pump, baby. Let's go. No, around the corner, but they're ready for him. Kickstart's going to finish the job, and like the attempt by Rag, but it is not able to come through. Now, Virtus Pro, they have an opportunity to potentially just finish what Zenith, what's happened with Zenith here. They fell down, so could be the opportunity. But that fence there makes this hard for them to get over there, Toby.
And there's no had this been weekly finals, Virtus Pro would never even have allowed for Meta to get in. They would have played aggressive, they would have taken control. But as you said, with that wall there, it kind of ends up becoming 2 separate compounds, and because there's no windows in between those two, they can't really do anything to contest them. So Virtus Pro is saying, you know what, you can sit there. We know there are more people coming in from the southwest. We will let them deal with you, and then we will take the fight when we have to. No reason to take the fight early. All we have to do is outlive you, and we'll be fine. So we'll see now how things go down as shoot to kill, make their presence known in the compound.
Yeah, this is really smart by VP in the long run. And yes, the opportunity was there, but to make SDK and Zenith fight now, really just let these two teams do as much damage to each other as possible. Really, really fun to watch these teams adapt and kind of find their footing in this play style, really kind of learn how to shepherd other teams into each other. Stuns and other things being used quite a bit. But Luke's going to get up on the roof. So already kind of a change in idea here from SDK versus how we saw, Zenith approach this compound. He's going to be watching VP to make sure that they aren't going to try to push in, try to take advantage of this fight. The rest of them just kind of boxing in Zenith as best as they can. And now they're all going to get up on the roof. All right, so forget that. Why even fight them when you can just get on top of them? And I'm curious to see how that's going to play out for SDK.
Stuff headshot at that. Unfortunately for him, will lose his helmet. Not sure he's going to be able to find a place to pick a new one up. I was looking to FaZe Clan to maybe be the downfall of STK, because with them being on the roof and FaZe Clan having the ridge line to play around, they should be able to see them, and I think they did before as well. But they know, again, we don't have to worry about STK right now. We need to worry about the teams next to us, and seems to me like STK just beat Zenith on a push over to the other side, but by doing that, they've now found themselves, like, they've just become the meat in the sandwich. They are in between two teams now, and I'm not sure that's where they wanted to be. ALO does find one, needs to heal up, but there is FaZe Clan. They were going to charm it at some point, and now they do.
I mean, it's a heck of a move here by SDK, really putting themselves in as good a position as possible, but a whole bunch of damage being traded. Yes, Alo came down off of the roof. The Roth still knocked, still hasn't taken any damage, hasn't been flushed out the window, but they're ready for it. Is Luke 12. What a shot by Shitboy. What a return there from the side. That is crazy good from that angle. Shinboy finds Luke 12. VP in the meantime has to go fight FaZe over by the garage building. Purdy finishing that one off, looking for one more. Shinboy, 5 kills in this round. Can he make it 6? No, Purdy's gonna get the win.
Just when you thought one team was going to be victorious, Virtus Pro says, nah, you know what, this is what we wanted all along. Let the guys fight each other. We'll wait on the other side and take down whoever stays alive. And that's exactly what they did. Lou with the nade finds Purdy. That's going to be SDK and Zenith down pretty much simultaneously. And now, as you said, the fight to FaZe has come. There's still 4 alive up against the 3-man FaZe Clan. And we know that Gustav, other than getting knocked before, also doesn't have a helmet. So a pretty battered FaZe Clan team that, this is right now 2 separate 1v1s, because we have Multi-Circle Gaming and Divine. They've been playing it passive, but they're out fight, like they're trying to hold off one another. And I think FaZe has realized we don't want to push into this compound if we don't have to. Circle's going to force them to move in a few seconds as well. Let's try and play the dot. Let's see if we can force a fight between Multi-Circle Gaming and Divine, and then we'll deal with Virtus.pro later. Smart disengaged by FaZe Clan, who knew that if they ran forward, if they ran into the compound, there'd be snakes all over the place, and they probably wouldn't survive.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if they get 2 knocks with some of those throwables they started with, there's an opportunity to push in, but absolutely, they don't really find much with any of those, so backing off the right move. AT's going to see members of Virtus.pro start to line up along the fence, spraying in a bit with that 3x M4, catches pieces of Virtus.pro, but they are indeed going to make a counter move themselves. There's a bit of a crater here on the outside of this. They're going to be exposed for a second when they come down the hill, and FaZe trying to take advantage of that. Coming up over the hill themselves, spraying some shots into Virtus.pro, but for now, VP able to make it down there. LG Divine still looming in the wings. They've been just kind of poking at the sides of everybody, and we got Phase 9, so comes down to this. I tell you what, LG Divine, great team in Phase 9.
Yeah, we'll see if they can hold off. They are on the northeast edge of the circle. Virtus.pro late to use their utility coming out of the compound, but they have made it down, as you said, a bit of a dip there to use. Multi-Circle Gaming still 4 up as well. So many players alive in this very, very, very small area of the map, and I feel like once we see the first knock come in, once we see one fight pop off, it's all gonna be over in a matter of seconds. So get ready, guys. This is the as calm as you can get before the storm that will ensue in just a matter of seconds. Turtle finds Patulins. That is with a molly, so no immediate push over the top.
FaZe has to smoke in front of them in this mini canyon they have in front to push through. Otherwise, they could get trapped in a crossfire between a couple different teams. Really smart use of their smokes here for FaZe. Still a couple mollies there in the bag for Uba. Lingdu looking to get a stun. Rez has come through even in Phase 9. Getting a res is a big, big deal for Virtus.pro, and I say that Spyro going down to 80. 80 bouncing around looking for people. This is going to be the go time for LG Divine. They're going to get Summer come up on over and flush him. They're busy with FaZe. FaZe is busy with VP. VP is busy with LG Divine. LG Divine is busy with MCG. This is a ring around the rosy. All of a sudden, it's kicking off real fast. MCG wipes FaZe out. Virtus.pro is down as well. LG Divine trying to do it. No, it's going to be MCG. Quick as you can blink, and it is over. Wow.
Once the first knock comes in, the full push will come, and as you said, blank for a second and you will miss it. Within seconds, we lose 10 players just like that. It was just a complete and utter collateral destruction of Team's FaZe. They've had it. They said, you know what? Enough is enough. We got to knock on to Virtus.pro. We saw one go down to Turtle's molly before. Let's push over. Let's wipe them. As soon as they push over, there sits the remaining Divine players. They get one down. Divine ends up getting shot in the back as well by Multi-Circle Gaming, who brings home the win in the end of it. What an absolute cluster. It's been a long time since I've seen this amount of players alive in the very end game like that. And as you said it too, Paper, blink of an eye, and it was over.
Yeah, it was fast and furious there, and it kicks off, and it's just so fast there. It's so hard to keep track of everything that's going on. What a finish. What a great play from a lot of these teams for Virtus.pro. Holding that compound, really forcing all the teams that came in there, Meta, Zenith, STK, to fight each other. And then all it takes is one grenade to finish them all off. That's all they had to do to really hold on to their position. Them and FaZe Clan fighting against each other. FaZe doing a good job disengaging there. LG Divine just hanging out on the sides, causing havoc from the north. It was crazy good plays from all 4 teams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for any team looking to improve their end game, go watch back the last 4 minutes, maybe 5 minutes of this game, and get out your notebook and your pen and pencil, because there's a ton of positive for, as you said, pretty much all the teams to take away from this, especially with the format we were playing. We saw Divine doing everything they could to try and back off of fights. In the end of it, it did result in them being forced into a corner from where they really couldn't do anything. The only team that kind of stood their ground and held off was Multi-Circle Gaming. They sat tight. They made sure we don't have to push over this next ridge, just make sure they cannot push us. And by doing so, by throwing the smokes to block off the vision, by throwing the flashes to deny them from making the crossover, they just sat tight, they waited for all kinds of hell to break loose, and while everyone else was fighting, they peeked over the top and claimed the win. Smart play by them.
Yeah, absolutely. For MCG, they're finding themselves in the weekly finals for the second time in a row, coming up just short of the money in the Week 3 weekly finals, looking to maybe right the ship and find themselves a bigger piece of the pie coming into the Week 4 weekly finals. Can't wait to see them. Love what I'm seeing out of this team from China, joining Taro and Tianva as the teams from their region that have got it done. And, I'm going to let the Atlas Dex touch on this because I think they're going to have a lot to say here, Toby, and this is your region as well. Only one team from EU through so far here as we're pretty deep into this. We're halfway through.
I'm gonna say we cannot say it has been close. Virtus Pro today, 4th place, 2nd place, 4th place, and now I believe they got 3rd in this game. If there's a team that is going, come on, man, just give us a win already, that's gonna be them. FaZe as well, 3rd place, now followed by, I believe, was it a 3rd? Or I couldn't catch it in time because everyone was going down so fast. I believe FaZe ended up getting 3rd here. That's 2 3rd places in a row for them as well. Frustrating, to say the least, for some of these teams that they feel like they deserve it. They want to get that, but small things in the end of the game preventing them from bringing home the wins. It's and it's going to take a toll on them mentally as well. They're constantly so close, but just cannot seem to find the win. Either way, that's us done for now. Let's hop on over to the interview with the winners of Multi-Circle Gaming and see what they have to say after that one.
PGI.S 위클리 서바이벌 4주차
PGI.S Weekly Survivals Week 4.
만나서 인터뷰 나눠볼게요.
I'm here with the winners of today's match, Multi-Circle Gaming.
你好。
네,恭喜. 정말 마지막으로 상금권에 들면서 상금 $1,000를 추가하면서 8번째로 파이널로 진출하게
So you guys are the 8th team to make it to this weekend's finals and adding $1,000 to your prize money. So congratulations on that. Do you think you guys have adapted well to the survival chicken rule?
比赛过后获得了$1000，进入了周决赛。你们觉得你们现在是不是适应好了周中生存战？
我们已经算是适应了周中的生存赛吧，感觉还可以。
저희 생각에는 위클리 서바이벌에 아마 잘 적응해서 꽤
I think we've adjusted really well to the weekly survival rule, and it's been going really good. So compared to last week where you guys made it to the weekly finals in the last minute, this week you guys made it on the 2nd day. I'm curious as to what kind of conversations did you guys have towards the end of the game when things were getting quite intense?
我想问一下你们当时是怎样的？
我们当时就是在那个位置是被两边都有队伍嘛，当时在坑里就是一直忍，然后到后面就是踩起来打嘛，然后就。
저희가 이제 처음에 이제 양쪽에 다 다른 팀이 있었기 때문에 그걸 생각하느라 좀 버티면서 플레이를 했고.
In the beginning, we had to be careful because we were surrounded by different teams on either side, but I think our strategies played out well.
무려 5위를 했습니다. 그런데 4위까지만 또 상금을 가져갈 수 있었기 때문에 아쉬운 점이 많았을 것
So in
같은데요.
last weekend's finals, you guys ranked number 5 and unfortunately didn't make it into the top 4. I'm sure you guys are approaching this weekend's finals with some more strategies. Can I ask how you guys are going to be preparing for this weekend?
我觉得你们是不是有点遗憾对你们的成绩？然后我想听一下你们现在的决心。
拿到第5的话是有点遗憾吧，但是总体来说队伍的状态在回暖。然后周决的话，争取能拿到奖金吧。
일단 사실 5위를 가진 거에 대해서는 사실 조금 아쉬운 점이 좀 있었지만
We were very disappointed before when we ranked outside the top 4.
더 좋은 결과를 기대하셔도.
But hopefully we have a better result this weekend because all our teammates are feeling better.
你们现在有没有自信
Are you confident you're going to rank number 1?
那肯定有的嘛。
당연히 있습니다.
Of course, definitely. Thank you for your interview.
네, 이렇게 해서 8번째 매치 만에 진출에 성공한 멀티서클 게이밍과
That's right. Multi-Circle Gaming gets themselves a weekly final spot once again. And after last week's play of only getting 1 point shy of the money, you can bet your bottom dollar they are going to be looking to get into that top 4 at least coming into the next one. They've improved week on week on week. Joining me is Hypoc as well as Clover. They get themselves as well that $1,000 for the final spot of money moving into that weekly final. Hypoc, they've Multi-Circle Gaming, gone is the day of them having a disaster week 1, and now they're looking good.
Yeah, for sure. I think you're absolutely right. I don't think it's long until we see them kind of find some success in the weekly finals, right? They've had a rocky road throughout the survival itself, and their placements been, let's say, sporadic. That's probably a fair word to say. And again, it's good to see them come through here, but you know, right now it's one of the teams that's had multiple chances. Now we want to see that turn into some money for them.
Yeah, would be nice. They had a great spot up in this kind of northeast position to deal with a lot of the teams that were kind of killing themselves off down towards the south here, Clover.
Yeah.
I think I said it during the break, but there's, for whatever reason this week, a lot of EU on EU action and NA on NA action where these teams are really finding themselves at kind of fighting for the same positions in the mid game, taking each other's out, and it's really making easier opportunities for some other teams that might otherwise find themselves a little bit more pinched, right, in an awkward spot. And Multi-Circle Gaming, especially when we saw that play at the end, we're surrounded on pretty much every time. And I mean, here it is. Everybody is just kind of shooting at everyone. And LG Divine, unfortunately, it's stuck in this dip. That's a hard position to play for anybody, being so out in the open for a circle like this on Miramar. And I think, what very little bit of compounds there were to play from, got to give credit to Multi-Circle for how that worked out.
Absolutely. They are our 8th team moving through into the weekly final. Congratulations to them. As I say, they will be hungry for a top 4 spot after last week's performance. And now, with them advancing on, it's kind of weird. They had a bit of a kind of, as you say, Hypoc, middling results. Some of the games here, they've had 0 kills, kind of double-digit finishes. Others, quite a few kills on the way with them as well. And I think the fight against LG Divine there was pretty much super clean cut for them. They were able to take that very, very cleanly. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was a weird... There were kind of 2 stalemates through that game. One towards the back end of the mid-game off the back of quite a wonky circle shift, and then VP being the victors from that compound after everybody else was kind of forced to deal with each other in that compound. And right at the end, I mean, Toby was right. That end game was stacked in terms of player count. Everyone, unfortunately, forced to play, like, the waiting game and wait for a third-party opening to try and capitalize on. Because right there, like, you don't want to be the first team to show your hand, right? Unless you're in a really dominant position, which is why we saw everybody kind of prone. And actually, in that scenario, MCG are the ones that are able to sit back and observe most of that. They're able to say, let's wait for one of these teams to make a move and pounce. Yeah, definitely so. Let's take a look at some of the numbers here. Uber once again up here. Yeah. FaZe is not able to close things out. And, Paper Thin threw it to us as a topic here, which is kind of important, which is actually, Europe's having a rough time, even though we're getting so far in these games, Clover. Come on, as the North American representative, roast me.
I think that week after week, I've had a great conversation about how VP really likes to make it so close in survival and not find that chicken dinner. And there's been times where I was wondering if that was going to happen. We're, 8 games in thus far this week, and VP's made top 4, 5 of them. FaZe, they've made top 4 of them. And time again, we're seeing like, all right, cool. They've got great positioning. They're keeping all their players up alive. They're looking great. Their armor's looking great. And then it's like one small thing happens. And usually it's FaZe and VP find each other and take each other out. And that seems to be the problem this week.
I think I used the term earlier. It's like it's not a case of when, it's a case of if. And I think VP and FaZe this week particularly both fit that profile very well. It's kind of getting to the situation where they're not having to kind of, I don't want to say peak too early in the game, because in some of the times we see VP and FaZe try and play that position towards phase 5 and 6. They really struggle to then get themselves out of that spot. And yes, at that point, if you have to rotate in, you have to take a spot and play survival, then you absolutely have to do that. We're playing for the win here. But it's seeing them kind of then flip the switch on that and then go back to when we get into the end game where they actually have to clean up. which is an interesting dynamic because I mean, circumstantially, usually we'd look at end games with a much lower player count, right? Where FaZe as 4 or even as 3 are able to just confidently sweep through and clean up the remnants of all these other teams. VP exactly the same.
The scary thing I think for VP is though, and speaking from the European perspective, is when they were Northern Lights, they based a lot of their success, it feels like, on extremely consistent top 5 finishes constantly, you know, and then off the back of that they would get some wins. Those wins aren't materializing sometimes. I mean, VP has been in this position before, Clover, where they've been in the weekly survival, getting your top 3s, getting your top 4s constantly, not being able to get that closer. They eventually have done, of course, but it's sometimes closing it out that has been the struggle.
I mean, you know, you say don't change what isn't broken. What's not broken is their ability to get kills and make it to the late game. They've got that in the bag, but you know, some small tweak has to happen to get them in that situation where the chicken dinner happens. And I think that's the struggle that a lot of these teams are having right now is how do you play weekly survival versus how are you going to play in the finals weekend? Some teams don't want to change it too much. They want to make sure that they're ready to go and turned on when we get to those weekend matches. But I also think that that's where we're starting to see some of them struggle versus teams that really seem to be playing 2 entirely different games.
Well, here is K7 now joining the lobby, a team that has, yes, put some prize money on the board, Hypoc, but since week 1 has not qualified themselves for a weekly final.
Yeah, and to me, this is one of the teams that's kind of a victim of having such a low game count. It's difficult to say. We haven't really seen them find any form or find any kind of momentum. And again, yes, it's good we can celebrate some success. They have made a final, but again, the performance there wasn't fantastic. I'll be honest. There's still a lot of question marks over this one. I actually think this is probably the one out of all the teams here that we have the most question marks after E36. Where really, at this point, like, you got to make a move, guys. You have to. We're in the back stretch now at PGI.S.
Yeah, if you don't make it now, it's gonna be difficult, I think. But the crazy thing is, Clover, when I look at this roster, and especially like week 1, that this is a team coached by Chao Wei, who we've actually seen in previous big tournaments in the past. Yeah. Guys like Savior as well as Buyoho, they were looking real good, I feel like, in some of those first games in the first week, but not seen as much flavor yet.
I don't know if it's just the comfort or the discomfort, rather, with playing in a global lobby, right, where you have a ton of different styles of play kind of being brought, and they're really been pushed out of their comfort zone in terms of the way that they like to play the edge and the way that they've been able to come to zone, or rather not to, because I think every time we see K7 fall, it's in a clustered area, right? They really can't seem to juggle their attention on more than one squad at a time, and that's something that's really befallen them that they need to work on.
Yeah, definitely so. Final thoughts, Hypop, before we go into this match?
I mean, I'm looking towards these teams that are kind of consistently placing so far, and you know, one of the other ones other than VP and FaZe I put in that is SDK. Again, we need a little bit of Western representation this week, guys. Come on, we've got one NA team, one EU team. One of you guys have got to come through.
I mean, so far so good for Korea and China. They are representing fiercely here in week 4, and will the Western world fight back is the big question that Hypoc is theorizing here. We're about to find out. We're getting into our next game. So far so good for some big regions. Other ones really need to step things up. They keep getting those top spots, but they need to find themselves the chicken dinner before getting onto that weekly final. A huge thank you to Intel for joining us here at the PGI.S as we now move into our next game. There's only 8 spots remaining. No prize money for these ones, but you gotta qualify for the weekly final. Let's head over to Paper Thin and Toby.
Should I tell Paper Thin that he's muted? I probably should, right?
We are in game number 4. There we are. I'm here. Hi. Sorry about that. I thought I had unmuted it. I didn't click the button hard enough. I guess I gotta... See, this is... Toby, you were wondering why Pentalol was shooting the ground the other day. It's to make sure that left mouse click is working. Like
that's what it is.
Mine, no. That's totally... I fumbled on that one. No doubt about it. Okay, so we're in the game. K7 is here. K7 to me has always been a bit of an enigma, Toby. I got to cast them throughout all of PCS Asia last year as they qualified for the majority of those events from their region, but they have moments of brilliance. They have games where I'm just like, yes, this is a legit team. They square up against the Korean and Chinese teams, and they go toe-to-toe, and they win. But that's about 1 out of every 25 games.
Yeah.
They struggle most of the time.
And I think you put it perfectly. And in some tournaments where you get more games of play, that can be rewarding. But in a tournament like this, where you have to go out and deliver when it's your turn to play, as we heard from Hybuck on the desk, they just don't get enough. Like for the amount of games that it feels like, oh, that's a military circle, by the way. We'll talk about that in just a second. For the amount of games that they need to get good games, they don't have enough with how they've been performing. And I think that's the best way you can put it. They're just not as consistent in terms of finding good late game as they probably would want it to be, or as they need to be in order to perform at this level of play. And I want to see that change. I've seen crazy things from Zenon in particular. He's had some insanely individual like moments. It's just, I feel like oftentimes where they have kind of similar to what we see with Furia, in situations where many other teams would have sat themselves up in a smart position to like playing a couple of circles ahead. It seems to me that the way KS7 does things is more what's happening right now, as opposed to what's probably going to happen in 5 minutes time, and then they get out positioned because they didn't seize enough, or they didn't try aggressively enough to take control early in the game when they had the chance to, and they kind of just fall off late because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, when I watch K7, it's not really a lack of skill. Oh, hold the phone, Pat Caps. Taking some pot shots at Peng, and he's going to get some shots in his direction. The bullets whizzing by his ear are going to send him beneath the ledge of the building for a second. But yeah, for me, there's no lack of skill on K7. Like, what I see mechanically is pretty darn good. It's just, yeah, some of those decision-making things that need to come through it. I'm really curious that, you know, before this event, we had the PWS East Asia, where we combined Korea, Chinese Taipei, and Japan into one event. And if we are going to continue doing that going forward with this throughout this year, how much is, you know, these teams like K7, like E36 that the desk was talking about, how much are they going to be able to level up off of that?
It's hopefully a lot. I mean, there's every time, and that's why, I mean, one of the many reasons why I love these global events, right? Every single time you bring in multiple regions to one event, and while I know we kind of put Japan, Korea, and all these regions out to the east into the same as quote-unquote Asia, but there's still so many small, minute differences. Same thing in EU, it's EMEA. It's not just like EU. We have Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and MEA. Like Middle East and Africa as well. Every time we combine these regions into tournaments, there's so much happening. Woo! Nice shot. Unfortunately, Pat Caps ran out of ammo. He's been, I think that's the, okay, so that is the, that's the 12th player getting passed on Pat Caps' guard. Pat Caps, you, if you're gonna sit there and shoot all the time, you need to get some knocks, you know? It's, of course, a lot to ask for a solo player sitting there. But yeah, here, 12 people, no knocks, unfortunate.
FaZe is right underneath infantry already, quickly making their move to the southern part of the island, and they have very similar ideas because they're both really darn good teams. Gustav gets the knock on to Zhao Ying. Where in the world was that? But whatever, that's going to send Longsker out, realizing he has no hope to save his teammate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate they take the position. We know that FaZe likes to play the south side of these military circles. They did it previously, they've done it again, and we'll see if they can find the success needed in order to bring home the wins this time. Does he get another attempt? Does he get to shoot at Zenith as well? Maybe that's what it took. It took an NA team to try and cross in order for Oath to get kills in these rotations. Let's see. We're going to reach 16th player trying to make their crossing. Zenith, are they going to stop? Nope, they're going to continue driving. Balefrost doesn't manage to get a knock. Pat Caps, he has kind of given the task over to Balefrost as he realized he wasn't hitting any of them. And now Balefrost, he's not finding success either. A light little turnaround, though, underneath the bridge. No reason to try and overextend into the east direction. Go underneath, go back towards the west, and get yourself a spot to play from there. Smart little around the bend rotation from Zenith.
Yeah, I really like that from Zenith. That's actually really a cute little play that I don't know if I've actually ever seen a team really do. So that's pretty cool there. Freakout takes a boat over from Mill to Power. 4 a.m. heading across the bridge now as they will make another attempt, I suppose. Ooh, 8Z gets taken down by Silzen. So FaZe tries to push a little bit further north, but Meta's already there. Yep, here we go. I mean, at one point, Pat Caps was almost out of bullets. So with this SKS, I mean, it's just, here we go. No, 4AM shoots back, so it's not as easy. Like 4AM, they are not afraid to shoot out of their cars.
I don't think if Pat Caps or Balefrost for that sake, up to quit competitive PUBG and wanna apply for Coast Guards or like just border patrol, I don't think they'll get hired. Because that's team number 5 that's gone through without taking any casualties. Let's see if team number 6, if they'll be dealt with, or if the border patrol will once again fall short of preventing these people from making their way across. It happened! Balefrost did it! They killed something, or at least they knocked him. There you go.
And of course, it's the other NA team. Of course it is. I mean, just right now, somewhere Porosaurus is rolling out of bed because it's early in America and groaning very, very loudly because he is not a happy man about that.
Finally, the knock comes in. They get the kill with it. Team number 6. It took almost half the server to cross the bridge before they found the knock. At least it happened, you know? That's something. But Oath, at least they know now that there's quite a few teams out on that east side of the... or potentially out on the east side of the Sosnovka Island, because, well, they saw all of them cross before. So we'll see. We'll see what more comes of it. Na'Vi, they're still hesitant to rotate across. The other CIS team and Virtus Pro are right in front of them, and we see them drive down towards the bridge. Now, are they opting to cross instantly? I think they would, and I think they will. Yes, Spiro and Lou are already driving up ahead. And I think that should be a pretty safe rotation forward. From NA on NA action to EU on EU action. Here comes Liquid straight into FaZe Clan. They've already lost HC early. Let's see if this is going to work out for them. Gustav comes in, but he goes down immediately. Fussface jumps out the window, takes down Clip. Great retaliation, great play in return, but here comes James, finds Fuss immediately after. And now there's just one left alive. It's Upa all on his own up against the entirety of Team Liquid.
Yeah, this is a popular compound, as a lot of teams getting forced over into this area, and Mexi going to find the headshot onto Uba over on the coast, and that is going to be FaZe out early. Yeah, this is quite interesting the way that this circle is shaped up. You'd think a lot of teams would try to funnel in to the western half of this, but because of the way that everybody came through and the way that Oath was shooting at them, the normal kind of rotation path, if somebody's shooting at you when you come over the eastern bridge, is to go towards Novo. That offers you the most cover quicker and keeps the angles off of the team shooting at you from that crossroads compound. So everybody's over there. Like for a while, it was just infantry to the west of Oath, basically. I mean, Kia's coming over now, Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, these other teams have made their way over, but everybody else is on the eastern side of that hill.
Yeah. Yeah, and one of the main things is that the first team, or the second team that was to cross, which was FaZe, they set up shop down on the south, kind of blocking off anyone rotating further. Meta did the same thing. So for the teams that came in, 4AM, TSG, Afrika Freaks, they weren't really allowed to make a rotation wider across because the teams were blocking them off. And now, as you said, they're kind of all funneled out towards that east side with a big mountain preventing them from really looking at anything towards the west. So should we see one of those straight into military base circles now, there's going to be so many teams right next to one another up towards Novo that are going to have a hard time leaving because they know they have opponents nearby, and while they would preferably just go, let's get into the vehicles and get to the circle, there's too much of a risk of them going down trying to make that rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's going to be really, really difficult. Na'Vi, in the meantime, has all the space in the world. There is everything open beneath the military base proper, and they have plenty of time for that. K7 is cutting an engine. Okay, there's nobody out here, but you're in the blue, and it's okay. I guess better safe than sorry. Wow. All right. Well, everybody gets forced into the area, and it goes that way. Maybe there's a magnet being pulled into where the players are. This is a wild one. This feels like it's going to end up somewhere on the eastern side of Oath's Mountain. It could very well end up over there. Volibear going to try to come down the hill and get ripped out of his Dacia. Dacia continues onto the ground, and Afrika Freak's going to be the ones to finish him off. This is going to be a unique one for sure.
In before it shifts back to Milta. Just because, I mean, at least all the teams that that stayed out towards the east side, they guessed it, right? I mean, we got over half the circle, I would say, is water at this point. Ooh, Hikari, nice headshots being connected, finds the first ones. onto, I believe, Lou, yep, and then down towards Godfrey as well. Plenty of damage being done, of course. I mean, you won't really get a flush off of it, but still, helmet's gone. Knocks come in for fights to come later on in the game. Boliang trying to make the cross now as well. Infantry lost a player early. They're trying to send up, but they're going to be running straight into Damwon Kia in just a matter of time.
Yeah, Damwon Kia found a plateau to sit on for a while, and LG Divine is kind of coming through the area by the crossroads, going where all the other teams have already gone before. TSG here, Shandian all alone, but he's got Peng and Shia across the way. LG Divine slamming on in. Peng, you got to land those shots. He's kind of got his UAZ in here at Fort Cover. And the motorcycle spawning in there as well, but not really able to get too much damage. STK looming into the hills behind this compound, and I like what Damwon Kia's got here. They've got kind of a center position. They just got to be careful when teams start coming up and over behind them potentially.
Exactly, that's the main threat from them. They can do everything to make sure not to be shot from below, but if they allow for a team to sit above them, that could very easily become extremely tricky for them. Furia, one of the teams to come in late. We still have K7, the last team to join, coming in even later. They're only crossing the bridge now. But Furia coming in from the south here, they will have some space to make their way in. They will be coming over close towards mid, I would assume, at some point. Maybe they're going to be wrapping further towards the north up underneath where Virtus Pro are playing currently. And then on the other side, we see Liquid here. There was the play from before. Gustav taken down as he tried to approach. James gets around the side, finds Fuss as well behind. Such a smooth play from him. And then they would take down Uber in the end of it as well. A little more on the EU on EU action. I love that when it was just NA on NA action. This whole EU thing, don't stop it. I was laughing when NA did it, but don't do it EU. We're better than that.
Hey, I'm doing fine today. I'm not having any problems so far. So code, speaking of no problems, get that code in there and you'll have some EP. No problems at all. K7 still chonking through some blue. It's only phase 2, believe it or not. With how much water is in this, it feels like a phase 3 circle, but that is what it is. Oath is watching VP underneath in the, I don't know what to call that, the control room, whatever, underneath the radar tower. Sparking, look at this spread that Meta has. They have controlled a lot of territory, kind of taking a page out of the teams we talked about previously, like VP, FaZe, Gen.G, that really like to spread out here. Sparky's looking for some tires, gonna find some, but that's kind of not the end of the world in a way. I mean, obviously, if the circle leaves you for Kia Damwon, but if you have to go downhill, oh, I would love it if it goes north. I would love it. Ah, come on.
Aww.
I mean,
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, continue.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, for Kia Damwon, what's weird about that is if they have to go off that hill, like if they have to go to their east, not having the tires on isn't the end of the world, just making a one-time downhill push.
It's the longer they wait, the more teams will be in Novo. The earlier they go, the bigger the chance they will have to run back up the hill, right? It's one of those, as you said, double-edged swords where you don't really know if, I mean, either way, it's going to be pretty difficult for you, but I think for now they should be able to stay put. I wouldn't assume to see anyone try and play that rich. Oath kind of reuniting up on the hilltop now should give them a little more space to play around. Now STK trying to make their run up the hill as well. They know it's gonna try and shift further towards the center, but I wouldn't have assumed to see STK make that commit out of the compound. Mexi able to find the first, EB finds the second. They knew there was going to be a team wrapping in south around, and they've set up probably 4, and Mexi finds the third. No, he doesn't. Kill Demo takes him down. It's going to fall immediately in return to EB, though, so he is there trying to help him out. It's just Raspo left alive. He's seen James across the road. Will he go for the drive-by? He will attempt it. He will connect some shots as well, but for now, Raspo able to sail through, make it safe to the other side. As I say that, he's hard to go back into the compound, trying to take the fight to them once more. Vehicles all over the place. Raspo still driving. You're going to the blue now, mate. And down he goes. In the end of it, no casualties for Liquid, finding their kill number 7.
I gotta say, that was a nice angle that he took through behind that smoke. He cut out. He really gave himself the best chance possible to get to Ibby. He just couldn't really land those shots coming down there. And it is as easy as it has been made to shoot from vehicles. Can be challenging still at times when you're going up and down on terrain. Batulans heading out over to the side of the mountain. STK, are they going to push into these two for Oath? Indeed. Luke has been knocked. STK just feels like they have to go for it. Good volleys into the bottom. Going to catch Pat Caps there with a bunch of damage, but Purdy's on fire now himself, and he's going to go down and quickety lickety. It is going to be Oath finishing off STK.
with a little bit of help from STK, unfortunately, pens up mollying his teammate there. They're trying to make the push forward, and I think Purdy wasn't quite sure where. I mean, maybe it was flashed. I couldn't actually tell. Wasn't quite sure where that molly had spread, so unfortunately runs into it there. Teams did go down, so they know they have meta on the inside that they have to. I mean, they don't have to, but this is a much better fight for them to take than try and cross the road and take the fight to Na'Vi up towards the north. So it makes sense that Liquid are trying to force their way down here. James is down though, and we know from before that Liquid went down earlier. Oh, Liquid, sorry, wow, I can't talk now. Clip went down earlier in the fight against FaZe Clan. So we'll see now how they hold off. Ragnar will fall down. That's a good nade. Will he get the nugget again? Yes, it will. James falls down as the new circle pops.
Yeah, I'd love to see Meta just stomp on top of Team Liquid, knock them out of this, or at least try to, or go down, fighting here. And it's going to be an aim for Wicked, seeing Mexi there. Doesn't catch any damage into it. Had he caught even a 1 or 2 bullets there, he had a pretty good chance to get that knock. If he's going to throw some utility, that's going to send Wicked back into the shack. Smoke's coming down in the front now. Still some frags here. They want to aim those. Really nice one from Silzen to finish off Jeans. Want to aim them a little bit higher up, but Wicked, there you go. That's the knock he's looking for with that Scar. Now Mexi, pin on the back side of this hill, looking behind him, running back, trying to see if he can find some fighting retreat to make on this encroachment by Meta. More smokes being used. There are vehicles back here, so maybe he might be thinking about trying to make an escape on this buggy, trying to survive as a solo to get into the later part of the round. Silzen gets some parting shots on him, but I think he's just going to be able to at least escape the grasp of Meta and be caught out by Na'Vi.
It's the small things in life, but I'm loving the fact that Meta made that aggressive push. They could just let him go and go, now you know what, that's fine, we'll leave him over there. But no, let's play aggressive, let's take charge, let's dominate and say, you play according to what we want you to do. They did that in the weekly bottom matches. Oh, Silson is sparking at it again, and they're doing it now. I was waiting and hoping to see them come up with the same amount of aggression, with the same amount of dominance in the way that they play coming into the weekly survival after having good bottom 16 matches. And they did just that. Best of luck. Says hello there, K7. Welcome to the lobby. Now go back and wait for the next game to start.
Yep, they spent a lot of time in the blue, and to be fair to them, the circle just kind of kept making its way over towards Novo, and that made things a little challenging for a lot of the teams that were on the western side coming in. But Na'Vi and LG Divine, for example, way ahead of them. Damwon and Kia as well. So just a little too late on the gun there, and TSG still hanging out with 4AM. Over by Novo. They're still inside the circle, though. Zenith is making their surprise attack, sneaky mission in between Oath's lines. Now, I don't know how much Oath knows about this. If Oath has no idea that these four have cut through, this could be disaster for Oath. I mean, they've held this 2-2 split for so long. Is this going to... I don't know if Snakers has any idea.
There's no way you can play this hilltop without always having someone making sure this right here does not happen. As you said, there's no way he knows. He has absolutely zero clue that an entire team has just gotten in between them, and there's going to be absolutely nothing that Pat Capson, I believe it's Rillo sitting below, can do to try and hold it off. Now Snaker's been seen. Oh, Roth, you don't want to miss those. You want to get the quick knock because he's over the top. Rillo finds the first one. Rillo is up here trying to help his Balefrost down below. Finds the first reloads. Knows that he has one sitting below. If they don't succeed at this, if Zenith somehow loses this, that will be absolutely treacherous. One flushed instantly. Let's see. Kickstart is down to low HP. Gets taken down as well. Absolute chaos unfolding on the hills up here. As one falls, Shinboy falls down in return. Snaker's able to get up here, able to get a knock, but he's going to go down as well. Poonage able to find the knock from above. They're really doing everything they can to stay put here, but here comes the remaining two players from Oath, trying to get back up the hill, trying to get the last two team members left alive.
Yeah, Oath has a pretty good shot, and they're going to take it, and they're going to make it. That is going to be Oath keeping all four members alive. Zenith cannot afford to whiff on that opening spray. Somebody's got to be watching above them as well. That is definitely going to be a bit tilting for Zenith, I feel like. So the Z Team 6 mission just not quite coming through for them this time around. Meta, in the meanwhile, has gotten inside the circle, has done a nice job pulling up, and they might be able to continue their way forward here a bit. Na'Vi finds themselves outside of it. Infantry VP as well. A lot of moves needing to be made, and yeah, Meta doing pretty good here so far.
Completely mind blown about what just happened up on that hillside. I mean, there's no way that Oath should be allowed to stay alive there. Let it go. You know what? You're right. Dust it off, shake it off, and get ready for the fights to come, because we're far from over. Still 36 people alive and 10 teams trying to fight for a spot in the weekly finals. And I mean, with this one centering up kind of on the road, it's going to be incredibly hard to really tell who's going to be able to come out on top. Damwon still in a good position, but now you didn't want to see it, but here's some Korea on Korea action as all these guys start pushing up the hill. Son Yang is going to be able to find the first one. A card goes down. Hansia falls immediately after a nice double from Son Yang, able to hold off and should put a little bit of a break on the push uphill from Afrika Freaks.
Yeah, they got to be careful here. Does Damwon Kia? Afrika is very, very quick. They will tear you apart in an instant, even with 2 down. They're very good at keeping things in front of them. Keeping the game in front of them is something that I've always really been impressed with from them. But unfortunately for Meta, they're able to get underneath. But of course, people are going to hear them driving up. And Oath maybe learning their lesson that they can't let people sneak around underneath them. Now, they do get the res, which is very good news for Meta. Back over to this fight with Damwon Kia. They got to be careful because 4AM is looming, and 4AM will 100% send it into the back of this fight. No doubt about it. If they sense weakness, they will bite. And I am really curious to see with Godby back here how they do in this one.
I think they're going to wait for a few more seconds. As you can see, they cannot push that side of the hill as long as the barn compound is in. They cannot leave themselves exposed to those windows. So now that it's out is when you could expect to maybe see them push forward. But because the fight didn't ensue, because the fight didn't continue, they back off. They hold tight where they're sitting, and they wait for it to pop off once again. Circle even goes in their direction. If we see any knocks now from Afrika Freaks onto Damwon Kia or the other way around, you can be pretty sure that 4AM will do something to try and third party.
Yeah, absolutely. I was a little surprised, yeah, but you're right. There are some crossfires they have to be worried about. Afrika, though, still kicking with 3 alive. They only lost 1 so far, and Damwon Kia still waiting in the wings. Damwon, I don't know how much they know about 4AM being on the hill behind them, and I'm sure that's kind of made them kind of readjust their thinking, but still holding on to this spot, more or less, that they've had for quite some time. Circle's been relatively favorable to them. There's a lot of teams outside of the circle that might be fighting here in just a minute, but Xiaolu is going to see Hikari on the side, catching some pretty good damage with those mini taps. Almost there it is. There's the knock onto Akkad. Hikari took a bunch of damage as well, and here's VP Batulins. Ooh, quick knock onto Batulins from Pang. That's actually TSG, not Levies, from LG Divine. Picking that one up. So Virtus Pro finding themselves kind of between a rock and a hard place.
Let the edge wrapping and vacuuming unfold as we see all these teams trying to wrap their way over towards the east without having to go over the mountain on the top. Virtus Pro trying to do it. Gonna be hard with Oath up on the hilltop, claiming full control of this. They're looking down in their direction. You can see Spiro has to fall back immediately. They know they have teams below, but they need to deal with Oath before they can push anywhere further forward. Lou, Oath, you let a team through once before. Did they not see him? Lou, shoot! You saw a guy stand up there on his own, caught in the middle of the open, and somehow Raylo is allowed to survive. Once again, Oath living in situations where they shouldn't be. There should be shots coming in all over the place from Lou, from below, trying to help his teammates and staying alive, but up to hold his fire, which ends up costing the team. Now, Yamship does connect one onto Snaker, so a little damage done uphill, but Spiro and Hiruzen are in trouble.
Yeah, it's TSG's really kind of making it difficult for all these teams to properly engage each other. And now, what in the world just happened with Shandion? I don't know, whatever. Hiruzen trying to survive, trying to finish it, connects that last bullet onto the head of Levies, but it's going to be Pang. TSG continues to wreak havoc over there on the western side of the circle. Oath doing a fantastic job with 10 kills, working their way down the hill. Now things get a little more tricky for them. Meta under pressure. It's Na'Vi this time around, and there's only 2 left for Meta, as Navi's been quiet throughout this one. 4 kills, though, for them. There's another one for Oath, and underneath is still LG Divine, and Oath is... They're going to have a lot of kills, though, Toby. The real question is can they find the win?
Yeah, they need to deal with Divine over here. They need to, if not, then have a really, really good shift go their way. If they want to be able to stay alive up on that hillside, they will have to push down at some point, I'm sure. And Divine will be their first fight met. In the meantime, Silson trying to stay alive alone down here in the bottom stairs. And now, Oath are taking the fight over the top. Relo able to fight the first. Plenty of kills gone their way already. As you said, Circle's going to go across the street, so they will have to cross at some point. Question is, do they take the fight to Navi and Meta, or do they try to deal with Divine now that they have them down below? Relo continuing to shoot downhill. They've got a full speed send it. Here comes the vehicles down as well. June trying to back off. Will he get himself into position? I'm not sure if he's going to be able to try to wrap around, maybe get an off angle. Snakers is already down here, trying to hold off, but June, smart off angle, finds the first one, goes down immediately in return though.
Oh no, now it's TSG once again getting into this. LG Divine has gone down, but Oath hanging on to their last legs. It is only Balefrost still alive. That's going to be a flush of that grenade is good. Oath is gone. The hard work, the dedication to picking up all those kills coming down off of there is going to fall. And now for TSG, it might be all for naught as well. They did all this hard work being a thorn in the side of so many of these teams, but here comes 4AM. They are watching this. They are getting up towards the road. They want to cut off the entrance path of TSG into this next circle. No doubt about it. Although Forever's got to be careful. There's somebody on his left. He hasn't seen him. They're really tunneled in to where Peng is, and Shia has gotten behind that car to hide.
I'm pretty sure that he was just in. Yes, the nades come over in that exact direction. I think it's Crazy who saw him up on that hillside. Will back off though, and it's when you have 3 duos, a solo, and a 4-man 4AM, you know you're going to be in trouble. Only thing is right now, as you said, I mean, by 4AM trying to take control in the middle, they're opening the 360. So even though the other guys have like smaller numbers, there's a very good chance that 4AM will get third-partied, pretty much no matter how this unfolds. We'll see EJ solo out towards the east from Freak of Freaks. We'll just have to sit tight and wait, hope that all these fights will unfold without him having to do anything, and he's dead. I don't know why or how I keep doing this, but he goes down. Pol Yang able to get the kill on him, and at least now for 4AM, they know they have players behind them as well. So the question is whether they bit off more than they could chew. I like their aggressive play up towards the road, though. They're forcing TSG to not play down across on that side. You can see Forever, he's sitting tight here. He's the anchor point. He's the one to make sure that no one's able to cross over towards the north. And if they do, he will be able to feed the info back to his teammates.
And this round just shows you how important it is to have Godv back for 4 Angry Men. I mean, they're not over-aggressing on anything. They're making good moves at the right times. They're kind of clearing their space, covering their angles, really not over-aggressing on anything. This is really, really fantastic play from 4AM so far, and they're going to get the circle in their favor for it. But they control a lot of space. That's why they've been able to get these circles. They've been controlling the space to give them the opportunity, and they're doing a fantastic job becoming it. And I say that Forever does get knocked, but for Infantry there, 2 left. They're looking to have to push forward. Crazy's going to hit with that shot from the M24. Bullying, trying to reel a bit. He has 9 with him, and it's going to be Meds, Smokes, go time. It's phase 8, baby.
Yep, here they go, full speed forward. Now he tries to rev forward. There is a snake in the grass, though. Nice instant trade from Bestalog. Should be allowed to get the rest up as well, depending on what Yamsia does from the other side. Let's see if can never be too cautious. Throws the smoke, tries to make sure there's more space for him to wrap around. Bolyan goes down. That's the instant on Infantry. They now know they have a little more space to wrap around, and also they know they have Navi up on that hillside. But 4AM still full up. They're gonna wrap now. They know they do not want to be caught in the middle, even though it's just 2 duos. They can really easily become troublesome should they fight them at the exact same time. So wrap around, deal with one side now, so then hopefully be able to make it into 2 separate 2v2 fights instead of the cluster where they would find themselves in the middle. Smart, aggressive play now here coming out from 4AM. They're looking around. They're trying to find him. Yamsia finds the first, get the flush as well. Crazy immediately there to follow, and Forever able to find the third. So now 3v2 in favor of 4AM. Does the CIS team, Na'Vi, have what it takes to take them down? Well, we'll see in just a few moments.
Yeah, we'll see. Can Na'Vi pull off the upset like Petrichor Road did earlier today into their 2v3 Forever? Just gonna pop some painkillers and other things. Get full boosted, get ready for this fight. That is lurking. Tab checking all the angles over here. So Na'Vi has found themselves in the position that 4AM had a second ago. 4AM up on the road, up on the high ground. But that offers pretty decent cover for Na'Vi. They just got to be careful. For 4AM, it's about finding good angles, whether that be overstacking onto one side, kind of working their way down one edge, or trying to flank from a couple different angles. A few mollies and other things being thrown out around the edges to kind of poke and prod, see if anybody's hanging out, lurking by the trees, trying to use those for cover. It's sparse for hard cover in this, no doubt about it, Toby.
No doubt about it for sure. Na'Vi, they had the dot before. They had to back off on the ridge line there. Best of luck trying to stay put. Tap doesn't even have a vest anymore, so things are looking to go in the favor of 4AM. But we've seen Na'Vi before come out clutch in these endgame situations. We'll see if they can do it here again. Tap has a clear idea. There should be someone up around this rock. Unfortunately, Nate not connecting on him. Flashes thrown forward as a circle continues to close on in. I like Godby's position. Flank on the side, but now Best of luck spots Crazy over the top. Peeks on over. Tries to get him down. Nothing connected so far. Tap might be able to wrap underneath and get a good angle on Crazy here. Just can't get eyes on him though as he wraps below. Forever is the one charged with holding this angle over. Crazy falls down. Finally, the angle was there and he doesn't take any time to connect it. Tap finds the first 2v2 now.
Ooh, Forever gets a pretty good chunk of damage there into the Tab. Besto gonna finish Crazy off. No res going to be available. Now it's all tied up at 2v2. The Tab puts the first aid kit in. Back up to 75 health. Doesn't have time to go for the energy drinks or the other things. Forever up over the top. Gets the knock. That's one. Can he turn? No, it's Besto. Besto trying to do it. He's gonna do it. Na'Vi is gonna win it in the end over 4AM. The 2v3 again going to fall into the hands of Na'Vi. What a play there at the end. What a finish.
Dust off that shoulder. Best of luck. You just brought Na'Vi to the weekly finals and you can see all of them. Thank you, Best of luck. Thank you so much for clutching that one out. That was a tall order. That was a tough task to put on his shoulders, but Best of luck does what Best of luck does best, and that is bring home wins in clutch situations. No fears in the eyes of that man. Great win for Na'Vi, and what a hell of a 1v2 clutch. He gets the first one, shots fired. Godby peeks on over the top, and he gets the second one with barely any HP, connects the double headshot to win the game for Na'Vi there as well.
Yeah, the flank from Godby just took too long, and for Crazy and Forever, they couldn't afford to get knocked in that situation, because then it effectively becomes a 2-on-1 if one of them gets knocked with Godby so far back, and then a ton of pressure gets put on Forever to hold off Besto and Tab in a way. And so for Godby, he has to rotate all the way back around, come back to the middle of the circle, and then try to help his teammates out. And by that point, it's a fair 2v2, and it's just going to be Besto clutching it out.
We talked about teams having to adapt their playstyle to make it through to these weekly finals, and this is the most Na'Vi I've seen Na'Vi play in the weekly survival matches in quite a while. They play it passive all the way up until phase 5, phase 6, then they make the aggressive push onto meta and by the Wizard Tower. Then they start swooping back out and taking control of the flank. Great plays overall. We saw the instant trades. Tap goes over, gets taken down immediately. Best of luck is there to trade on the infantry players as they cross the road and just slowly playing it in underneath, taking charge, knowing where to peek, knowing how to hold the angles, and always being there to trade for one another. This is a very scary Na'Vi team when they play like this, and they just showed it here, how they're capable of winning games even when the odds are against them.
Yeah, absolutely. Just fantastic work by them. 4AM is a great game, but they're not able to clutch it out in the end. They do a good job controlling space. They do a good job maneuvering and kind of shepherding teams away from them and into each other, not over-aggressing on anything, not taking into those maybe third-party situations that they love, trying to be patient with it. And it's the right idea, but at the end of the day, it's just some micro plays at the end of the game that finds them falling, and some other teams in there doing some good things. Oath has a huge kill round, and once again, it just feels like it's a matter of time for Oath, Toby. They continue to play very well, and I think, barring that weirdness from the Zenith maneuver, I think they looked pretty good overall, though.
It's one of those situations where either they push into meta and Na'Vi to try and take control there on the Wizard, knowing that there's a good chance that Divine would push up behind them, or they try and clear Divine, get control of that roadside, and then push in forward. But Jun really smart positioning. He backed off, knew he was out away from the position there to play it smart off the edge. But now let's hop on over to Na'Vi and see what they have to say after that win.
PGI.S Weekly Survival Week 4, and we have the winners of today's 9th match, Na'Vi.
마지막에 4AM과의 교전 상황에서 저 4AM이 좀 더 유리했을
In your last
거라고도
confrontation
생각이
against
들었을 텐데
4AM, I think a lot of people were actually thinking that 4AM had more of a chance of winning. What was that situation like for you guys?
С 4AM дрались, все думали, что 4AM намного выгодная ситуация, но вы смогли взять эту игру. Какая у вас была ситуация?
Ну, менее выгодная получается от 4AM, но Таб уравнял так свои шансы, великий уравнитель, и все хорошо.
네, 4AM보다 훨씬 안 좋은 상황이었는데
We were definitely at a disadvantage against the end, but our player really supported each other well, and I think that resulted in our chicken dinner.
그 외에 오늘 좀 어떤 플레이적으로 뭐가 좀 더 잘 된 것 같은지 구체적으로 듣고 싶어요.
In today's match, in the 9th one, what strategy do you think specifically played out really well for you guys?
Так сложно сказать, но надеюсь, немного стали меньше ошибаться, но все равно много ошибок. Ну, если только могу выделить это.
It's hard to really pinpoint on one, but I think we made less mistakes
이제 또 파이널에 연속으로 진출하게
and
되셨는데요.
approached it in a more offensive way.
좋지 않거든요. 이번에 많이
So last week you guys didn't do that amazing in your in the weekly finals, and I think you guys are going to be preparing a lot to make a better appearance this weekend. How are you guys going to get ready for that?
Исправить это дело и зайти в топ-4.
네, 저희 실수를 만회하고 톱 4위 팀에 들어갈
We are going to try work on our small mistakes, and we'll make sure that we make it into the top 4.
Последнее слово с фанатом.
Do you guys want to give a shout out to your fans?
Фанатам, кто поддерживает. Простите за такую игру в финале. В этот раз все будет иначе.
네, 저희가 위클리 파이널에 안 좋은 성적을 보여줘서 죄송하고 이번에는 더 좋은
We apologize for showing some disappointing plays in the last weekly finals and look forward to our play this weekend. Thank you for your interview.
네. 자, 이렇게 해서 9번째 매치에서 파이널로 진출하게 된 나비 팀.
Na'Vi makes it to their third weekly final here with this victory, and considering what we saw from them, very, very impressive stuff. Controlling the south side of the circle well, and it's not exactly the European team we expected off the back of VP of FaZe having a great time, but Na'Vi gets on in. Hypoc, Clover joining me here. Hypoc, what do you make of it?
Yeah, an interesting game, and actually Na'Vi find themselves a little deeper in Circle 1 and 2, and that's just down to, you know, the nature of that circle and how much space they had. And Toby's absolutely right. I mean, even at the point where they lose a couple bodies, and they're forced to kind of then revert back to playing way more passively than we would expect to see Na'Vi maybe control the late game edge when they are given that scenario. But, you know, at the end there, Besto comes through with a clutch trade and then closes out the 1v1.
Yeah, definitely so, especially going up against 4 angry men, Clover, considering the power that they show. Oh no, this moment.
I
don't.
You gotta give them credit. That was a valiant effort, but they took the shot just a little too early and gave them the late. You want to see something like that work out, because that was so much effort put again. But you know, I mean, you bring up 4AM, and that's a great point, and kind of a similar situation, right? 4AM was at the very end tiptoeing around that circle and kind of actually did a dance around Na'Vi, who rotated down to the south back around them and kind of switched places. You know, 4AM coming out of Novo with a couple of other teams, the LG Divine, and that's not a hard situation necessarily for 4AM to have played. I think that just at the end, they kind of gotten spent, right? Their armor, their ammo, everything, and ultimately, and I think the casters said it best, you know, GodV and Forever kind of had their attention split just a little bit. Unfortunately, GodV just kind of getting fragged out by Besto with that beautiful spray at the end.
Yeah, very nice indeed. But I think, yeah, we have to take a step back a moment. Hypoc, I know you want to talk about Zenith North. Please.
I mean,
do it.
As much as I do, I also really don't, because that was. I mean, I was literally uncomfortable watching that. I'm sorry. In that scenario, they should have. They had those banked to rights. They absolutely had them banked to rights. And it's not often you can really sit back and say that. There are a lot of variables in PUBG, obviously, but again, you know, Roth plays that first peak right when he catches sight of the first Oath player. He then unfortunately misses his spray, and at that point, I still don't think Oath have any business fighting back into that. Relo holds off the push long enough for his team to come back and reinforce. So for me, yes, it's not necessarily the game-winning position that they would have garnered from that spot. Oath still did fantastically well the rest of the game to rack up so many kills, but that for me was a blunder on Zenith's part.
Navi will walk away with the chicken dinner here again, as they're making their third weekly finals. They're going to be looking for some decent money off the back of that. And yeah, Clover, do you have anything to add to this? I thought that Zenith were in such a good situation. They were playing everything so right, and then it went all so wrong.
It was. It almost makes me kind of think back to the Virtus prone a few weeks ago, right? Where we just saw VP proning in the late game because they were so desperate for a chicken dinner on a week where they had so many second place finishes. I think this is the same with Zenith. We've seen Zenith quietly on these lists in terms of kills and damage each and every match. You know, they found ways to get kills. They just can't find ways to make it through into those top 4, top 5s. And I think that creativity might have been sparked from that desire for Zenith to figure out some way to make it work. But I mean, you know, what is this? NA on NA, EU on EU, that phase liquid, again, another heartbreaking moment.
It happens, and truly anything can happen when it comes to PUBG. Well, thanks very much, guys. We're going to go to a short break, and then when we return, we have 2 more matches. Our penultimate match will be on the way for the day, as 2 more teams will go through into the weekly final.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal, too.
Раскидайте смоки, чтобы мы хотя бы подъехали.
Надо замолить будку, вообще ее не выпускать.
Да, замоль, Батут, все раскидай, все утильте раскидай. Поехали втроем, просто втроем по забору.
Я сразу по забору
Один
еду.
на крышу хочет подняться,
Окей,
я
окей,
ему не
окей.
даю.
Поехали аккуратно.
Будку убили?
Нет.
Замолили ее хотя бы?
Смоки
Замолил.
слева.
Один в руме, в доме, в руме. Дом закидайте, дом просто закидайте, дом
Они
закидайте.
за домом, они за домом
Окей.
стоят.
Потом
Да,
правую
я
руму.
молик сейчас
Давай.
кину.
Один в будке сидит.
Я и
смотрю.
хаешка туда еду,
Будки?
кидаю.
Не, будки нет.
Мы горим.
За моей тачкой. На мне. Нокнули их одного в спину.
Тихо, тихо, парни. Тихо, тихо.
Дом просто забери, братик, просто забери дом.
Sometimes on the battlefield, things don't go exactly as planned. Let's take a view at a few clips showing exactly how.
Batulans, the famous mountain goat from Virtus Pro.
Not just any goat, as you say. Mountain goat up the hill we go. On the bike, wants to get all the vision, all the control, doing his Batulans things. But can he get there? No, nope. Downhill. No.
Alright, LG Divine attacking Buriam, but Konaxi, he's gonna try to make something happen here. He actually gets everybody down.
Oh, he gets them, he gets the kills, and no, the vehicle explosion takes him out, and oh, Buriam down as well.
Alright, Genji taking shots, and Gex already gets one. More shots coming out as well.
There comes CC.
I don't think the commentating is gonna be important. I think the editing here is gonna be key. Like, you have to pause it here. And then he's in the sky and it's just like, ah! Yeah, that's the one. This one. We had to do this one.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to PGI.S. Paper Thin here, along with Toby.
2 more games to go. So that means this is the penultimate game. I don't know what is so ultimate about the pen in this game. I find the fountain pen to be the most ultimate pen, but that's another story for another time. Toby, 2 more games to go. Na'Vi comes through with a clutch win today. We see some great kind of, with teams that have less men than the other team coming through with the wins today.
Yeah, I mean, clutch situation, it's, again, with this level of play, getting a win just with the same amount of players on your team as the opposing team can be a lot to ask for, so going out and doing it with fewer is even more impressive, and for Navi's sake, after a week of not really getting things going the way that they wanted to, the first couple of games in this weekly survival too, not really having gone their way at all. I mean, they have, in this entire week of play, they only have 2 games, only 1 game, I should say, within the top 5. I'll make that actually 2, but either way, it just hasn't really gone their way. They haven't been allowed to play the Navi style PUBG that we've seen them be able to do before. So getting the win that they just did there, which to me was a very, very clear Navi style PUBG game where they get to go out, they get to dictate the edge of the circle the way they want to, they get to come in late as we like to see them do more often than not. I think that bodes for a good, hopefully a good weekly final for them as well if they can continue playing like that.
Yeah, absolutely really impressive stuff from Na'Vi. Love to see them go back to their roots and find success. We have 2 more games to go here today, so buckle up, everybody. We are far from over as we get ready for game number 5. It's Miramar time again. The Sandy Dunes coming at you here.
Let's see how things unfold as we head on over to Miramar. Plane is in the sky this time around. While it is pretty fair for everyone, a lot down towards the southeast is going to be pretty difficult to reach. We're looking at Impala, we're looking at Porto Paraíso. I'm looking at STK right now. Where did they go? We saw them jump out early and dip on San Martin. Now they jump out somewhat early again, going up towards the northwest. Will we leave San Martin open once more, or will 4 AM maybe stretch into the vicinity?
Curious about that. Absolutely curious. Look, STK is out up over towards the left-hand side. Meta heading towards Pozo. FaZe towards Monte Nuevo. K7, I think, should be San Martin, right? Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah.
And there you go. That's that settled. And everybody else just kind of coming out. Oath coming out a bit late on this one. Going towards the Torre Ahumada area, looks like.
Yep, all the way up north they go. No reason for them to try and claim anything in the middle when there's so many teams already contesting everything there. K7, as we said, making their way down towards someone. And I was just kind of curious to see if they were planning on going there, given that last game it was free. Maybe it's one of those, okay, then we'll go there. Many other teams try to go for it too, but nope, K7 will be able to. Could you imagine? With a Tommy gun at that distance too, that'd be brutal. But nope, Lou doesn't manage to find the knock there. It's a decent position for K7 to start, and now with this circle as well, should be able to rotate forward, but it's going to really be up to 4 AM for teams rotating in from the southwest, see if they want to spend their time trying to prevent teams from doing so, or just rotate in themselves as well, trying to claim a center spot in the circle.
Yeah, 4 AM dictates sometimes the pace of what's going on around the Hacienda del Patron area, of course, because it's their drop spot, but also because they will play aggressive on you. If they want a spot, they're going to try to take it. So you kind of have to be aware of what the desires of 4 AM are if you're going to be kind of maneuvering in or around their area and going forward, see what they want to take. TSG, pretty wide split to go for their loot. In fact, Al Azahar area is kind of their loot spot, but they're pretty far spread out from it. Only 1 member of their team even going over there. Of course, Division X Gaming. We'd be remiss without talking about them a bit. Coming into the lobby here, the team from Vietnam. It's been not the best of tournaments for them. They've been struggling a bit here, but coming in at the halfway mark gives themselves a decent chance to find a win, Toby.
Yeah, they get themselves a good circle with it as well. So we'll see if they can make something of it. It's been, as you said, sort of a wild ride for the DXG gang, and to me at least, they find a way to force themselves into fights where they maybe haven't gotten all the info they would have wanted to have prior to engaging it. Like, they come in, they get the first 2 knocks, and you go, oh great, this is a fight going well for Division X Gaming, and then all of a sudden there's that one player they hadn't accounted for, and he finds 2 knocks in return, and then things kind of fall apart. So I'm hoping to see for DXG, not necessarily to play more passive, because they are pretty held back team already, but maybe before going into the fights, when they finally do, a little more time spent on trying to figure the lay of the land before they head into the engagement. Because once they do, like once they press that let's go aggressive button, I like what I see from them. It just oftentimes falls apart when they have that snake backstab them in the middle of the engagements.
And to me, it oftentimes feels like when the opposite situations, when the fight's being brought to them, they're losing like 1 or 2 early, and then it takes somebody like Long K or IQ 500 to like step up and make hero plays for them. And that there's only so many times you can ask even the best players in the world to do that before there just is you just kind of can't keep doing it. I mean, eventually you're going to run into the buzzsaw, like we've talked about a lot, of the incredibly talented lobby top to bottom that you're going to find no matter what situation you're in.
Let's see, Liquid opted to rotate towards the center of the circle. Not too unusual for them. We'll see if EB, followed by the entire team, goes for a shack, or if they opt to play somewhere else this time around. We can say that, right? Without being too rude. Is it too soon? Is it too soon?
What? I thought no. Okay. I know. I think you absolutely could make that joke. But also, for a second there, I thought Kickstart was not on a motorcycle. I was like, oh god, they're gonna run him over. Couldn't see it there. But no, I mean, look, I think sometimes players don't make the best decisions. That happens to all of us, no matter what, and it's hard. And that's just the way it is. And it's okay. I think it's okay. It's in good nature. It's a little fun,
And honestly, I think, the EP push, just to finish off that note, EP making the push back towards that shack early was, first of all, the rotation was extremely heads up, and EB's push back, oh shit, boy, watch out. Don't want to get stuck there. EB's push back towards that shack in that previous Miramar game was extremely smart. Had he gotten in there, he could have held off other people from rotating across the road. Like, he could have been become the anchor point across the road that the team would have needed in order to make the transition themselves. Unfortunately, just didn't quite go their way. And speaking of Liquid, here they are once more pushing up towards TSG. And as you said just before, Paper, TSG were in a wide split. So Yamsia, for now at least, kind of on his own with Volley and Peng over on the other side of the road.
I love that angle James has on the other side of the high ground on the road. That's really, really smart here. It gives them the information on what TSG is doing. At least gives them the opportunity to set up. They know where she is. James now going to spot the back end, get a little bit of damage in with the shot, but he's going to have to readjust his position. He's got to be careful as well, of course. He's out in the open. He's exposed. Teams could be rotating in from the south, unbeknownst to him, if he hangs out there too long. And the longer he's there, the more he shoots, the more likely people are going to be to hear it. That was pretty cool, the way that fence just exploded. I'm not going to lie. That looked like something out of a movie. I don't even care what happens the rest of the fight. I want to see more fences explode. All right, I take it back. Ibiza, grenades up into IMC. That's a dangerous building to be in with grenades because it is very, very grenadable, Toby.
It sure is. Have to fall back down the staircase. Now Molly isolating the stairs themselves. Nate's thrown upstairs once more. Thought he was going to be up there, but in fact he is sitting just below. Shandia, because this fight has taken as long as it has been allowed to wrap on in. And I'm not sure they know of his whereabouts. You can see on the minimap down in the bottom right corner. He is around. EB pushes forward. Now he goes down. Immediate trade is there. Clip finds one. Yamsia will be flushed in the end of it. So 1-for-1 trade so far. We'll see who's going to get the bit of this one. Ooh, Peng! Down to just 1 HP. Trying to hold off here. The push coming in, but still, the snake in the south is there. Shandia now wrapping back, trying to find a better angle to approach from. I'm not sure they have any clue that the last player is there, and as I say that, he goes into a vehicle, it's not driving over to the other side. That should be the clear indication that the fourth player is coming in now.
Yeah, now they definitely know he's there, but that's probably some kind of distraction a bit. Still, though, James gets a flash and some shots for all of his hard work to get up into the front. They're going to have to go right for the heels. That flash going to force Shandian to throw that grenade that he was holding behind him. Clib there, going to move into the building next to him, but nobody was coming around the corner yet. Shandian prones behind his Murado. Stuns up over the top. Shandian going to get those feet shot out from under him. Really nicely done here by Clib. Great use of the stun over the top. And that's going to be 2 more down for TSG, down to their last player alive. And DXG from afar taking some pot shots into this fight. Peng trying to hold on, but he isn't up the stairs in this house just yet, trying to hold this angle through the door.
Overall, just an incredibly smart angle. I just had to push on through. They knew he was outside behind the vehicle, tried to look underneath. We even saw one of the, I think it was Shandian proning himself, trying to use that angle. But the second he turns around, Clip peeks it, gets the knock. Smart play there. 3v1 now, though. You do not want to see Liquid lose more players in this situation. 3 versus 1. These buildings are terrible to have to push, but James makes it look easy. Throws the flash in, makes the peek afterwards. Great push on his part. They do lose 1, but they get a good center compound at least for now.
You know, I was expecting Peng to once either he took some shots or somebody kind of tried to get in the back of the building to just go running up those stairs, but the stun was good enough he's never able to really do it. Meanwhile, there was something going on with Zennon, and he catches 4AM out in the open, taking some shots and makes him pay. Well done. Talking that guy up earlier, Toby, and he is coming in big for K7 there.
That's why even when you think I'm in a compound, there's no one around, I'm just gonna sit here and shoot. That's why you see people go lean from side to side, or stand up crouch, whatever it is you're doing. Never stand completely still, because these guys, they don't miss those. They will hit them, and they will make you pay for it. So always be moving around. Unfortunate. I'm pretty sure that 4M player there thought he was all on his own, but not quite the case.
Yeah, that's some good work there by Zennon to recognize that situation. 4AM, they do get a little hungry, and sometimes when you're hungry, you make mistakes, as you can see there. That's going to be the one to happen to them. Meanwhile, speaking of players out in the open in a compound, this time it's going to be Meta, having one of their players knocked from afar. It's another big 2-2 split up on the north. They should be able to get to this, I think. Looks like, yeah, there's just enough of the wall there. Circle heading right towards the water treatment, dead on top of K7, who has a huge split around the water treatment proper. JN continuing, try to see if he can find any luck, but now some shots coming from, I think that might be Division X over on the side, and that should buy just enough time to get Ragnar rezzed.
Yeah, Division X Gaming, seeing the circle shift, instantly moving the way forward. Oh, Purdy, does that get back on the wheels? There you go. Just a little bit of a slide down the hill. Does get back 4 wheels on the ground, allowing for SDK to continue their rotation further forward. Next team in will be DA. It's going to be well, I mean, I'm curious to see DA how they're planning on making their way through this one. Will be because the first game is gonna be ranked, so you never know. While it seems like the truce came in the week before last week, we never know what happens once a new week starts. We'll have to see. And also for Virtus Pro, if they don't qualify here, are they going to fight DA for Rozhok? They have been in DA, they have been in Rozhok for all the ranked games so far. Or are they going to hop back to loot elsewhere? We'll know next game once they get in.
It's called J Compound, and it's the most important compound on the map. They got to fight over that.
Sorry. Of course.
No, yeah. I don't think no. You pose a great question. Honestly, like it is going to be really interesting because DA has potential problems coming up in terms of their loot spot. You're absolutely right. But we'll get to that when we get to Erangel. Team Liquid, after the successful engagement with TSG, now going to try to fight another Chinese team. I don't know how long your luck can hold together, but that vehicle runs over forever. Oh my word, slamming in there, trading with the vehicle. It's a 1-for-1. Godby out of bullets around this hay bale. Gonna have all the throwables being put onto him. He's gonna get knocked. Crazy, the last one alive for Team Liquid. Looks like they should be able to get the res onto Mexi. Crazy was a bit far away, slamming in with his vehicle. Try to assist his teammates. Gonna be far too late for that. It's gonna be taking something crazy, but he's gonna start it off good with the knock onto James. Mexi has been res, but he has to heal up. So for James, gets behind the tires. It isn't down just yet. Can Crazy do this?
He's trying to peek around. Nice off angle from Clip, looking through the other garage door. No, he has him tagged up now. They want to go back to the rest. They want to get James back up. It is the second knock, so I have to see if they can get him up quickly. Finally, they get the flush. Will get back over. Able to, as I said, it is actually the first knock, but it doesn't matter right now. They should be able to get him back up. Maybe, as I say that, Furia make their presence known. Nate's thrown forward. Don't seem to know exactly where this fight's been unfolding because they're nading down towards the other edge of the longhouse. But now, Nate's coming down towards the garage as well. All 4 from Furia are here.
Well, Clip in a really cheeky spot there. He might be able to find somebody sneaking around the outside of the fence, trying to get a flank. Now, we'll see. Kill, Demo, and the others of Furia. Plenty of throwables available. Let's see if that one catches anything there. Does catch James a bit as Team Liquid trying to retreat, continuing to hold back. Code over on the left-hand side of your screen. Pop that into your game. Get some of those sweet EP points. Furia now seems like this push didn't go the way they wanted. They did get any of those important knocks to start the fight. So for them, it's kind of a wait-and-see approach now.
Yeah, this is going to be extremely annoying for both teams, really, because with next circle popping, should it not go here, that with the fact that there's a team right next door means they can't really do anything to scout forward. Now, circle does come in this direction, so fortunate they will be allowed to fight for a little while longer, but maybe this is also going to be an invitation as this fight eventually pops off for more teams to third party or try and engage on this and claim the compound to themselves. We'll see what the result of this is. We do have about 5 or 6 teams outside the circle that will have to make their way forward, and we know this is one of those priority compounds that teams like to sit in, so we'll see if more teams will join in on the action.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple teams that might be forced into that position even. Damwon Kia coming in very late to this circle. It's kind of been their MO for a lot of this tournament. Sungjang catches the backside of Batulin's a bit. Batulin's able to get up over the hill in his buggy, so for him, he escapes with his life for now, and he is a bit spread out from the rest of VP here. There is Under, kind of far away. He's that dot you can see for Kia Damwon to their south. If you look at the mini map down in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, he is watching this, and Kale's flanked out even further. So a 2-1-1 for Damwon Kia. Quite greedy early on, but Damwon Kia desperate, Toby, to make it to one of those weekly finals. They have yet to do so.
Yeah, it's baffling. The fact that they haven't made a single weekly final yet. It's, I think, above and beyond what everyone expected, at least once, you know? I mean, we're reaching a point where they're one of the few teams to not have made it into the finals yet. And I mean, if it was to make a list of teams, like in the order they would make it in, I don't think I'd see Damwon Kia all the way down the bottom. So we'll see. Hopefully for them, they can get something going. They are, as you said, in the 2-1-1 split for now, waiting for that next circle to pop. And for Indigo and Son Yang, they find themselves in between a couple of those Virtus Pro players in a somewhat tough position. And in the meantime, another Korean team, it could potentially be in a tough position, is a Freak of Freaks up on the edge here. They know that they have STK around, but they still haven't really found their own approach to this circle yet.
So Damwon Kia opting to move up with their vehicles, get under inside the garage, park another one in there. Virtus Pro still trailing behind on the southwest corner. FaZe up above them. Infantry over in the warehouses to the right. So Virtus Pro gonna load up in the vehicle, pan to block shots, kidding. Irizin, of course, switching over to the M4 here. Some shots ringing out from Batulin. So, nice little setup here by Virtus Pro, using the vehicle, and Batulin's covers the escape. I like that move there, and now he's getting some grenades into the vehicles of Damwon Kia, so that's going to put some damage into those. That makes later rotations much, much riskier for Damwon Kia. We talk about it all the time. Vehicles so important on this map.
Yep, and they're running short of them as we speak. FaZe in the meantime, trying to reposition himself in the compound. Lou obviously know there's a team up there, can hear the vehicles, and they try to find a way to peek down towards that one without leaving themselves exposed to the compound above. Not an easy thing to do, especially not with infantry around here as well. Kale, still far down towards the south. New circle is going to pop. Where are we headed? Towards the northeast we go, forcing all these teams that are currently trying to find their way in on the south to really just have to give up on that whole idea and make their crossing over, because fighting for terrain down here right now is not really going to grant them anything. Try and find a way to get out of here. It's just, as we said before, these teams are so close to each other now that trying to disengage is going to be, could be suicidal.
Well, here comes the grenade from Jeems. Up into the top, catches Raspu for about half damage. Pretty nicely timed on that throw. And that's going to send him backing up down the stairs a bit into the U-house. Now, Damwon Kia had a couple knocks, so they're going to have to kind of turn around. I think they might just be chasing bullying off a little bit there. But Under and I believe it was Sungjang have been knocked on the other side of this. So they have to drive all the way back across this field, go for these reses, and then try to get it going from there. This is wild.
That is so smart. Indigo drove out with 3 in the vehicle, tried to just leave and go, you know what? Okay, we lost 2 smart and great shooting by Spiro to get the double headshots coming in. Realized they weren't flushing and heard them leave. He's just going to go back and rest them. They'll be all full back up. That is incredibly well played and really, really heads-up type reaction to something like that. Normally, you just see them left, but not going to happen now, James. Once again, Liquid fighting their way through this game. They've lost 1 already, but James finds a knock on 2-1 as they try to claim this position away from Furia. Oh, Kale takes one from afar. They know who they're up against. They know that's one more knock in the compound.
Oh, this might be go time for Liquid. There's Kale still spraying it, and indeed, Clib is going to finish the job on to Furia. This is a hell of a round for Team Liquid. These boys are fighting tooth and nail for this. Kia has the reses. They are going to make a go of it to try to leapfrog forward. They might try to opt into taking Team Liquid out to be the ones to finish the job. Or could it be FaZe? I don't know. A lot of teams have the option. FaZe might have to fight VP. Indeed, Damwon Kia are going to be the ones to try to deal with Team Liquid. We do lose one member of the last 3 alive for Liquid. So James goes down. Indigo knocked by Mexi around the corner. And here comes Clib. He finds Sungjang with a grenade out. That's an easy finish, though. Clib gets taken down himself. Kalen under, still alive for Damwon Kia. Going to shut the door, try to get the res on Indigo.
They leave Kale behind. I was worried for a second there that it would come to bite them, that they left Kale behind. I know he was trying to get the better, like the outside perspective, and if they were trying to wrap, he could take them down, but that was terrifying. Thought for a second that Liquid might be able to outlive them there, but fortunately for Damwon Kia, able to get the kills in there. They're very needed kills in order to stay alive and get the rests up as well, only losing one in that engagement. I think Akkad now realizing that he has face over the top of the hill. If he was prone before, maybe he's going to try and dig himself into the ground now because he does not want to be seen here.
Yeah, it's prone o'clock for sure. For Akkad, no doubt about it. He is not going to be moving unless he absolutely has to. Has to be careful, though. FaZe up on the hill above him there. And Circle does favor him, though. Center's up in his direction. So looking at this particular circle, you have STK and K7, all 4 up over in Water Treatment. LG Divine on the north, all 4 up over there. Meta Gaming, all 4 up on the eastern corner. Division X, 4 up. Oath, 4 up. Zenith, 4 up. A lot of teams at full strength here coming into this Phase 5 circle. So there's only so much room to be had, only so much space that you can find. Infantry as well, 4 up, and they are kind of inching their way forward underneath Zenith.
I like to think that FaZe got this sort of going in their favor, but I can't really make up my mind on it, because if any team gets up close to them, it's going to be a big old whack-a-mole fight with all the teams that could potentially be trying to push up that hill. We'll see once teams start to make their way in that direction. Oath now, in the meantime, they have a fight ahead of themselves, trying to take out DXG, Division X Gaming, who just joined in now. Their compound's been shifted out on Relo. I like the idea of trying to wrap around and play it on the inside. Only thing is, Meta Gaming are over here as well, and if you bite off too much here, Relo, you might be forcing your way into multiple teams, and that would not make your odds any better of survival.
Yeah, Indigo got knocked over on the side. Division X still watching. The members of Oath rotate around them, and there you go. Relo gets spotted out by Metagaming, and Wicked gets a bit of damage, and there it's going to be Silzen with a great grenade. Going to get the knock on to him. So Oath going to have to regroup with just 3, it looks like. I don't think there's any hope of getting over to him. The problem is there's not a lot of stuff to work with. There's some hard cover, but Division X still has Overwatch on top of you. LG Divine up above them as well, though. So that's going to be a knock on to Fergus here. Great shooting from afar by June. Now, there was a battle brewing between Damwon Kia and Infantry, and we did lose 1 onto each team, but Infantry still has the 3-man advantage.
Exactly, and they're sitting outside the compound as well. They know that Kale and Under will have to push out at some point, so they're just going to be sitting tight and waiting for them to move. But you can see here, once again, Divine doing so much damage up on that north side hill when no one's doing damage, when no one's forcing the hilltop teams to look elsewhere. Teams like Divine and FaZe Clan, they can do so much damage, and there's just nothing you can do about it. If you're fighting a team next to you, you cannot worry about the team on the hilltop when there's a guy right over on the other side of the wall for you. You need to focus on that and try to somehow avoid the damage coming in for you. Who tries to take down Halo? Not gonna happen. Both Penta and him able to stay alive as they wrap further back towards the east, wanting to find a safe approach to the circle where there really is none.
Yeah, I don't know if you knew, but those metal stairs are like really good at armor. Like, they block so many bullets that you wouldn't think they would. You'd think they'd block less than they do, but for some reason they seem to be very strong and very much wider than they look. Oh, and a grenade from Silzen! Another fantastic one for him. Now it's Levies over the top, getting into Division X again. Vietnam taking each other out. So we saw earlier the other regions fighting each other. Now it's Vietnam's turn. FaZe now sees K7 on the outside of this, trying to get up over the top. Uba's been knocked. 8C and Fuzzface trying to hold the line. They're going to back up around this ridge, trying to poke over, see what's going on. Fuzz, Johnny on the spot, trying to get Uba up and running. VP still underneath as well, still needing to get into the circle. And all of this goes on, and Akkad remains prone.
And this is what I was worried about for FaZe. And if these teams are allowed to push up over the hilltop, if FaZe can't maintain control of the south side, it's going to be incredibly difficult to do anything from that hilltop now, because teams are playing right below them. They can no longer peek over the edges without having constantly people shooting up towards them, and that's going to really make their position a lot more difficult to play from. In the meantime, Giant, you can see, has crossed on over. I like the play from him. Become that anchor point that your teammates can rotate over towards later. They will slowly be making their way in, but at least for now, they have a guy inside the circle who can sit tight, who has a spot from where he's not getting shot at, and he might be able to be the safe haven for his teammates to rotate towards.
Yeah, Meta has a bit of an awkward rotation. They're going to have to make that nice little cover spot they have going to leave them. They're going to have to find something else that can work. Long skirt behind a tree, and he is going to go down. So out goes Infantry, holding off Damwa and Kia successfully, but then finds themselves held out not too long after. Turtle that grenade right next to him. Perfect. Bounces off the front of the car, but underneath does enough damage from sparking. Now Meta trying to hold off LG Divine from being able to reinforce to their teammate JN. Decent damage done there by Levis. That's going to send Meta backing up, trying to lick their wounds, heal off a bit, and it's Purdy Curdy from afar, getting the damage into Levis. So this is a good idea, but LG Divine kind of gets caught up in their movement, trying to regroup with JN.
Yeah, exactly. They all wanted to get in, but weren't ready for the push from Meta over the hilltop, and that kind of put a dent in their rotation, fortunately. Jun and Jay able to reunite back on the north side. Should be able to get the rest on up as well. Now Upa falls down as once again faced. They try to peek over the top, but they get shot at instantly. Up towards the hilltop comes K7, trying to make the run on in. Longslot goes for the double, can't find any of them, and he goes down in return. Thought he was going to get at least one of them down, but no, not quite the case. Sinan, solo player now, trying to make the run on forward. Let's see if he can find anything, but no, from behind comes Fuzzface. No flushes there yet either. Finally, the fight comes to an end, and K7 are eliminated.
Well, now STK might want to try to displace FaZe. If they've been keeping track of their kill feed, which I know their coach Gunnar is very keen on doing, they should know that FaZe is going to be one man short here, and they have a good opportunity with their throwables in hand over the top, doing some decent damage. Fuzz and Uba already at half. 80 as well, about in that same spot. Here comes some more fantastic grenades. Up over is Luke, going to get the knock, but Petulance from the side knocks Pentalol. So VP able to get a bit of damage of this. That's going to make Luke reposition here. See if he can get a flank onto FaZe. Come from a different angle into this fight. Get the smokes down, get the res on Penta, and then resume.
I like how they try and just use them. I mean, they know that every time there's silhouette over the top, they're going to be in the gunfire for other teams. Nice spraying through the smoke, isolate the angles, you know, essentially where all the players have to be at this one. But you can see Virtus.pro trying to do so much damage up over the hilltop while this is unfolding. Once again, Alo through the smoke finds one. Uba is on his own right now, and that's going to be FaZe out in 8th place. Nice hold, nice contained by shoot to kill, going, you know what, we know you have the smokes to play around, but if you peek out there for just a split second, we will take you down, and they do. Unfortunately for STK, the journey is far from over yet. They need to get down this hillside now, with both Virtus.pro sitting below and shooting up towards them, and Zenith below as well, who could easily become a troublesome position for them.
And don't forget, Akkad is still prone down there. He could be a problem. He could end up costing SDK a player or two, potentially. And Meta makes a move over towards JN. Wicked able to scoot on in there. Going to be throwing some stuns underneath him. Throws a stun of his own. Wicked going to let loose with another one. Sparking has been knocked. So Liquid on his feet for metagaming. Up over the top. Quick turn, but not good enough. God. That is going to be June finishing that up. There it is. Akkad gets 2 of STK, but Pentalol able to turn onto him. Alo down. Grenades are ringing out. Akkad potentially ruining the hopes for STK in this round. That's going to open the door for Virtus.pro to start throwing their stuns up and in there, and June is going to be the one to do it. STK is gone.
Found 3. Wow, you said it. There's still a Korean player down there that they hadn't accounted for yet, and Akkad makes them pay. They drove the vehicles down, thought they were safe. No way, Jose, not gonna happen. Turtle now trying to come down here and play the position and go, well, I guess I'll take the cover here. All the smoke's thrown here as well. That's pretty nifty. Thank you so much, guys. I'll use this plateau inside the circle for cover. Oh, it's almost in the end of the circle as well. I'm not gonna complain about that divide. All of that we just saw there just got themselves in an extremely good position in the circle.
Yeah, this is a nice movement for LG Divine, able to keep it together despite having a little bit of a precarious moment for themselves on that rotation to try to group back up with JN, and they're able to survive the aggression by Meta and others. So 10 kills for LG Divine. Definitely, we're seeing LG Divine kind of find their comfort zone, find their footing as this event is going on, seeing why they were one of the best teams, if not the best, in the APAC region during 2020. So, new circle, Virtus Pro, Phase 8 has to come up towards Batulins. Can they get up to him?
We'll have to see now. Zenith, they've opted to play the compound for as long as they possibly could. This next circle will force them to make a move out at least towards the ridge. We oftentimes talk about how they can see his leg. We oftentimes talk about how having this compound can be great for you, but if you stick around too long, you can get kind of pinned in. I'm not sure if Virtus Pro have good angles on them down below. You can see right now they want to deal with Divine, and I'm afraid that should Virtus Pro and Divine start fighting, that should be a gateway for Zenith to push out in third party. So I like the fact that Zenith are still holding their horses at least for a little while longer here.
Yeah, smokes have to come out, and this is a tough run. Even with a buggy there, it is a bit difficult to get up to Batulins inside of the Phase 8 circle. So LG Divine, you can see them. JN has been watching it like a hawk, letting his teammates know, and now they're going to make their move, taking some damage. Good push by Virtus Pro. They're able to get through with only taking about a third damage onto Lou. The problem is they are still underneath LG Divine. Now Zenith starting to push out. JN going to spray down Batulins quick and easy up over the top, finishing the job there. Very nicely done. And is that the pan there for Stakers? No, he's going to go down. Oh, Stakers, we appreciate the pan. We appreciate the effort, but in the end, it's going to be Oath out in fourth.
Where are the nades? Where are the mollies? I mean, we saw Virtus Pro with a ton of them. Turtle is sitting on 3 mollies and knows that he has his opponent sitting behind the rock there. At least I would assume that he knows. Having seen how they rotated up with the buggy just before, throw them down, isolate them, force them out. If somehow Virtus Pro are allowed to make the wraparound here, you could be in trouble, Divine. Throw the mollies now, isolate them, get those safe kills, and then take the fight to Zenith afterwards. Roth trying to play spoiler, playing up close, hopefully for him. The teammates can become the pressure players, and then he can pop out of nowhere and go hello there and get himself some kills off of it. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not, but for now, Zenith, they need to make the run up. Divine is looking to be in a damn good position here.
Well, if I'm Zenith, I want to push Virtus Pro into LG Divine, get their positions revealed, buy time to set up smokes and the push further up towards that hill, further up towards that star in the center as much as possible. Wait this out as long as you can, and then make your move. See if you can buy enough time. Keep LG Divine distracted enough that you're able to go for it. Here come the throwables now from Virtus Pro. Ow, that blue really, really hurts. One step into it and it's half health, and here comes Roth waiting in the wings, gonna finish Spyro quick and easy on the side. JN though, waiting for it. Grenades up front, not quite making it up to the top of this hill. LG Divine continues their hold.
With what Zenith just did pushing forward for first, I don't think Virtus Pro or Spyro at least knew that they were there. Lou, throw yourself some smokes, prone in them, hope that somehow Zenith and Divine fight this one. Oh, they can see him now. He's outside of the smoke. Unfortunate, down he goes. Well, you have the high ground. We'll see if it's going to be enough to bring home the win here for Divine. They don't have the numbers, though, and here comes Zenith, full speed forward. The smoke wall is there. Roth, first one to push out over the hilltop. We'll see if he can get the good angle on the first peak. Finds the first one. Yes, he does. Peeks over again. Spots the second one, but he's flashed off. He's going back down.
Yeah, here we go. 2 more to go. Ooh, Roth gets traded out. Punage is there, though, to finish the job, and Zenith will be joining Sonics from NA in the weekly finals once again. They've been talking that they have been feeling better and better as this tournament has been going on. They've been feeling more and more confident, and it shows there. Very well handled at the end of that match to come through with the win.
Counting up the kills to try and see how many they had. I had two, guys. I did something. I killed some people in the end of the game. There you go. Look at this. I got my 2 kills. You know what? Kills don't matter. You got yourself a win and you made it through to the weekly finals. That is the most important aspect of it. And as I said, they played it wise. They played it out slow. They knew that they had 2 teams ahead of them. They played it up slow towards Virtus Pro, put enough damage towards them that they couldn't really do anything from that position. And then up on the hilltop, they still managed to isolate Divine for long enough that they could make a good play on them. Great play by Zenith. When it came down to it, they knew when to push, they knew how to push, and they secured themselves the win.
Yeah, exactly. The timings were near flawless for them. A few weirdnesses at the end, but they're all there, all covering each other to finish the job. So for Zenith, yes, they don't get any money out of this one, but that's okay. Getting into those weekly finals, half the battle, and you love to see it. LG Divine playing a great round there. Really standing strong, taking good position, just not able to come through with it at the end.
No, they played it extremely well all the way up until the end. Could they have done more to try and hold off Zenith? I don't even know. They were forced to sit up on that top. They got flashes thrown in their face the entire time. Keep in mind, Zenith were in that compound for a long time, so they never really had to use their utility until the very end of the match. They were just out utility in terms of trying to peek over that ridge line by the end of the game. So tough for them to bring it home. But overall, just great game for Zenith, trying to managing to make their way through to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been so impressed with them throughout this tournament, just playing better and better, really gaining some confidence, kind of learning to rely on themselves and their skill, and just being able to know that they belong here and that they can keep up with the other teams. So, going forward today, guys, we only have one more game to go. DA is going to be joining us next. Really curious to see what Zenith has to say, though. These NA interviews tend to always have at least one chuckle in them. So I'm always excited to hear what these players have to say. Wonder who it's going to be. As, man, that was a pretty good one. Really good finish there. Some really good fights over on the western edge of that circle in particular. Shoot to kill. Just, we got to go back to that moment where they drove up to a COD and he just ruined their round. I mean, that was just brutal.
Yeah, that is terrible for them. Had they gotten down there, they could have been, had a card not been there, they could have gotten down, they could potentially have held out Divine, there would have been no way for Virtus Pro to push over the hilltop, and that could easily have been a STK win had things gone just a little bit different. But Akkad, I mean, you gotta give it to him. Every game is a winnable game, and he took down 3 from STK in a matter of seconds. Unfortunately for him, it does go down to Divine in the end of it, but what a hell of a game overall for just the end game. I mean, Divine playing it so wisely down the hill, Zenith knowing exactly when to push out of the compound. Earlier than that, when we had FaZe stand up on the hilltop, so many small engagements that could have been the end game fight in terms of value of up-close fights with one another. Great game overall. Let's hop on over to Zenith and see what they have to say.
10번째 매치에서 승리하게 된 팀 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 제니스 만나볼게요. 승리 축하드립니다. 네, 이렇게 10번째 매치에 모두 참여해서 결국에 치킨을 가져가게 되셨는데요. 전반적으로 위클리 서바이벌 지내보면서 좀 어떠셨어요?
So you won the 10th game for this week's weekly survival. How did you feel so far going through the survival?
Like the whole week or just now?
The whole week.
Yeah, I'm just happy it's over. I mean, it's always the same thing, right? Like, it's really stressful not qualifying. And as soon as you win, it's just a huge relief.
이제 10판이나 걸렸다는 거에 대해서 저희가 스트레스를 받고는 있었지만 사실 이겼다는 그 자체만으로 정말 기쁩니다.
네, 그리고 오늘 정말 위치를 잘 선점을 하고 또 자기장을 활용하고 또 그렇게 전략적으로 플레이하는 모습이 인상적이었는데 오늘 매치는 평소 했던 좀 다른 매치들하고 어떤 점을 좀 잘했던 것 같을까요?
So just for this match, the circles were helping you. This strategy looked good, and so I just want to know what was different for this game with the other games in terms of how you played.
Absolutely nothing. We drove into a compound first circle and caught 9 magnetic field circles.
다른 경기들과 전혀 다른 것이 없었고요. 이제 저희가 항상 하던 대로 1페이지에서 집에 일단 위치를 잡는 것부터 일단 좋았던 것 같습니다.
네, 그리고 NA팀에서 3번째 진출이에요. 슈트키라고 소닉스 먼저 진출한 것에 대해서 얼마나 의식하고 계신지도 궁금합니다.
So it's third team from NA qualifying. How do you feel about that?
Fine. Doesn't really matter to us, I don't think, who qualifies before. It's just as long as we qualify.
저희보다 먼저 진출한 팀이 있다고 해도 저희는 크게 신경 쓰지 않고요. 저희가 일단 올라갔다는 것만으로도 기쁩니다.
맞아요. 어쨌든 파이널에 진출해서 이번 주 파이널 1위를 하면 무려 15만 달러 상금을 바로 획득하기 때문에 상금 순위 뒤집기 충분히 가능할 것도 같습니다. 각오 한번 들어볼게요.
So, in the weekly final for this week, if you win, it's 150K. What's your plan? How are you going to prepare for it?
Just same thing as always, VOD review, focus up during the games, and just try to come out and win.
특별한 건 없고요. 저희가 항상 했던 대로 매 경기 집중해서 잘 풀어나가는 것이 중요한 것 같습니다.
네, 제니스의 집중력 파이널에서도 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 감사드립니다. 인터뷰. 네, 이렇게 해서 킥스타트 선수와 인터뷰 해봤습니다. 자, 이렇게 10번째 매치에서 파이널로 가게 된
Hard-hitting content there from Zenith as they get themselves the third consecutive weekly finals and make their way through. The second American team here to be able to make it into said weekly finals. And yeah, Zenith, I mean, they said it best, I suppose, Hypoc. They chilled in the compound and did it.
Yeah, they did. I mean, you got to take the games that you set up to win, right? So take nothing away from them whatsoever. And to be honest, they played the end game perfectly. There's plenty of times where we see a team kind of, I don't want to say gets complacent, but if you are sat in a compound for 6 circles, right, you don't really have a good feel for exactly what's going on. You're relying on a lot of kill feed information to kind of make that move or that transition into the late game. And Zenith played it very well. They came up, they third-party VP when we were trying to pressure onto the top of the hill, cleaned them up, and then took a really, really clean game at the end. You can't take anything away from that.
Yeah, very important for them to be at least proactive towards the end Clover against an LG Divine, who actually had a pretty decent spot, but they were pushed up against.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think that had VP not really been the factor there, it could have been any one of those 3 teams' games, depending on how it had gone out. But as you said, right, you know, they kind of rotated into VP. LG Divine kind of helped pick that apart. And once VP was out of the picture, that allowed Zenith to really just push up to the base of the hill and take that fight on to. I mean, Punich and Roth have really been fragging out. And this is a roster that all week, again, every game, we're seeing them in the top 5 in terms of damage and kills. But that wasn't translating for them in the late game. We've even kind of talked about that going into this match, and that's exactly what we saw from them. That, you know, that the slow play that teams are really having to adapt to on the survival series and starting to figure out for those chicken dinners.
Definitely so. Zenith makes it through to the weekly final. No money for them here for this win. However, they will be playing for that top 4 here down the line, as previously mentioned. 150,000 for first place there in that weekly final coming up. And looking at how everything else played out in this game, I just, my European hearts, VP Hypoc, they cannot catch a break in these lobbies right now.
No, they can't. And again, I hate to revert back to it, but it's like once again they find themselves in the late game, and they're unable to kind of convert that position, right? Again, I'm kind of swaying further and further away from that, saying that it's not a case of when but if, but like now it feels as if they can't find their footing. They can't find kind of that comfort level that we know VP and historically Northern Lights, they really shine, they excel in. So it's got to be like, this is kind of reminiscent of the Virtus Prone performances in the other weekly survival, right? Where they were just like, look guys, we'll send it, we'll lay low and hope for things to come together in the late game. The problem is, I mean, I'm thinking back to the Erangel game earlier, that one on the side of the hill with Petrichor Road and SDK. They're able to just do damage coming into like phase 7, but it's like they almost take too much damage and they're then outnumbered, right? They're forced to kind of play passive versus 4-man rosters.
Yeah, I mean, we've already mentioned many times, Clover, that Hyruzen's been a fantastic, you know, stand-in, but sometimes, you know, let's be realistic about this. Someone like Perfectix in the European scene is an absolute king. He is so powerful.
Powerhouse.
Oh, by the way, shout out to 1k damage here. Well played. So what do you think, Clover?
I mean, I definitely think that it's easy to say, you know, how would things be different if you had another player in? I know a couple of teams did have to fall back onto their substitute players coming in this event, whether COVID or other reasons. But at the same time, I think that Hyruzen has really surprised us in how well he's fit in with this roster. If it's taken VP a little bit of a longer start to kind of build that chemistry before them as a roster, that might be showing here in the fact that they can't get chicken dinners. But if we look away from this format, the consistency that kills the late game performance, VP is a top scoring team right now, and we really shouldn't take read too far away from it, I feel personally.
And speaking of Europe, well, we have Digital Athletics now making their way to the Battleground. And mate, Hypoc, Clover, I'll start with you, Hypoc. This roster, for me, when it comes to Europe 2020, oozes excellence.
The highlight.
Where are they now? I'm gonna strangle them.
I mean, I said this to you earlier. It's like one of the biggest glow ups we've seen regionally across any region. To be honest, with any team, DA looked absolutely fantastic towards the back end of 2020, and I mean, I made my frustrations very clear previously when I was on the desk about seeing this 4 a.m. DA kind of fiesta, to be honest. Again, I said this earlier, we're getting towards the back end of the tournament now, guys. Pull your socks up. Let's make something happen now, because this is a team with a hell of a lot of potential when they're playing good.
Clover, thoughts?
I mean, yeah, I agree with that. And, you know, I mean, shout out to all the DA fans in chat, because we know you guys have been asking all week for when they're going to come in and enter and play. But something, you know, I think with the global setting here, right? DA playing against some of these other teams isn't quite working out for their game. When they've been able to figure it out, when the game works in their favor, they pop off. We see so many kills. We see this confident plays from them. But, you know, lately it's been a little bit of some clowning around, and this isn't quite looking like the DA we were expecting. So, but that said, like you said, we're on the back half of this. They've got time to make it up.
They definitely do, and if you've watched Europe throughout 2020, you know, and even if you watched the first week here of this tournament, you know what they are capable of. They just couldn't close it out. Will they be able to step up here in week 4? If you do not, it is death here for your tournament if you're not careful. They've got to make something happen. It's our final game of the day. Let's head over to Paper and Toby for all of the action.
Action, 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 action. Yes, the last game of the day. It will be Erangel to wrap it on up. And guys, thank you so much for joining us. Paperthin and Toby coming at you this week for these weekly qualifiers. And it's been a wonderful set of games so far here as we find out which team will be the 6th one to do it today. And just a reminder, PGI.S is presented by Intel, where the gaming happens. A few other things you guys should know, right? Map stream. PUBG Esports map on Twitch. Definitely should be watching that. A big part of the viewing experience for PUBG. Particularly if you have a second monitor, you can throw it up over there. The other thing, really keep in mind, if you're just tuning in now and you missed some of the earlier games, you can watch the VODs on Twitch or on YouTube. PUBG Esports on YouTube is a great way to check these out. So, final playing path of the day, Toby, it's Erangel. What do we got?
Sure is. I'm looking towards Division X Gaming right now and seeing them. Okay, so I was thinking maybe Infantry wanted a piece of the pie down there on Ferry Pier, but no, they back off. They give Division X the south side of things, and I think that's good for Infantry. No reason to overextend, no reason to try and fight them. You can isolate them should you need to later on in the game. And then I'm looking for STK as well. We talked about it. Now that we have DA back, will they try and contest anything? Will they not? VP, they're not opting to go over towards Razak. They're saying, you know what, DA, you can have it. We'll back off. And 4 a.m. you see here, the team looting now where STK did before. STK backs off. They'll go over towards his Naya if need be. But for now, not really a necessity as the plane didn't force them to go all the way up there. New circle, a first circle will pop. And woof, that's a northwestern one. Everyone's forced to make rotations. We'll see in just a short moment how this one is going to play out now. But that's a fun little curveball for the last game.
Yeah, no kidding. This one definitely going to be difficult for a lot of these teams, not only because they're outside of the circle, they have a long way to go, but because this one kind of a 50-50 between the north and the south. I'd say this one's more likely to go to the north with how much land is up there, but you never know. Things can go one way or another, as we have seen before in PUBG Esports. And yep, here you go, DA. Razak will be theirs for now. Some of their members still hanging out over to the west of Ruins looking for vehicles. Going to be picking those up, I think, very shortly. And a few guns as well here for Smash and the Turkish squad. And I thought the desk did a great job breaking these guys down. Toby, these guys were one of my favorite teams to watch when they brought Code Marco in. All of a sudden, it's like they just started clicking. And they were doing so well over in EU. But here on the global stage, definitely been struggling to find their footing.
One of the things that I find incredibly unique about DA, and I've kind of been saying this for a long time, is how most teams, they will get a team together and then they will come up with a play style according to what players they have available. DA, they have had the same play style in mind for, I want to say, the better part of the last 2 years. They've known exactly what they wanted to do. They just haven't had the players on the team that they needed in order to play that play style. They needed the aggressors. They needed the ones that can just go out and pop off and wreck everyone, essentially. And that's what Code Marco has brought to the team. I want to say that Smash, as an example, has become a better fragger after Code Marco joined. He was a decent fragger before, but now you have someone on your side that can do the same thing, if not maybe a little bit more in terms of fragging power. And Smash just like rose up to the occasion saying, it can't all be a Code Marco show. I'll go out and show what I can do now as well. So they have now found the players that can go out and play the DA PUBG that they've wanted to execute before. They want to be able to do those crazy center circle pull-ups. They just haven't been able to take the fights once they've gotten there, which has created the whole meme about itself back when it did. But now, when they pull up in the center compounds, they all wasn't half the fragging power. They force teams away. They force teams to play according to what DA want them to do, and they find success as long as they don't jump into the J compound.
Yes, that is the one place they need to avoid, and they have done it so far here today. Well done. But no, DA is. I mean, it's interesting. When you have a team that's good and you have solid players on it and you bring an even better fragger onto the team, it's amazing how much space that opens up for your team, for your other solid fraggers. I mean, I can remember to kind of fall on the crutch of my region, Damwon Keel, when they brought in Under at the beginning of 2020. He really opened up a lot of space for Indigo. Indigo was already a great fragger, just like Smash on D Under being there. Now, this is wild. 4AM will fight this. If the Godby gets right off the vehicle, gonna go for it. Doesn't find it. Sparking, driving away in that US. Desperately trying to get up the hill. I think he's just going to be able to do it. Indeed, going to escape for now. Let's see what 4AM wants to do in response after that failed engagement.
I'd be surprised to see them try and chase down Meta. I don't think that's going to be the case either. Here comes DA. Over the bridge they go. Mert on the bike still wanting to find himself someplace to call home. They could go for the cube. I don't think they're going to take for granted that it's free. Just seeing how many teams jump up towards the west early on. Liquid crossing over here as well. Will be shot at by Divine. We see Clip again, the side gunner. We saw how much damage it did to that one Kia in the previous Erangel game, popping out 2 players with just 2 bullets. So always a terrifying player to have in that passenger seat shooting forward. Liquid, though, will realize that everything down here is occupied, so they'll continue their way further forward, assuming that they would want to go up towards the hills here, maybe towards the plane crashes a little further east than what they normally like to play in these circles. We have seen them go up there plenty of times before, though.
You know, I like this idea of having a turret gunner in a vehicle, in a dedicated role in rotations now. It's so powerful. It's so useful. You know, I think in some teams, I think going forward, I think in the long run, if this vehicle, you know, situation stays the same where they don't adjust the recoil and the balancing of that particular situation, I wouldn't be too surprised that in the long run, teams don't need to do that because they get good enough at swapping between seats fast enough and shooting that they don't need to do it. But I don't mind it for now. Particularly, I mean, of course, if you only have 3 vehicles, you absolutely should be doing it. I mean, you know, you really need to just... But I kind of wonder about the overall, like, meta strategy of having a dedicated turret gunner who just doesn't drive.
Yeah, as long as the vehicle mechanics stay the same way that they are now, I couldn't see... Wait. I couldn't imagine why it wouldn't be a thing. Everyone's flying around right now, Halo. Just full speeding forward as well. Getting a little air under those wings, trying to find their way to the circle. Stay in the air for a little while longer. Maybe you can scout yourself uphill as well. That'd be pretty nifty now that... still waiting for that. Gliders in competitive PUBG. Someday.
I wonder, it felt like for a minute there we turned on the no gravity hacks, but no, indeed, we're okay. Everything's back to normal here. But yeah, no, I have some, I've had some interesting discussions with coaches and players about the gliders, and I've had some really interesting stuff about why a lot of players and coaches don't think it particularly work, but I love them. I absolutely love them. Like whatever I see when I'm like, guys, get the gas can, we're going. It's time for the glider. But that's another story for another time. Oath coming out way late of the military base, pretty normal. FaZe really late out of Milta, going to be way behind, for example, a Freak of Freaks who drops over by them often. TSG trailing that. Division X over on the southwest side. So everybody else kind of has found a home, at least for now.
We talked about earlier when we brought Furia into the into the lobby about, at least to me, what's been holding them from getting those really good performances out. And I think a lot of it, as I said back then as well, was indecisiveness. Now they sit in a 2-1-1 split, which per se isn't a bad thing, but they have all of Liquid in between them, which is not going to make it impossible because it isn't a city of North George, but it's not going to make it impossible, but it could make it incredibly difficult for them to rotate back together. It's like you set up this highway where you want to be able to rotate all along the shoreline down on the south side of North George. All of a sudden now you have a team around here that could really put a dent in that rotation opportunity. We'll see if it becomes an impact. It's just one of those, when you hear them come in, maybe unite a little more, it could turn out to be pretty fatal for them. We'll see if it's going to be or not.
Yeah, I get what you're saying 100%. I look at that map and I'm definitely scratching my head a bit on that one. Afrika, though, stays up on the road. That's the best way to avoid that compound. That Meta is in a 2-2 split for Meta, but there is K7 looming in a 2-2 split of their own on the hillside, and they're going to poke some shots down into Afrika. Afrika takes a bit of damage here and there, but so far escaping without any knocks thus far. They're going to settle up, looks like, at the corner of the road, at least for a bit, or maybe just Hakari was having a bit of trouble with his vehicle there. Yes, okay, so they're going to keep pushing through. It looks like they might be going for either that kind of hilly area in the middle of the field or the mountain on the other side. I would suspect with Afrika, the mountain on the other side, potentially going to be their home to go. The Korean teams in particular really like that mountain.
Yeah, makes good sense for them to try and go out towards the west. They know now kind of what's in between and over, like on the eastern side of the field, having heard themselves being shot at just before. And I liked what Buyo was doing here. He was just standing still, like patiently by the vehicle. His teammates could see what the opponents were doing, and he said, you know what, they're not coming to you. And also, of course, he could hear that they weren't going his way. But stick around by that vehicle for a second, because you will have to leave should they opt to go your way. Let's see, new circle. Well, we're going straight in the middle, straight on the water. We do not know whether we're headed north or south. And when we are on the west side, the way that we are right now, it's just treacherous to try and cross in the late game with the containers on one side, the open field on the other. This is terrible. What could be terrible now as well is the situation for TSG, because here they come straight into 4 a.m. forever. Instantly finds the first one, Shanjian gone down, and TSG, they need to try and get away from this. But as I say that, they're going to full on pull up on towards K7. Volibear instantly gone down as well, so taking casualties all over the place now is TSG.
Yeah, TSG trying to prioritize an earlier rotation towards the center of this circle, trying to, at least if it goes south of the river, have an opportunity to rotate across. But losing 2 members on the way, going to make things much more difficult. Forever here, going to spray down into Meta now. Meta waiting behind the rotation of TSG, going to make one of their own. By the way, $5.5 million, Toby. Damn. Holy cow, the biggest FPS prize pool in history. My word, I am just tickled by the support that the fans have given us. I mean, just what incredible stuff we're seeing here. PUBG Esports is just so lucky to have this kind of support.
$5.5 million. That is that's that's a prize pool. I like it. I can get behind it for sure. More of that. And of course, a lot of it is thanks to all you guys out there in the chat, whether you spam the lulz or the puck jams or whatever you do. All of you guys supporting the scene are a big part of the crowdfunding, of course, of making this happen. So thank you to you out there as well. Let's see everyone getting themselves situated. Divine right now playing, the only team playing around the container. Should this next circle do anything close to centering up, come next circle, I would assume to see a lot of teams up to crash into this container area. But we'll see. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to happen or not in just about 1 minute and 20 seconds time.
Yeah, it's weird with a circle like this because it's on either side of the river. It's going to be difficult. There is a lot of flat open terrain if it ends up close to the river by the Georgia Pole bridges outside of the city proper. Code, once again, on the left-hand side of your screen. Pop that into chat. Let people get those esports points. Oath has been taking their sweet time through the blue to come in, way behind even FaZe, who was late to the circle, are Oath. So they're going to come to the eastern side of the mountain. And if this goes south, I tell you what, I actually really like Oath's position. If this goes back towards Everest, where infantry is.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be safe at least for a good while. They're going to be, I was going to say top 5 guaranteed. That's probably not true, but they're going to be in a pretty decent spot down there. There's no one with them right now, at least, that could contest them for the rotation in from the southeast side. We'll see. We'll see in 28 seconds time where this one will go. And also, of course, this circle should, I'm not going to say will, I'm going to say should pretty much guarantee where the next one will go after that, depending on how we shift according to the water. But it is it's a tricky one, this one. Everyone's still doing their splits. Quite a few teams centered on the northeast side of North George, which could make it a little tricky to rotate out of. One of the teams up here, of course, Meta, not all the way in the troublesome position there, but we'll see. Everyone's getting ready to rotate. Where are we going? We are going down towards the south. Divine had good circles come in last game. Now they get one thrown straight towards them. Next circle should go south as well, and everybody are now going to start to rotate.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of attention paid to this mountain. A lot of teams are going to want to get up there, take control of this territory. It's also one of the safer spots in this circle. Anywhere within about 100 meters of LG Divine's compound is a dead zone. It is very, very difficult to do anything in it. So you can see VP, FaZe, Infantry. Oh, everybody's sending it across the bridge here. No, Matrelius, not like this. Code Marco, too, gets run over. Smash clips into the side of him. Here comes Team Liquid. It's Mad Max out across the Georgia Pole Bridge as Team Liquid driving through. Smash and Merit are forced to stop over it here. They take some damage, give some damage to Team Liquid. James very hurt for Team Liquid, but they're able to get through up to the mountain fight. My word, Toby, it is chaos.
Chaos unfolding before our eyes. We knew it was going to happen, but to this extent, I had not foreseen Gustav trying to hold off, trying to make a safe rest possible for FaZe and 80. 80 wants to get back up alive. Fuzz is there trying to help, and should be possible. Nice hold from Gustav. Here comes more teams. TSG, only 2 players left alive. They want to make the cross. 4am are right behind them. Furia trying to do damage, but they're somehow taking casualties in the midst of all of this. Furia loses 1, despite being the ones that were shooting at the opponents. Now 4am. There's 1 tire left on that US, and he's gonna spin out in the middle of the open forever. Full speed up the rope we go. No, not gonna happen. Down he goes before he reaches the top of the mountains, and just 1 left for 4am, and no, 0am is alive. Oh, they go. 16th place. What a cluster.
You know, what's fascinating about this whole thing is that STK just waited the whole time, and they actually get Purdy Curdy across the most eastern bridge that's still in the circle, and they actually have control over that 4-square compound as well. So they control a lot of the eastern side of this circle. So they just watched everybody else. They're like, all right, you guys go right ahead. We're just going to sit here, and there's still plenty of room on the north side of the circle. So we can wait this one out for now, and I really like that decision coming out from SDK Africa, traversing the south side of things. Oh boy, K7 about to run into some grenades, it looks like, from Division X. Buyoo and Savior gonna get knocked. Buyoo still alive, but they have a good angle. Up over top is Lockslock, though. Gonna find that knock and immediately back down. Some shots coming out here. Virtus Pro has found a little spot behind this fight.
Welcome to Haven. Welcome to third-party Haven. There's nothing you can do here that will keep you alive. Even taking fights to other teams is going to get you killed in the back. You can see it here. Virtus Pro, perfect angles from up above. They have a good chance of shooting down towards these guys, and everyone's taking casualties, trying to do stuff. Fortunately, though, for DXG, still 3 alive, but for how much longer? Let's see. Next circle should shift straight down towards the south. Will it happen? Yes, it will. That's why so many teams opted to go exactly where they did. STK, I like how they're splitting right now. They're saying, you know what? We'll let everyone else come into the chaos, and then hopefully, if things go away, now that the circles can go anywhere again, if it goes out towards the northeast, we kept 4 alive. Yes, we might not be in the center of the circle, but we kept 4 alive. Let's play with that, rather than getting to bomb center now and having like 9 teams next to us, and maybe have also already lost players.
Yeah, there's a hill line they can work with on the other side of the road. They can kind of work their way towards the mountain from there. There's a lot of trees, actually, that obscure the top of the mountain towards that bottom area. So for them, they can try to come up there. It's going to be a lot based on timing as well, finding the good times to try to get further in towards the mountain, assuming that they have to keep going that direction if the circles keep going that way more towards their west. Meta still on the other side of the river, haven't made their move yet. Luke 12 is actually still watching of the Meta team and seeing what they're doing. He's also watching everybody that's to the north of the mountain, seeing what they're doing, seeing if anybody's going to encroach on the other members of STK.
The more space they can have on the east, the better off they are. Luke is staying here, in my book, for one and one purpose alone. Make sure that Meta crosses that west bridge rather than try and go to the east. If he can force them to cross there, he did his job successfully. In the meantime, now Batulins over the top. He peeks, finds Stenan. That's going to be K7 out in 15th, so down they go. In the meantime, down one Kia have made their presence known on the hill as well. They've pushed forward. They are up here now, infantry. finds one from Liquid. Liquid were the ones close here to potentially take a third-party engagement over towards this Kia and TXG fight that could happen any time now, but they lose one, so maybe they're going to hold their horses for a little while longer. And here comes Meta. Let's see Luke shooting as best as he can, trying to force him to go the other way, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, there wasn't much choice for Meta, so good job by Luke doing his job. And for Meta, they're going to have to go through the area where 4 a.m. lost quite a few members, but there's not nearly as much chaos, not as nearly as much congestion. So they're able to slam on in, find one of those grooves in the side of the mountain, and they are also going to take Peng down. So Sparking going to drive on over here, pick up the, oh God, careful, Jesus. All right, so that's okay. Doesn't run over his teammate. That was a little close for comfort, but that's okay. That's going to be a nice rotation actually from Meta. They get kind of centered up on the mountain at least, and for where they were, that's not too bad. Kia, on the other hand, Damwon Kia, they are in a terrible spot. This is going to be really difficult.
Yes, if not near impossible. They're going to be looked at with every single move that they make. I love what Meta did. Wait till it's a little later on. Wait till we have to move. And then by the time we get over there, teams will be battered. Teams will be bruised, and they can kind of pick and choose which they want to fight. And they come in with 4. They make a smart rotation forward. Just overall smart play on their part, and now they have a spot. While it's not the best spot in the world, it's a center position, and it still is with the new circle shifting. So smart play by Meta. They can now sit on the inside while all the edge teams have to fight one another. Smart rotation from the LATAM team.
Mountain finish. Get your climbing gear. Get ready, because it is going to be a interesting one. I actually love the mountain finishes. These are some of my favorite to watch. There's so much interesting terrain to work with, so many decisions that you have to make based on the timing of things, in particular when you come up over a hill, when you try to flank around to the side. You know, you got to make sure you're checking so many spots where there could be rats. So many fun things potentially coming up here. Now, LG Divine, teams like that, Oath has to kind of group up and get their other 2 members up into the next circle. SDK as well has been biding their time over on that eastern edge. What's going to be the move they make? Back over to Virtus Pro. Still watching Division X. Furia, same situation as a lot of these other teams in the crates. And there's Team Liquid, DA, and Meta looming in front of them.
Where do you go for? Is it full-on pull-up on Meta? I believe it is. Mert taking a lot of damage, trying to hold off here. Will manage to find one. Necro falls down. Jay and get the kill. Doesn't matter. Just make your way forward. Get yourself secured into a good position. Smash has to reload. Prones down. Gets the first knock. No, actually, that's going to be Longskirt from afar. Getting the knock onto one. So a little bit of help coming in from the Chinese team there as they try to hold off. Demo will be flushed out. Now, Snakers has eyes on. He knows that STK have made their way into the circle. 1 spotted, 2 spotted, 3 spotted. Snakers knows their whereabouts, but backs off, trying to play it safe on the south side. Understandably so.
Like the move by STK, waited until they saw infantry get involved in the kill feed and took that as their moment to make their move. They know that infantry is one of the teams up on the hill. They know there's a lot, but if anybody's fighting up there, that's a good opportunity for them to send it into the side, and they're going to do it relatively successfully. Alo taking a little bit of damage from Bale. Bale and him both going to back off a bit. Back over to Dawa. How in the world are they still alive? They've been able to climb up to the top of the mountain, and they get a knock. Indigo going to find Lou here. Take some damage from who else? Longsker, king of the mountain right now. Our infantry, dead center. And they are going to look to continue to lock that down. But a couple teams moving in. Afrika from the bottom. Virtus, whoever wins this fight on the west as well, going to be a potential thorn in the side for infantry from China.
Here comes the pull-up attempt. Mert wanted to make his way forward, doesn't succeed, does go down. There is still one alive, though. Smashing the other side, finds himself right now in a 1v3 against all of Meta. The thing is, Meta can't really over-peak on this. If they're trying to wrap around, they might fall in the eyes of Liquid. We'll see now. Smash doing everything he can to stay put, throwing nades on over. Ooh, actually, the mortar grenade comes into work. If this happens, if he pushes around and gets anything off of this, that would be absolutely insane. What a hell of a nade thrown forward. He's full on white now, though. He's going to see the smash. Takes down Sparking. What? How did that come to be? Fortunately, unfortunately, June able to get the angle there in the end of it, but what a valid attempt from Smash trying to stay alive there.
I mean, that was absolutely insane from Smash. The rainbow grenade followed up with the quick flick onto Sparking. That is absolutely filthy. And for all is lost for now for DA, but my word, what a moment for him. That's going to be in the highlight reels, no doubt about it. SDK watching LG Divine. LG Divine underneath, back over to Virtus Pro. Still, Kia had to back off a bit. They pushed up pretty far, but Infantry kind of forced the issue, keeping them, both of these teams, pinned pretty well from really getting engaged with each other. Liquid had to push over to the west. Division X was taken out in this fight. So now it's going to be Team Liquid kind of in that position that Damo and Kia was in early. Can they find that same success getting up to the top of the mountain? Because that is no easy task, no doubt about it. FaZe still able to hang out. Oath as well, still chilling on their side of the circle. We're still set it up pretty well on top of this mountain. And there's going to be a lot of teams alive going late into this one, Toby.
Yeah, you can see Liquid wanted to wait to make a move until they know for sure that this fight is escalating up on the top, and that's the issue for them right now. Down one could make the play earlier. Oh, nice double coming in from K, but unfortunately, Haruton was there as well, taking down two, and this should be the call for Liquid to make the push, but maybe it happened too fast. Maybe the fight ended too fast for Liquid to feel confident pushing up that hillside. Now they're not going to. EJ falls down as Oath try to make their way forward, but they have players from their side too. It wouldn't be Battle Royale without thinking of King of the Hill, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Who will stay alive on top? Who will claim the win in this one? Long Skirt, solid double. Make that a triple. Takes down all of Virtus Pro. Out towards the west side. One team backed out. Infantry now with control towards the west.
Yeah, that Longskir's been all over the kill feed, finally picking up some kills. 9 gets the headshot into Klib. Klib still has a bit of that rock in front of him. Zhao Yang and Longskir checking to make sure that no one's riding the edge of the blue underneath in that crevasse. And no, indeed, nobody is there for now. Oath still has to deal with FaZe. SDK has grouped up to try to avoid any fighting. There's the finish by 9 onto Klib. Ibiza and Jeems, last two alive for Team Liquid. Taking some shots in the side, holding on for dear life. Still, LG Divine alive on the edge, on this northern edge, still making it work as all these other teams on the top continue to fight amongst themselves, and they're able to benefit at least for now. Meta still has 2 as well, so 8 teams alive, 26 players. A lot of teams very much still in this, a lot of PUBG to be played here. Bullying has the bolt. He gets the knock on the Wicked from afar, and let's see if this fight is going to kick off between FaZe and Oath. Some grenades being tossed between them.
Let's see, first tries to peek on over button mid by flashes. As soon as it does so, has to back off, throw some smokes off, and now you can see Infantry. Infantry took no chance. Like, they're not taking anything for granted here. They played it so slow. They could have peeked over and done damage towards FaZe earlier, but they played it incredibly slow, having to expect people to still be around on their side, not taking anything for granted. There's been enough snakes in their games dealing with them prior. Now let's see, speaking of snakes, Afrika Freaks, Akkad, and Hikaru. We saw what amount of damage Akkad could do in his own last game. They know, I believe, that they're down here, but how much damage can Afrika Freaks do trying to make this push up towards both Oath and FaZe?
Yeah, here you go. Grenades being flung by Akkad. That one gets some pretty good damage into Oath. Well-timed, well thrown. Just a little bit short of maybe finding a knock or two. Still a lot of smokes available for Snakers. Has to use another first aid kit. Only 2 left in the bag right now. Team Liquid continues to be patient. They can't really get up this hill. It's quite difficult. It's quite steep. So for the moment, they're going to have to hang out on the side. Bale sees Uba. Uba able to duck underneath, re-peeks himself, finds some damage. AT gets a grenade in there, and gets a knock on to Relo. Now, Oath in retreat, having to go for the res. Have to be careful to avoid the fire. Pat Cap stepping up, but they're very well grouped up. A good grenade could spell disaster if someone can find any to land in here. Akkad, in the meantime, sneaking up the back. There's Uba over into SDK. SDK getting involved. They have a Groza, but there's Hikari going down to Zhao Yang. Everybody fighting over on this eastern edge.
Such a cluster. You can see FaZe, they just haven't been able to peek anything. 0 kills in this game so far. They haven't been able to peek over any hilltops without 3 or 4 teams looking in their direction. And still, they have so many people here. Ooh, but nice damage coming in. It is going to be pretty courage to find the knock in the end of it, but solid attacks coming in now. Finally, shots coming over the top. Infantry engages, but actually it's going to be Oath from below, taking the fight to them. First falls down. Long Skirt, 5th kill for him. We'll see if he can get more. Should be able to with the position that they're in. 8C falls down as well. Gustav and Uba are left alone on the east side of the hill, trying to hold up here. Gustav finds the first one. Relo, Gustav finds the second. Pat Caps goes down as well. They need to hold up for longer, though, if they want to stay alive here. Uba trying to cover across while the res is coming in. Finds one for himself. Snakers falls down. Just one left alive. It's Balefrost trying to wrap around on the other side of the circle. But here comes Afrika Freaks. One is found. Luke from the other side of the circle takes one in as well. Uba falls down. FaZe down to just one player. And out they go. 4 teams left alive.
Huge push, great timing by Afrika, but they're going to pay the price because here comes SDK, and they finish the job. Down go 3 teams in quick succession. Infantry wants to come over and see what they could do, see if they can get on top of SDK and push them out of this round themselves. Pretty good damage from the spray from 9. Looks over with his SLR, gets a bit of damage on that as well. Alo trying to find something on the side of this hill to get up or around in. There is not much to work with. One more grenade, a few more grenades gonna be in the bag for infantry. Those ones too far, bit overthrown, off the mark. So smokes, some time being bought here. Luke 12 up front with the Groza underneath infantry as well. How much do they know about that? He could get into somebody like Bullying. Well, he's got a bolt out. Not going to be a problem for him to get a knock, no doubt about it. He continues to listen to what infantry's doing, relaying the information to his teammates. They have the smokes. They have the ability. They're going to cut through the northern part of this circle. But how many more smokes are left after this? Because they have to use a ton of them to get through.
Do they know? Look at what Liquid's doing. While all this is unfolding, it seems to me like infantry fully focused on what SDK is doing. They have given up on, I mean, they've allowed Liquid up the hill here. This could be dangerous. Luke was the spring trap. He will fall down. Nice reaction play from 9, not even taking any damage there. But now the flashes come over the top. Xiaoyang knows that Liquid are on the hilltop. You can see him backing off instantly. Doesn't want any piece of that whatsoever. James having to push forward without a vest on up against all these barrels. It's going to be absolutely horrible for them to try and make a play here. Long skirt. Let's say SLR in hand, can connect the first ones, but nice angles from infantry to try to hold off. In the meantime, SDK is still down below. This should be a 4v2 with SDK not at all being in the position to try and engage on it.
Yeah, exactly. Infantry knows that, and they want to finish this fight quick. They know there's only 2 left for Liquid on this side. If they knock them out, they give themselves an excellent opportunity to win this game. Ibiza and Jeeves holding on for dear life, trying to do everything they can. The grenade from Ibiza finds one. Up over the top is 9, though, gets some pretty decent damage into him. Jeeves here, prone, trying to wait the stuns, buying a ton of time. He sees him up over the hill. What a spray from 9. Catches the head, the fire, and the shooting. Going to put Team Liquid out of this round. Huge. Them versus SDK. SDK fell short once already today. Can they turn their fortunes around and get a win?
They got beaten by one Chinese team. They don't want to get beaten by another. Petrichor still roams in the nightmare thoughts of SDK. They want to bring this ring home, but look at the amount of damage Longsker is putting out. They have to push down the hill. It's going to be a tricky one. You can see, though, all of the SDK players are playing in the open. Alo able to find the first one. They have to push down this hill. The center is in the open. Longsker headshotted as well. So much damage coming out from shoot to kill. So they try to really hold them up on this hilltop, but both teams will be forced to make their moves out into the open.
And I worry about how many smokes SDK has left to try to push up this hill. Infantry's been holding on to their grenades quite effectively. They've been really efficient with how they've been using their throwables, with their frags, with their mollies, and now they have a lot of smokes left in the bag to start making their push to try to claim control over the center part of the circle. A little bit of damage done. Again, to Pentalol. He's going to have to go and heal up. There's a molly flinging way too far once again. Infantry a little bit too heavy on these particular throwables. And you can see Zhao Yang 9 going to be the frontliners. Longsker Bullying hanging out in the back, trying to put the fire down. They got the res. Now they're 4 up. Alo has a grenade. Going to throw it forward. That's get some decent damage. But Longsker quickly 2 are down here. It's all up to Alo. He's spraying through the smoke. They're swarming on top of him. He gets in there. He goes down. It is going to be Infantry, Kings of the Hill, take the last game of the day.
What an isolation play coming in. You leave one on top. Main mission here. You can under no circumstances have Longsker get knocked on that hilltop. He plays it smart. He plays it safe. He isolates the entire eastern side of that smoke, allowing for his players to make the play on down the hill. What an end game play. Infantry, STK is not a team you isolate like that. That was incredibly well played by Infantry in the end of the match there. Such a heads-up play to win the game, but we can rewind another 15 minutes into that. They were fighting from that hilltop all the way through the end of it. So many smart decisions leading to what would be their chicken dinner there.
They're fantastic. They take control and they never let go. I got to give SDK a ton of credit. They were the ones who were patient on the other side of the river. They waited for everybody else to cross. They made a fantastic move over, leaving Luke 12 to kind of fend other teams off. He comes back over, They do a fantastic job working through the South, making good moves at the right times when other teams are fighting. Everything is great there. It's just infantry has the top of that hill for the whole time, and they never let go. And it's so tough when you have a team that's as high a caliber as infantry to deal with that.
Oh, they were just doing so much damage. Every single time they tried to peek and make a play, headshots came flying and returning. As a player, it's going to be so frustrating trying to be positive after a game like that, because we know wins is all that matter in this weekly survival. But for STK, as you said, tons and tons of positive to be taken away from this game, and I hope they will, despite the fact that, of course, they once again fall short of that chicken dinner. But for infantry, such a great game. They managed to isolate STK down the hill. They read the fact that Liquid push up over the hill towards the west. They get on over, isolate, they back off. They make sure to never peek Liquid from a side that STK has eyes on. Like, just the way they go about that entire endgame fight, that's the infantry I've seen before. That's the infantry I've rooted for the longest time. And if they can bring anything close to this into the weekly finals, whew, look out, everyone. Infantry is coming for that week 4 final championship.
Yeah, when infantry's dialed in, they're absolutely filthy. So scary is this team, winning a PCS last year in Asia, coming up second another time. They are actually insane, putting up one of the biggest games you'll ever see with that 24-kill win last year as well. They're just nuts.
Absolutely insane. So let's hop on over now to see what infantry has to say after the great win there.
Making it from the Chinese region to the weekly finals. I'm here with infantry's Zhao Yang.
谢谢谢谢. 자, 오늘 자기장이 돌산으로 잡히면서 지형지물을 활용한 정말 어떤 플레이가 중요해졌을 것 같습니다.
Once the circle became set on the hillside, I think your strategy had to be quite focused. What kind of strategies did you guys have approaching the game today?
我觉得是利用这个当时的地理位置是非常重要的。然后我想问一下，你当时是给你的队员们都说了些哪些指示？
我们队员一起觉得就是高点比较关键嘛，然后我们都看去高点，然后让圈边的人互相打架，我们保持一个满边的优势，然后再去进入打决赛圈里。
저희가 생각했을 때는 일단 고점을 높은 위치를 위치하는 게 굉장히 중요하다고 생각을 하기 때문에
I think that we actually judged that if we maintained the high position on the hill, it would play to our advantage at this game.
맞아요. 오늘은 안정적인 플레이를 보여주셨는데.
I think your team definitely showed us a very stabilized strategy, but usually Chinese teams have been known to show us a very offensive kind of play, and you guys showed a really you guys came out with really good results in the first 2 weeks. How are you guys going to be approaching this weekend's finals?
都晋级了周决赛，但是很遗憾你们在第三周没能晋级，然后这次你们能晋级到周决赛了。我想问一下，你们这次晋级到周决赛怎么样？
还是挺开心的吧，毕竟。 这种吃鸡模式还是比较考验一个选手的心态的。我们4个还好稳住了，晋级了，就还都挺开心的。
다들 굉장히 기쁩니다.
네, 좋습니다.
Our team is feeling really great that we made it to the finals.
자, 파이널을 앞두고 이 자리를 빌어서 혹시 가장 하고 싶은 말이 있다면 누구에게 어떤 말씀을 전하실 건가요?
So if there is one thing that you would like to say to anyone, what would that be and to whom?
晋级到周决赛了，然后。 我想问一下，借这个机会有没有最想说的一句话？对哪一个对手？
我也铁子没记，还有说4AM 吧，4AM希望他们赶快也能进到周决赛里边。
4AM 팀도 빨리 위클리 파이널에 진출했으면 좋겠다고.
really want to tell the team 4AM that we'll be waiting for them at the weekly finals. Thank you for your interview.
네.
네, 이렇게 해서 오늘 마지막 매치에서 승리한 인펜트리의 자오양 선수 만나봤습니다.
Nifty Ifty. They get themselves to the weekly final here as the final team for day number 2 moving into that week 4 final. And I mean, at the very end of that, as I'm joined by Hypok and Clover, Infantry calling out 4AM to join them in the weekly final. And I think Hypok, there's good chances if 4AM live up to their performance throughout the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're a team that has performed well. Obviously, a wrangle aside, we don't like to drill into that one too much, obviously, with the DA situation. But this game in particular, so far, and we were obviously talking about this off stream whilst we were watching this one through. It's always interesting to see the kind of variance with how some of these Everest circles play out. And what's even more interesting is looking at it when everybody is playing for that survival factor, right? Usually we would see some really aggressive pushes up here to try and take some territory control, but so many teams just opting to try and coexist. It was actually crazy to see.
Yeah, definitely. So, Clover, your thoughts?
Exactly that, and like you said, a lot of teams were playing really cautious. We saw some really gnarly plays and chances to score, and other teams kind of being a little bit more passive. But Infantry, who thus far prior to this match had been kind of standoffish, they didn't really place high or get too many kills, blew up this game. I mean, they really flourished in that position on Everest. And something we also kind of talked about, they really didn't let anybody push them. There was a lot of pressure from Team Liquid in that spot. And they managed to keep that up and then push STK out of that position, right? And at that point, STK quite literally has an uphill battle to play from that Infantry just capitalized on.
And as that discussion kind of, I'm going to describe it as raged on whilst we were watching this game here, Hypot. I think for Infantry, it is slightly fortunate that there are so many people over to the east side that kind of killed each other off, because that could have potentially been a point of contention there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we were talking about this. The east side of Everest is obviously the easier to kind of position yourself into if you haven't already got yourself in there. Come Circle 4. We know SDK actually came over all the way from south of the Cube Wizard Tower on the east side of the road. So for them to come in and be another team into that mix, I mean, it was FaZe and Oath that ended up picking each other to pieces, basically. Infantry then drifted away from their high ground to come and clean that fight up. And that right there is kind of a pivotal moment in that game, right? Because if one team can survive on the east side clean as 4, depending on where that next circle shift comes, potentially Infantry drift out into the open there and FaZe have an opportunity to actually be the victors.
Yeah, definitely. STK, though, having to fight from the low ground here. It's an unfortunate situation for them. They keep getting some of these high placements here, Clover, but it's not to be for the chicken dinner just yet.
No, and I know the pressure's really been on them this week, dealing with the roster change. Everybody's been kind of keeping the eyes of like, oh, was this something that was going to affect them? And, aside from the fact that they haven't won a chicken dinner, I've actually think we've seen some good things out of this roster. They're obviously really comfortable with Penta. Penta's found himself some good scoring and damage opportunities, but there's still a lot of things that he needs to work on as a player that I think will help STK as a whole going into tomorrow.
Longsco with 8 as he decides to completely wipe out VP on the west side, and then they march on towards the east. Very, very strong stuff coming out from Infantry. So yeah, it's a little unfortunate for SDK to not get themselves. Oh, geez, another 1,000 damage. Actually,
another 1K club.
They pumped this game, Hypoc. What on earth? Ooh.
Yeah, top 3, and I mean, actually, combining for over 2K as well. I'm not sure where the 4th player came in at, but it's an insane amount of damage. Just to briefly come back to SDK, the one benefit so far of this week's games for me is Penta actually individually has been pulling his weight, right? So to say that he's actually coming in and I guess on paper, if we were to just take the games at face value, look at the numbers, Penta's pulling his weight, and SDK are known for their macro game. Kirk keeps that team very well in check. So I think actually this week, I don't want to say we can write it off, but there's definitely an allowance period here for them to really find their stride once again, even if they don't make it into the finals this week.
Yeah, and looking at tomorrow here, Clover, I think there's 4 names that really stand out for me, and I wonder if you agree. TSG, Oath, VP, and STK. They've all had good days, but not been able to get that chicken dinner yet. They're going to be clawing for it tomorrow.
I mean, this is the top 4 club. These are the teams that are consistently finding themselves up in the late game. They're getting opportunities to frag. So they're not just hiding in a corner, waiting till the end, popping out and trying to take the chicken. They're actively working for it. And that's what we want to see from these teams. So, but, obviously there's only a few more spots left.
Absolutely. And with that, thank you very much to you guys. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world. We are done for today. Tomorrow, we are back. Same time, same place. We have 5 more games to play out, and those 5 more spots remain for our weekly final. We'll see you tomorrow for more PUBG action.